Chapter 1. Mrs. Rachel Lynde is surprised. Mrs. Rachel Lynde lived in a small house near the main road in Avonlea. The road went down into a little valley with trees and flowers. A small river came from the forest and passed her house. People said the river was fast and wild in the forest, but when it reached Mrs. Rachel's house, it was calm and quiet. Maybe the river knew that Mrs. Rachel was watching everything. She liked to look out of her window and see what was happening. She watched the road, the children, and even the river. If she saw something strange, she always wanted to know why. Many people in Avonlea liked to talk about their neighbors, but Mrs. Rachel was different. She could take care of her own home and still have time to think about others. She was very good at housework, and her home was always clean. She helped at the church and in the sewing club. Even with all these things, she still had time to sit by her window and watch the road. She liked to knit quilts and had made 16 of them. Everyone in Avonlea talked about it. From her window, she could see everyone who left or came into the village because they had to pass her house. One afternoon in June, Mrs. Rachel was sitting by her window. The sun was warm and the apple trees were full of flowers. Her husband, Thomas, was working in the field. He was a quiet man, and people called him Rachel Lynde's husband. She also knew that Matthew Cuthbert should be working in his field, but instead, she saw him riding a horse and wearing his best clothes. He was leaving Avonlea. Matthew almost never left home. He was very shy and did not like to talk to strangers. Mrs. Rachel was very surprised. Why was he going out? Where was he going? If it was another man, she could guess the reason, but this was different. She did not understand, and it made her feel uneasy. I will go to Green Gables after dinner and ask Marilla, she thought. Matthew never goes to town, and he never visits anyone. If he needed seeds, he wouldn't dress up and take a horse. And he wasn't in a hurry, so he wasn't going to see a doctor. Something must have happened, and I won't feel calm until I find out. After dinner, Mrs. Rachel walked to Green Gables. It was not far, only a short walk. The house was near the forest, away from the other houses. Mrs. Rachel thought it was a lonely place to live. It's no surprise that Matthew and Marilla are a little strange, she said to herself. There are so many trees, but trees are not good company. I like watching people. She arrived at Green Gables and knocked on the kitchen door. Marilla Cuthbert was sitting inside, knitting. The kitchen was very clean. Mrs. Rachel looked at the table. There were 3 plates, so someone was coming for dinner. But the food was simple, so it was not an important guest. Still, she wondered about Matthew's nice clothes and the horse. Good evening, Rachel, Marilla said. It's a nice evening. Sit down. How is your family? Marilla and Mrs. Rachel were very different, but they had been friends for a long time. Marilla was tall and thin, with dark hair. She was serious and worked hard. We are all well, Mrs. Rachel said. But I was worried about you when I saw Matthew leaving today. I thought maybe he was sick and going to the doctor. Marilla smiled a little. She knew Mrs. Rachel would come to ask questions. No, I'm fine. Matthew went to Bright River. We are getting a little boy from an orphanage in Nova Scotia. He is coming on the train tonight. Mrs. Rachel was so surprised that she could not speak for a moment. She looked at Marilla. Are you serious, Marilla? She finally asked. Yes, of course, Marilla said, as if this was a normal thing to do. Mrs. Rachel was shocked. Matthew and Marilla adopting a boy. From an orphanage. It was unbelievable. What made you decide to do such a thing? She asked. Well, we talked about it all winter, Marilla said. Mrs. Spencer, a woman we know, is getting a girl from the orphanage. She told us about it, and we thought we could get a boy. Matthew is getting old, and his heart is weak. It is hard to find good workers, so we decided to bring a boy here. We asked Mrs. Spencer to find a smart boy for us. He will be about 10 or 11 years old. That is a good age because he can help on the farm and we can teach him well. We had a message today that he is coming on the train, so Matthew went to meet him. Mrs. Rachel always said what she thought. "Well, I think this is a big mistake," she said. "You don't know anything about this boy. You don't know his parents, his personality, or how he will behave. I read in the newspaper that a boy from an orphanage set a house on fire. And I know another family who adopted a boy, and he stole eggs all the time. If you had asked me, I would have told you not to do this." Marilla continued knitting. "I understand your worries, Rachel," she said. "I was unsure at first, but Matthew really wanted to do it. He never asks for anything, so I agreed. There is always a risk. Even parents with their own children take risks. But we are not bringing a boy from far away. Nova Scotia is close. He will be like us." "I hope everything goes well," Mrs. Rachel said. "But don't say I didn't warn you if he burns Green Gables down or poisons the well. I read about a girl who did that." "Well, we are not getting a girl," Marilla said. "I would never take a girl. But Mrs. Spencer is happy to adopt one." Mrs. Rachel wanted to stay and see the boy when Matthew brought him home, but it would be a long wait. Instead, she decided to visit another neighbor and tell them the news. It was such a big surprise, and she loved sharing news. As she walked away, she shook her head. "Well, this is the most surprising thing I have ever heard," she said. "I feel sorry for that poor boy. Matthew and Marilla don't know anything about children. They will expect him to behave like an old man. I can't imagine a child living at Green Gables. I wouldn't want to be in his place. I really feel sorry for him." If Mrs. Rachel had seen the child waiting at Bright River Station, she would have felt even more sorry for him. Chapter 2. Matthew Cuthbert is surprised. Matthew Cuthbert rode his brown horse to Bright River. The trip was 8 miles long, but it was a pleasant ride. The road passed small farms and green fields. Sometimes there were tall fir trees with a fresh smell. There were also wild plum trees and apple orchards. The air was sweet, and the sky looked soft with beautiful colors. Birds were singing happily, as if it was the best summer day of the year. Matthew enjoyed the ride in his own quiet way. But when he met women on the road, he had to nod to them. On Prince Edward Island, it was polite to greet everyone you saw, even if you didn't know them. Matthew did not like talking to women, except for his sister Marilla and their neighbor, Mrs. Rachel. He always felt that women laughed at him in secret. Maybe they did, because he was a shy, quiet man. He had long grey hair that touched his shoulders and a thick brown beard. He had looked almost the same since he was 20 years old. When he arrived at Bright River, he did not see the train. He thought he was early, so he tied his horse near a small hotel and walked to the train station. The platform was empty except for a girl sitting on a pile of wooden shingles at the far end. Matthew saw her but walked past quickly without looking at her. She was waiting for something or someone. She sat very still, but her eyes showed she was expecting something important. Matthew found the station master, who was locking the office. Matthew asked, "Will the 5:30 train arrive soon?" "The train came and left 30 minutes ago," said the station master. "But a passenger got off for you, a little girl. She's sitting outside on the shingles. I told her to wait inside, but she said she liked being outside because it gave her more imagination. She is quite an interesting one. Matthew was confused. A girl. I was expecting a boy. Mrs. Spencer was supposed to bring a boy from Nova Scotia for me. The station master whistled. It seems there was a mistake, he said. Mrs. Spencer got off the train with that girl. She told me that you and your sister were adopting her from an orphanage and that you would come to pick her up. That's all I know. Matthew did not know what to do. He wished Marilla was there to help. Well, you should ask the girl, the station master said. She can explain. She talks a lot, that's for sure. Maybe the orphanage didn't have the kind of boy you wanted. Then the station master walked away, leaving Matthew alone. Matthew was nervous. He did not want to talk to a strange girl, but he had no choice. He slowly walked toward her. The girl had been watching him the whole time. When he came close, she stood up and held out her hand. I think you are Mr. Matthew Cuthbert from Green Gables, she said in a clear, sweet voice. I'm so happy to see you. I was afraid you wouldn't come. I imagined all the things that might have happened to stop you. I decided that if you didn't come, I would sleep in a big cherry tree near the train tracks. I wouldn't be afraid at all. The flowers are white and beautiful in the moonlight. Wouldn't it be lovely? Matthew took her small hand awkwardly. He made a decision. He could not tell this girl there was a mistake. He would take her home and let Marilla explain. I'm sorry I was late, he said shyly. Come with me. My horse is over there. Give me your bag. I can carry it, the girl said cheerfully. It's not heavy. It has all my things, but the handle breaks if it's not carried the right way. So I better hold it. She followed Matthew to the buggy, still talking. Mrs. Spencer said it's 8 miles to your house. I'm glad, because I love riding in a buggy. It feels so wonderful to think that I will live with you. I've never really belonged to anyone before. The orphanage was the worst place. I was there for 4 months, but it felt like forever. There was no fun. I had to use my imagination. I used to imagine the other orphans had exciting stories. Maybe one girl was a lost princess. I imagined things at night because there was no time during the day. Maybe that's why I'm so thin. I don't sleep much. Matthew listened quietly. He was surprised that he liked hearing her talk. After a while, the girl picked a small branch of wild plum and asked, "What does that tree make you think of?" Matthew thought, "Well now, I don't know. It looks like a bride in a white dress with a veil. I don't think I'll ever be a bride. I'm too plain. But maybe a foreign missionary would marry me. I do hope to have a beautiful dress someday. That would make me very happy. Have you ever imagined something wonderful like that?" Matthew smiled shyly. "Well now, no, I haven't." The girl continued, "When I left the orphanage, I felt embarrassed about my dress. It's so ugly. All the orphans had to wear the same dress. A store gave the orphanage 300 yards of this fabric. People said the store couldn't sell it, but I like to think it was a gift of kindness. On the train, I imagined I was wearing a beautiful blue silk dress. That made me feel better." She talked all the way. At one point, they passed under a tunnel of apple trees in full bloom. The girl suddenly stopped talking and looked up in amazement. "Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What is this place?" "That's the avenue," Matthew said. "It's wonderful. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I will call it the White Way of Delight." She was quiet for a long time. Later, when they passed a pond, she said, "That water is so pretty. But Barry's Pond is not a good name. I will call it the Lake of Shining Waters. That's a better name, don't you think?" Matthew nodded. Soon, They reached the bridge near Green Gables. "I always close my eyes on bridges," she said. "I imagine they will break in the middle. But then I have to open them because if it happens, I want to see it." They crossed safely. "Good night, dear Lake of Shining Waters," she whispered. "I always say good night to things I love." As they got closer to Green Gables, Matthew pointed to the house. "There it is." The girl gasped. "Oh, don't tell me." "Let me guess." She looked at the farmhouses in the valley. Then she pointed to one far back, surrounded by trees and flowers. A bright star shone above it. "That's it, isn't it?" Matthew was amazed. "Well now, you got it." She smiled. "I knew it. It feels like home. I keep pinching myself to see if this is a dream. But even if it is, I don't want to wake up." Matthew suddenly felt very sad. Soon, Marilla would have to tell the girl she was not supposed to come. She was expecting a boy. He didn't want to see the happiness disappear from her eyes. When they reached Green Gables, the yard was dark. The wind moved through the trees. "Listen," she whispered. "The trees are talking in their sleep. They must have such nice dreams." Then, holding tightly to her old carpet bag, she followed Matthew into the house. "Oh, you can talk as much as you want." "I don't mind," said Matthew. Anne's face lit up. "Oh, I'm so happy. I know we will get along well. It feels so nice to talk without being told to be quiet. People always say that children should be seen and not heard. I've heard that 1,000,000 times. And they laugh at me because I use big words. But if you have big ideas, you need big words, don't you?" "Well now, that makes sense," said Matthew. "Mrs. Spencer said my tongue must be hung in the middle because I talk so much. But it's not, it's fixed at one end." Anne giggled. "Mrs. Spencer told me your house is called Green Gables. I asked her all about it, and she said there are trees around it. That made me so happy. I love trees. But at the orphanage, there were almost no trees. Just a few small ones with white fences around them. They looked lonely, like orphans themselves. It made me so sad. I used to talk to them. I feel sorry for you, little trees. If you were in a big forest with other trees around you, you would be happy. You would have moss and flowers at your feet, and birds singing in your branches. But you are stuck here. I know how you feel. I felt bad leaving them behind today. Don't you think we can feel close to things, just like we do with people? Oh, is there a brook near Green Gables? I forgot to ask Mrs. Spencer." "Well now, yes, there's one right behind the house," said Matthew. Anne's eyes sparkled. "Oh, how wonderful. I always dreamed of living near a brook. I never thought it would come true. It's so nice when dreams come true, isn't it? Right now, I feel almost perfectly happy. Almost." But she pulled one of her long braids over her shoulder and held it up for Matthew to see. "What color would you call this?" Matthew wasn't used to talking about hair colors, but there was no question about this one. "It's red, isn't it?" he said. Anne let go of her braid with a deep sigh. "Yes, it's red," she said sadly. "Now you see why I can't be perfectly happy. No one with red hair can be truly happy. I don't mind my freckles, my green eyes, or even being so thin. I can imagine those things away. I can pretend I have a beautiful face and lovely deep violet eyes. But I can't imagine my red hair away. I try. I tell myself my hair is black as a raven's wing. But deep inside, I know it's red. It breaks my heart. It will be my lifelong sorrow." She sighed again. I read about a girl in a book once. She had a lifelong sorrow too, but it wasn't red hair. She had golden hair that fell in waves from her alabaster brow. Do you know what an alabaster brow is? Well now, I'm afraid I don't, said Matthew. He was starting to feel a little dizzy. Anne's words were coming faster than he could think. It reminded him of the time he got on a merry-go-round when he was young. Well, whatever it is, it must be beautiful, Anne said. Have you ever imagined what it would feel like to be divinely beautiful? Well now, no, I haven't, Matthew admitted. I have. Many times. If you could choose, would you rather be divinely beautiful, dazzlingly clever, or angelically good? Well now, I don't know, said Matthew. I don't know either. I can never decide. But it doesn't really matter, because I'll never be any of those things. I know for sure I'll never be angelically good. Mrs. Spencer says. Suddenly, Anne gasped. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Matthew looked around in alarm. Had something happened? Hadn't fallen from the buggy. No, she was still sitting next to him. He followed her gaze and understood. They had turned onto a road that stretched ahead like a tunnel. The road was lined with huge apple trees in full bloom. White flowers covered the branches like a snowstorm. The setting sun made the air glow with a soft purple light. It was like stepping into a dream. Anne stared in wonder. She clasped her hands together and tilted her face up toward the blossoms. She didn't say another word. Even when they left the tunnel of trees, she still gazed into the sunset with shining eyes. They passed through a small village called Newbridge. Dogs barked, boys laughed, and people watched them from their windows. But Anne remained silent. After 3 more miles, Matthew finally spoke. I guess you must be tired and hungry. We're almost home, just 1 more mile. Anne sighed deeply and turned to him. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, she whispered, that white place with the trees, what was it called? Well now, that must have been the avenue, said Matthew. It's a nice place. Anne shook her head. Nice is not the right word. Beautiful isn't enough either. It was wonderful, wonderful. It's the first place I've ever seen that is already perfect. It doesn't need imagination to make it better. It made my heart ache, but in a good way. Have you ever felt like that, Mr. Cuthbert? Well now, I don't think I have, said Matthew. I feel that way a lot when I see something truly beautiful. But avenue is not a good name for it. I will call it, let me think. The White Way of Delight. Isn't that a much better name? When I don't like a name, I make a new one. There was a girl at the orphanage called Hepzibah Jenkins, but I always imagined her name was Rosalia de Vere. So even if everyone else calls it the Avenue, I will always call it the White Way of Delight. Are we really just 1 mile from home? I feel happy, but also a little sad. This ride has been so wonderful, and I hate when nice things end. You never know if the next thing will be as nice. But I'm excited to see Green Gables. I've never had a real home before. She looked around. Oh, how beautiful. They had reached the top of a hill. Below them was a long, winding pond. A small bridge crossed the middle. The water shimmered in shades of pink, blue, and green, reflecting the setting sun. The trees around it leaned over the water, as if admiring their own reflections. That's Barry's Pond, said Matthew. Anne shook her head. Oh, that's not a good name at all. I will call it the Lake of Shining Waters. That name gives me a thrill. Do you ever get a thrill from something, Mr. Cuthbert? Matthew thought for a moment. Well now, I do feel something when I see big, white grubs in the garden. I don't like them. Anne laughed. Oh, that's not the same kind of thrill. But why do people call it Barry's Pond? Well, because Mr. Barry lives up there on that hill. Does Mr. Barry have any daughters? Maybe someone my age. He has one daughter. Her name is Diana. Anne's eyes grew wide. Oh, what a perfect name. Well now, I dunno. It sounds a bit strange to me. I prefer simple names like Jane or Mary. But when Diana was born, a school teacher named her. Oh, I wish a school teacher had named me. Anne sighed. Oh, here we are at the bridge. I always close my eyes on bridges. I imagine they might break in the middle. But I always open them before we reach the end, because if the bridge did break, I'd want to see it. She closed her eyes as they crossed. Then she looked back. Good night, dear lake of shining waters. I always say good night to things I love. Soon, Matthew pointed ahead. We're almost home. That's Green Gables over there. Oh, don't tell me. Anne covered her eyes. Let me guess. She opened them and searched the landscape. Then she pointed to a white house with trees. A bright star shone above it. That's it, isn't it? Matthew smiled. Well now, you guessed it. Anne sighed happily. I knew it was home. Chapter 3. Marilla Cuthbert is surprised. Marilla walked quickly to the door when Matthew came in. But when she saw the girl standing there in her stiff, ugly dress, with long red braids and bright, eager eyes, she stopped in surprise. Matthew Cuthbert, who is this? She asked. Where is the boy? There was no boy, Matthew said unhappily. There was only her. He nodded toward the girl, realizing he had never even asked her name. No boy. But we asked Mrs. Spencer to bring a boy, Marilla said. Well, she didn't. She brought this girl instead. I asked the station master, and it was true. I couldn't leave her there alone, so I brought her home. This is a big mistake, Marilla said. While they spoke, the girl was silent. She looked from Matthew to Marilla, her happy expression fading. Suddenly, she seemed to understand what was happening. She dropped her little carpet bag, stepped forward, and clasped her hands together. You don't want me, she cried. You don't want me because I'm not a boy. I should have known. No one ever wants me. I should have known this was too good to be true. Oh, what will I do? I'm going to cry. And cry she did. She sat down at the table, hid her face in her arms, and sobbed loudly. Matthew and Marilla looked at each other across the room. Neither knew what to say. Finally, Marilla spoke. Well, well, there's no need to cry like that. Yes, there is, the girl said, lifting her tear-stained face. You would cry too if you were an orphan and thought you finally had a home, only to find out you weren't wanted. Oh, this is the saddest thing that has ever happened to me. For a moment, Marilla almost smiled, but she quickly became serious again. Well, don't cry anymore. We are not going to send you away tonight. You will stay here until we figure out what happened. What's your name? The girl hesitated. Please, can you call me Cordelia? She asked hopefully. Cordelia. Is that your name? No, but I would love to be called Cordelia. It's such a beautiful name. I don't understand. If that's not your name, then what is? The girl sighed. Anne Shirley, she said sadly. But please call me Cordelia. It doesn't really matter to you, does it? If I'm only staying here for a short time, it won't hurt to call me Cordelia. Nonsense, Marilla said. Anne is a good, sensible name. You shouldn't be ashamed of it. Oh, I'm not ashamed, Anne said. I just like Cordelia better. But if you must call me Anne, please spell it with an E. What difference does that make? Marilla asked. Oh, it makes a big difference. ANN looks plain and boring. But ANNE looks much nicer. Can't you imagine words in your head when you hear them? I can, and Anne with an E looks so much more special. Fine, Anne with an E, Marilla said. Now, can you tell us how this mistake happened? We asked for a boy. Oh, there were lots of boys at the orphanage, Anne explained. But Mrs. Spencer said you wanted a girl about 11 years old. The matron thought I would be perfect. I was so happy. I couldn't sleep last night because I was so excited. Oh, she added, looking at Matthew with sad eyes, why didn't you tell me at the station that you didn't want me? If I hadn't seen the white way of delight and the lake of shining waters, it wouldn't hurt so much. What is she talking about? Marilla asked, staring at Matthew. She's just talking about something we saw on the way home, Matthew said quickly. I'm going to put the horse away, Marilla. Have tea ready when I get back. Marilla turned back to Anne. Did Mrs. Spencer bring anyone else with her? She brought a little girl named Lily Jones for herself. Lily is 5 years old and very beautiful. She has brown hair. If I were beautiful with brown hair, would you keep me? No. We need a boy to help Matthew on the farm. A girl is no use to us. Take off your hat. I'll put it with your bag on the table. Anne obeyed quietly. When Matthew returned, they sat down to eat. But Anne could not eat. She picked at her food, barely taking a bite. You're not eating, Marilla said sharply. Anne sighed. I can't. I'm too sad. Can you eat when you're heartbroken? I don't know. I've never been heartbroken, Marilla said. Have you ever imagined being heartbroken? Anne asked. No, I haven't. Then you can't understand. When you're heartbroken, it feels like there's a lump in your throat and you can't swallow anything, not even chocolate. I had chocolate once, 2 years ago. It was delicious. I often dream of eating chocolate, but I always wake up before I get to taste it. Matthew finally spoke. She's probably tired. You should put her to bed, Marilla. Marilla thought about where Anne should sleep. The small room in the kitchen was meant for the expected boy, but it didn't seem right for a girl. The guest room was too nice for a child from an orphanage. So, she decided to put Anne in the east gable room. She lit a candle and led Anne upstairs. This is your room for now, she said. Anne looked around. The walls were white and bare. The floor had only a small, round rug. There was a tall, dark bed in the corner and a tiny table with a red velvet pincushion. A little mirror hung on the wall. Everything looked cold and serious. I suppose you have a nightgown? Marilla asked. Anne nodded. Yes, I have 2. They are very small because everything at the orphanage was small. I hate tiny nightgowns, but at least I can dream in them. Well, get ready for bed quickly. I'll take the candle when I come back. I don't trust you to put it out yourself. You might set the house on fire. After Marilla left, Anne changed into her nightgown and got into bed. She pulled the covers over her head and cried. When Marilla returned, Anne's clothes were scattered on the floor and the bed was messy. Marilla picked up the clothes and folded them neatly on a chair. Good night, she said. Anne suddenly lifted her face from the pillow. How can you call this a good night when it is the worst night of my life? She said tearfully. Then she disappeared under the covers again. Marilla sighed and went downstairs. She washed the dishes while Matthew sat quietly, smoking his pipe. He rarely smoked, but when he was deeply thinking, he did. "This is a big problem," Marilla said. "We should have gone to get the child ourselves. Now, we have to go to Mrs. Spencer tomorrow and send this girl back." "I suppose so," Matthew said slowly. "You suppose? Don't you know? Well, she's a nice little girl, Marilla. It would be a shame to send her back when she wants to stay so much." "Matthew Cuthbert, are you saying we should keep her?" "Well now, she's very interesting," Matthew said. "You should have heard her talk on the way home." "Oh, she talks too much. That's not a good thing. I don't want an orphan girl. She's not what I expected at all. No, she must go back." "I could hire a boy to help me," Matthew suggested. "And she would be good company for you." "I don't need company," Marilla said firmly. "I'm not keeping her." "Well now, it's your decision," Matthew said, putting out his pipe. "I'm going to bed." Marilla cleaned up the kitchen, still frowning. Meanwhile, in the little bedroom upstairs, a lonely and heartbroken girl cried herself to sleep. Chapter 4. Morning at Green Gables. Anne woke up in the morning and sat up in bed, blinking at the bright sunlight. The warm light filled the small room, and outside the window, something white moved gently in the breeze against the blue sky. For a moment, she forgot where she was. At first, she felt happy, then suddenly remembered the truth. This was Green Gables, and they didn't want her because she wasn't a boy. But it was morning, and outside her window was a cherry tree in full bloom. She jumped out of bed and ran to the window. The window was stiff, as if it hadn't been opened in a long time, but she pushed it up. She knelt down and looked outside, her eyes shining with joy. Everything was so beautiful. She decided to imagine that she was staying here forever. A big cherry tree grew close to the house, its branches tapping against the wall. It was covered in white blossoms. On both sides of the house were orchards, one full of apple trees and the other full of cherry trees, both covered in flowers. The ground below was sprinkled with yellow dandelions. In the garden, tall lilac bushes bloomed with purple flowers, their sweet smell drifting into the window. Beyond the garden, a green field stretched down to a small brook, surrounded by white birch trees. Ferns and moss grew along the edges, making it look like a magical place. Further in the distance, Anne could see a hill covered in tall spruce and fir trees. To the left, she saw large barns, and beyond them, far away, was a sparkling blue view of the sea. Anne took in everything eagerly, enjoying the beauty. She had seen so many dull and ugly places in her life, but this was more wonderful than anything she had ever imagined. She was lost in thought, dreaming about the world outside, when a hand touched her shoulder. Startled, she turned around. Marilla had entered the room quietly. "It's time to get dressed," Marilla said in a firm voice. Anne stood up and took a deep breath. "Oh, isn't it wonderful?" she said, waving her hands at the view outside. "It's a big tree," Marilla said. "It has a lot of flowers, but the cherries are always small and full of worms." "Oh, I don't just mean the tree. Everything is beautiful, the garden, the brook, the woods, the whole big world. Don't you feel like you just love everything on a morning like this? And the brook, it sounds so happy. Brooks always laugh, even in winter when they are under ice. I'm so glad there's a brook at Green Gables. Even if I have to leave, I will always remember that." Anne paused, then added, "I'm not as sad this morning as I was last night. Mornings always make things better, don't they? But I am still a little sad. I imagined I was staying here forever, and it made me happy. But the worst thing about imagining is that you have to stop." Marilla sighed. "You'd better get dressed and come downstairs. Breakfast is waiting. Wash your face, comb your hair, and leave the window open. Be quick." Anne nodded and got ready as fast as she could. She dressed neatly, braided her hair, washed her face, and went downstairs in 10 minutes. She felt proud that she had done everything Marilla asked, but she had forgotten to fold her blankets. "I'm very hungry this morning," Anne said as she sat at the table. "Last night, the world felt like a terrible place, but now it's not so bad. I love sunny mornings. But I also like rainy mornings. They make you wonder what will happen next. Every morning is interesting because you never know what will happen during the day." "For goodness sake, stop talking," Marilla said. "You talk too much." Anne obeyed immediately and fell silent. The room became so quiet that even Marilla found it strange. Matthew, as usual, said nothing, so breakfast passed with almost no conversation. Anne ate absent-mindedly, staring out the window with dreamy eyes. Marilla could tell that the girl was not really present. Her mind was far away in an imaginary world. It made Marilla feel uneasy. After breakfast, Anne suddenly spoke. "Can I wash the dishes?" "Do you know how to do it properly?" Marilla asked doubtfully. "I think so. But I'm better at looking after children. I've had lots of experience. It's a pity you don't have any children here for me to take care of." "I don't need any more children to look after." You're already enough trouble," Marilla said. "I don't know what to do with you." "Matthew is being ridiculous." "I think he's wonderful," Anne said. "He's so kind. He didn't mind when I talked a lot. I knew right away that he was a kindred spirit." "You're both strange, if that's what you mean," Marilla said. "Fine, you can wash the dishes. Use plenty of hot water and dry them well. After that, go upstairs and make your bed. Later, we're going to White Sands to see Mrs. Spencer and decide what to do with you." Anne washed the dishes carefully while Marilla watched. Then she went upstairs to make her bed. She struggled with the big, fluffy blankets, but she managed to finish. When she came back downstairs, Marilla told her, "You can go outside until lunchtime." Anne ran to the door, excited. But just before stepping out, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and sat down at the table with a sad expression. "What's wrong now?" Marilla asked. "I can't go outside," Anne said in a quiet voice. "If I go out and get to know the trees, the flowers, and the brook, I will love them too much. Then, when I have to leave, it will hurt even more. It's already hard enough. Everything is calling me, saying, 'Anne, come and play with us.' But I mustn't go. There's no point in loving things if you have to leave them, is there?" Marilla sighed. This child was impossible. Anne suddenly brightened. "What is the name of that geranium on the window?" "It's called an apple-scented geranium," Marilla answered. "Oh, I don't mean that kind of name. I mean, did you give it a special name?" "No." "Then can I name it?" "May I call it Bonnie?" "Please?" "Sure, if you want," Marilla said, shaking her head. "But why name a plant?" "Oh, everything should have a name. It makes them feel special. What if it makes the geranium sad to be just called geranium? People have names, so why not flowers?" Marilla muttered to herself as she went down to the cellar to get potatoes. "I've never seen a child like her. She is interesting, though, just like Matthew said. I wonder what she'll say next. She's already got Matthew under her spell. He didn't say anything this morning, but I could see it in his face." Anne sat quietly, staring at the sky, lost in thought. At lunchtime, Marilla turned to Matthew. "I'll take the buggy this afternoon and go to White Sands. I'll talk to Mrs. Spencer and arrange for Anne to go back to Nova Scotia." Matthew nodded but didn't say anything. He looked at Anne with sad eyes. Marilla noticed and frowned. Later, Matthew helped prepare the buggy. As Marilla and Anne got in, Matthew opened the gate and suddenly said, "Little Jerry Boat came by this morning. I told him I'd hire him to help on the farm this summer." Marilla didn't answer. Instead, she hit the horse with the whip harder than usual. The surprised horse took off quickly down the road. As they drove away, Marilla looked back and saw Matthew standing at the gate, watching them with a wistful expression. Chapter 5, Anne's History. Anne looked at Marilla and said, "I have decided to enjoy this ride. I think if you really decide to enjoy something, you usually can. But you have to decide firmly. I will not think about going back to the asylum. I will just think about the drive. Oh, look. There is a little wild rose. It is so pretty. Do you think it is happy to be a rose? I wish roses could talk. I am sure they would say beautiful things. And pink is such a lovely color. I love it, but I cannot wear it. People with red hair cannot wear pink. Have you ever known anyone with red hair that changed color when they grew up?" "No, I have not," Marilla said. "And I do not think it will happen to you." Anne sighed. "Well, there goes another hope. My life is a perfect graveyard of buried hopes. I read that in a book once. I say it to myself when I feel disappointed." "I do not see how that is comforting," Marilla said. "Because it sounds nice and romantic, like I am a heroine in a book. I love romantic things. A graveyard of hopes sounds very romantic, doesn't it? I am glad I have one. Are we going to the Lake of Shining Waters today?" "We are not going over Barry's Pond, if that is what you mean. We are taking the Shore Road." "Shore Road sounds nice," Anne said. "Is it as nice as it sounds?" When you said Shore Road, I saw a picture of it in my mind. And White Sands is a pretty name too, but I like Avonlea better. Avonlea sounds like music. How far is White Sands? It is 5 miles. Since you like to talk, why don't you tell me about yourself? Anne smiled. Oh, what I imagine about myself is much more interesting than what I know. No imaginings. Just facts. Where were you born, and how old are you? I turned 11 last March. I was born in Bolingbroke, Nova Scotia. My father's name was Walter Shirley. He was a teacher. My mother's name was Bertha Shirley. Aren't those lovely names? I am so happy my parents had nice names. It would be sad to have a father named Jedediah. A person's name does not matter as long as they behave well, Marilla said. Anne thought for a moment. I read that a rose by any other name would still smell sweet, but I do not believe it. A rose would not be as nice if it was called a thistle or a skunk cabbage. My father might have been a good man even if his name was Jedediah, but I think it would be hard. My mother was also a teacher. But when she married, she stopped teaching. They were very poor and lived in a tiny yellow house. I have never seen it, but I imagine it had honeysuckle, lilacs, and lilies of the valley. It must have had muslin curtains too. They make a house feel special. I was born there. Mrs. Thomas said I was a very ugly baby, tiny and thin, but my mother thought I was beautiful. A mother knows best, don't you think? Anne's voice grew sad. She died when I was 3 months old. My father died 4 days later. I was left an orphan, and no one knew what to do with me. Mrs. Thomas took me in, even though she was poor and had a drunken husband. I lived with them until I was 8 and helped take care of their children. Then Mr. Thomas died, and his mother took Mrs. Thomas and her children, but not me. I had nowhere to go. Then Mrs. Hammond took me because I could help with her children. She had twins 3 times. I like babies, but that was too much. After 2 years, Mr. Hammond died. Mrs. Hammond left, and no one wanted me. So, I went to the orphanage for 4 months. Then Mrs. Spencer came. Anne sighed. That is my story. Marilla asked, Did you go to school? A little. I went some when I lived with Mrs. Thomas, but when I lived with Mrs. Hammond, the school was too far away. I went while I was at the orphanage. I can read well and know many poems by heart. I love poetry that gives me shivers. Were Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Hammond good to you? Marilla asked. Anne hesitated. They tried to be. When people try to be kind, you do not mind too much when they are not always kind. It must be hard to have a drunken husband or so many twins. I think they meant well. Marilla said nothing. She felt sorry for Anne. The child had lived a hard life. Maybe it was wrong to send her back. Maybe she should stay. Marilla thought, she talks too much, but she is polite and ladylike. Her parents were probably good people. The road was quiet and beautiful. To one side, there were tall trees. On the other, red cliffs dropped down to the sea. The water was blue, and white birds flew above it. Anne sighed happily. The sea is so wonderful. Once, when I lived in Marysville, Mr. Thomas took us to the shore for a day. I loved every moment and dreamed about it for years. But this shore is even nicer. Look at those birds. Would you like to be a bird? I think I would. If I could not be a girl, I would love to wake up at sunrise, fly over the blue water, and then come home at night. Oh, what is that big house ahead? That is the White Sands Hotel. Many Americans come there in the summer. They love this shore. Anne's face fell. I was afraid it might be Mrs. Spencer's house. I do not want to get there. It will feel like the end of everything. Chapter 6. Marilla makes up her mind. They finally arrived at the right time. Mrs. Spencer lives in a big yellow house at White Sands Cove. She opened the door with a kind and surprised look. Dear, dear, she said, you are the last people I expected today. I am very happy to see you. Will you put your horse in? And how are you, Anne? I am fine, thank you, Anne said, without a smile. She looked very sad. Marilla said, I think we will stay a little to rest the mare. But I promised Matthew to be home early. The truth is, Mrs. Spencer, there is a mistake. I came to see it. Matthew and I asked you to bring us a boy from the asylum. We told your brother Robert that we wanted a boy who is 10 or 11 years old. Mrs. Spencer looked upset. Marilla Cuthbert, really? Robert told me, by his daughter Nancy, that you wanted a girl. Right, Flora Jane? She asked her daughter. Yes, Miss Cuthbert, Flora Jane said. Mrs. Spencer said, I am very sorry. I did my best. I thought I was following your message. Nancy is very careless. I often have to scold her. Marilla said, it is our fault. We should have come to you ourselves instead of sending a message. Now, can we send the child back to the asylum? I think they will take her back, will they not? Mrs. Spencer thought for a moment. I think so. But I do not believe we must send her back. Mrs. Peter Blewett was here yesterday. She said she wanted a little girl to help her. Mrs. Peter has a big family and needs help. Anne will be the perfect girl for her. I think it is a lucky chance. Marilla did not look happy. She did not like Mrs. Blewett. Marilla only knew Mrs. Blewett by sight. She is a small, strict woman with a very serious face. People say she works hard and is very strict with her servants and her children. Marilla did not want to give Anne to her. "I will go inside, and we will talk about this," Marilla said. Mrs. Spencer said excitedly, "If Mrs. Blewett is not coming right now, we can talk here. Please come into the parlor." They all went into the parlor. The room was very cold, as if the long, dark green blinds had taken away all the warmth. "Miss Cuthbert, please sit in the armchair. Anne, sit here on the ottoman and do not move. I will take your hats. Flora Jane, please go out and make some tea. Good afternoon, Mrs. Blewett. We were just saying how lucky we are that you came by. Let me introduce you, Mrs. Blewett. This is Miss Cuthbert. Please excuse me for a moment. I forgot to tell Flora Jane to take the buns out of the oven." Mrs. Spencer left quickly after she opened the blinds. Anne sat quietly on the ottoman with her hands in her lap. She looked at Mrs. Blewett with wonder. Anne felt a lump in her throat and her eyes hurt. She was afraid she might cry when Mrs. Spencer came back. Mrs. Spencer returned happy and confident. Mrs. Spencer said, "I think there is a mistake about this little girl, Mrs. Blewett. I thought Mr. and Miss Cuthbert wanted a little girl to adopt. But it seems they wanted a boy. So, if you still want a little girl like you said yesterday, I think she is right for you." Mrs. Blewett looked at Anne from head to toe. She asked, "How old are you and what is your name?" Anne said quietly, "My name is Anne Shirley and I am 11 years old." Mrs. Blewett said, You do not seem very big, but you are strong. I want you to be a good girl. You must help at home and earn your keep. I think I will take you from Miss Cuthbert. The baby is very difficult. I can take you home now." Marilla looked at Anne. Anne's pale face showed deep sadness, the sadness of a small, helpless child. Marilla felt very bad at the thought of giving Anne to Mrs. Blewett. Marilla said slowly, "I do not know. I did not say that, Matthew, and I would not keep you. Matthew wants to keep you. I only came to see how the mistake happened. I think I will take you home and talk with Matthew. I must decide with him. If we decide not to keep you, we will bring you to you tomorrow night. If we decide to keep you, you will stay with us. Is that okay, Mrs. Blewett?" Mrs. Blewett said, "I suppose it will have to be." While Marilla was speaking, Anne's face changed. Her sadness went away, and she looked full of hope. Her eyes became bright like the morning. Soon, when Mrs. Spencer and Mrs. Blewett went out to get a recipe Mrs. Blewett wanted to borrow, Anne ran quickly to Marilla. "Oh, Miss Cuthbert, did you really say that I can stay at Green Gables?" Anne whispered as if speaking too loud might break the happy dream. "Did you really say it, or did I only imagine it?" Marilla said in a strict voice, "Anne, you must learn to tell what is real and what is not." "Yes, I said that, but nothing is decided yet. Maybe Mrs. Blewett will take you, because she needs you more than I do." Anne said, "I would rather go back to the asylum than live with her. She looks very mean." Marilla tried not to smile. "A little girl like you should not speak badly about a lady or a stranger. Please go back, sit quietly, and be a good girl." Anne said softly, "I will try to be good if you keep me." That evening, when they returned to Green Gables, Matthew met them in the lane. Marilla saw him coming and knew he was curious. She was glad he saw that she had brought Anne back. Later, when they were in the yard behind the barn, milking the cows, Marilla told Matthew briefly what had happened with Anne and Mrs. Spencer. Matthew said, "I would not give Anne to that Blewett woman, even if I loved a dog." Marilla said, "I do not like her style either, but it is either that or we keep Anne. I have thought about it. I have never raised a child before, and I might not do a good job. But I will try my best. As far as I am concerned, you can keep her." Matthew looked very happy. I thought you would decide that, Marilla. Anne is very interesting. Marilla said it would be better if she is also useful. I will train her to help. And Matthew, do not try to change my ways. I may be an old maid, but I know more about raising a child than you. I will do it my way. When I fail, then you can help. Matthew said kindly, Okay, Marilla, do it your way. Just be kind to her and do not spoil her. I think if you love her, she can become a good girl. Marilla snorted a little and went off to the dairy with the pails. She thought, I will not tell her tonight that she can stay. She will be too excited to sleep. Marilla Cuthbert, you are in for a hard time. Who would have thought that you would adopt an orphan girl? It is very surprising. And even Matthew, who does not like little girls, will be part of this. We have decided to try, and only time will tell what happens. Chapter 7. Anne says her prayers. When Marilla took Anne to bed that night, she said in a firm voice, Anne, I saw last night that you threw your clothes on the floor. That is very messy, and I cannot allow it. When you take off any clothes, please fold them neatly and put them on the chair. I cannot have little girls who are not neat. I was very upset last night and did not think about my clothes, said Anne. I will fold them nicely tonight. We always did that at the asylum. But sometimes I forget, because I am in a hurry to get into bed and I start to imagine things. You must remember better if you stay here, said Marilla. Now, say your prayers and go to bed. I never say any prayers, Anne announced. Marilla looked very surprised. What do you mean, Anne? Did no one teach you to say your prayers? God always wants little girls to say their prayers. Don't you know who God is? Anne replied, God is a spirit, infinite, eternal and unchangeable in his being, wisdom, power, holiness, justice, goodness, and truth. Marilla felt a bit better. So you know something, thank goodness. You are not completely lost. Where did you learn that? Oh, at the Asylum Sunday School. They taught us the whole catechism. I liked it very much. Some of the words are very fine. Infinite, eternal and unchangeable sounds grand. It is like a big organ playing. It is not exactly poetry, but it sounds like it, doesn't it? We are not talking about poetry, Anne. We are talking about saying your prayers. Do you know that it is very wrong not to say your prayers every night? I think you are a very bad little girl. You would find it easier to be bad than good if you had red hair, Anne said sadly. People without red hair do not know what trouble is. Mrs. Thomas told me that God made my hair red on purpose, and I haven't cared about him since. Also, I am always too tired at night to say my prayers. People who take care of twins cannot be expected to say their prayers. Do you think they can? Marilla decided that she must begin Anne's religious training right away. There was no time to waste. You must say your prayers while you are here, Anne. Of course, if you want me to, said Anne cheerfully. I will do anything to please you. But please tell me what to say this time. After I get into bed, I will think of a nice prayer to say every time. I think it will be interesting now that I think about it. You must kneel down, said Marilla, feeling a little embarrassed. Anne knelt at Marilla's knee and looked up very seriously. Why must people kneel to pray? If I really wanted to pray, I would go out into a big field or into the deep woods and look up into the sky, so blue it seems endless. And then I would just feel a prayer. Well, I am ready. What should I say? Marilla felt even more embarrassed. She had planned to teach Anne the simple prayer, Now I lay me down to sleep. But then she thought that this simple prayer was not right for Anne. Anne was a freckled girl who did not really know or care about God's love, because she had not learned it from people who cared for her. "You are old enough to pray for yourself, Anne," she said at last. "Just thank God for your blessings and ask Him humbly for the things you want." "Well, I will try my best," promised Anne, putting her face in Marilla's lap. "Gracious Heavenly Father, that is the way the ministers say it in church. So I think it is all right in a private prayer, isn't it?" she said, looking up for a moment. "Gracious Heavenly Father, I thank Thee for the white way of delight, and the lake of shining waters and Bonnie and the Snow Queen. I am very grateful for them. And that is all I can think of to thank Thee for now. There are many things I want, so I will only say the two most important. Please let me stay at Green Gables, and please let me be good-looking when I grow up. I remain. Anne Shirley. Did I do all right?" Anne asked eagerly as she got up. "I could have made it even prettier if I had more time to think." Poor Marilla almost felt too tired to stand. She remembered that Anne was not being disrespectful, but was just not taught well about prayers. She tucked Anne into bed and promised herself that she would teach Anne a proper prayer the very next day. As she left the room with the light, Anne called her back. "I just thought of something. I should have said Amen at the end instead of yours respectfully like the ministers do. I forgot, but I felt a prayer should end with something. Do you think it makes a difference?" "I don't think it will," said Marilla. "Now go to sleep like a good child. Good night." "I can say good night tonight with a clear conscience," said Anne, snuggling into her pillows. Marilla went to the kitchen, placed the candle on the table, and glared at Matthew. "Matthew Cuthbert, it is time someone adopted that child and taught her something. She is nearly a complete heathen. Can you believe she never said a prayer in her life until tonight? I will call the manse tomorrow and borrow the Peep of the Day books. And she will go to Sunday school as soon as I can get her proper clothes made. I see that I will have a lot of work to do. Well, we cannot go through life without our troubles. I have had an easy life so far, but now my time has come, and I suppose I must do my best." Chapter 8. Anne's bringing up is begun. For her own reasons, Marilla did not tell Anne that she must stay at Green Gables until the next afternoon. In the morning, Marilla kept Anne busy with small jobs. She watched her closely. By noon, Marilla saw that Anne was smart, obedient, and quick to learn. But Anne sometimes daydreamed and forgot what she was doing until someone reminded her. After Anne finished washing the dinner dishes, she suddenly looked at Marilla with a very serious face. Her small body shook a little, her face became red, and her eyes grew very big. She held her hands tightly and said in a pleading voice, "Oh, please, Miss Cuthbert, will you tell me if you are going to send me away? I have waited all morning, and I cannot stand not knowing. It feels terrible. Please tell me." Marilla said in a firm voice, "You did not heat the dishcloth in hot water as I told you. Go do that before you ask more questions, Anne." Anne went and did as she was told. Then she came back and looked at Marilla with big, pleading eyes. Marilla sighed. "I suppose I must tell you. Matthew and I have decided to keep you, if you will be a good little girl and show that you are thankful. Now, what is the matter?" "I am crying," Anne said, confused. "I do not know why. I am very happy, more than happy. I was happy about the white way and the cherry blossoms, but this is even more. I am so happy. I will try very hard to be good. Mrs. Thomas said I was very wicked, but I will do my best. But please, can you tell me why I am crying?" Marilla said, "I think you are too excited and upset. Sit on that chair and try to calm down. I worry that you cry and laugh too easily. Yes, you can stay here. You must go to school, but vacation is only 2 weeks away. So, It is not worth starting school now until it opens again in September. What should I call you? Asked Anne. Should I always say Miss Cuthbert? Can I call you Aunt Marilla? No, you must call me Marilla. I do not like to be called Miss Cuthbert. That makes me nervous. It sounds a bit rude to just say Marilla, Anne said. If you speak with respect, it is not rude. Everyone in Avonlea calls me Marilla. Only the minister calls me Miss Cuthbert when he thinks of it. I would love to call you Aunt Marilla, Anne said sadly. I never had an aunt or any family, not even a grandmother. It would make me feel like I belong to you. Can't I call you Aunt Marilla? No. I am not your aunt and I do not believe in using names that are not yours. But we could pretend you are my aunt. I could not, Marilla said firmly. Do you never imagine things differently from how they really are? Anne asked with wide eyes. No. Anne took a deep breath. Oh, Miss Marilla, I miss you so much. Marilla answered, I do not believe in imagining things that are not real. When the Lord gives us our life, He does not want us to change it in our minds. Now, go into the sitting room, Anne. Make sure your feet are clean and do not let any flies in. Bring me the card from the mantelpiece. The card has the Lord's Prayer on it. This afternoon, you will learn it by heart. And no more strange praying like I heard last night. Anne said, I know I was awkward. I never had practice. You cannot expect someone to pray well the first time, can you? I even made a long, almost minister-like, poetic prayer in bed. But when I woke up, I could not remember a single word. I am afraid I will never think of another one as good. Things never seem as good when I think of them a second time. Have you ever noticed that? Marilla said sharply, Anne, when I tell you to do something, you must do it right away. Do not stand and talk about it. Just do as I say. Anne went quickly to the sitting room. She did not return. After waiting 10 minutes, Marilla put down her knitting and went after her with a stern face. She found Anne standing very still in front of a picture on the wall between two windows. The light from outside shone on Anne, and she looked as if she were in a dream. Anne, what are you thinking about? Marilla asked sharply. Startled, Anne came back to the room. Pointing to the picture, a bright picture called Christ Blessing Little Children, and said, I was just imagining that I was one of these children. I imagined I was the little girl in the blue dress, standing alone in a corner like I do. She looks lonely and sad, don't you think? I think she had no father or mother. But she wanted a blessing too, so she came close, hoping no one would notice her, except him. I know how she felt. Her heart must have beat fast and her hands become cold, like mine did when I asked if I could stay. She was afraid he might not notice her. But maybe he did, don't you think? I kept imagining her coming closer until she was right next to him. Then he would look at her and gently touch her hair, and she would feel a great joy. But I wish the artist had not painted him looking so sad. All his pictures look like that, if you have noticed. I do not believe he could really look so sad, or the children would be afraid of him. Marilla said, Anne, you should not talk like that. It is disrespectful. Anne's eyes grew wide. But I felt very respectful. I do not mean to be disrespectful. Marilla replied, I do not think you meant it, but it does not sound right to speak so casually about such things. And another thing, Anne, when I send you for something, you must bring it back immediately. Do not start daydreaming about pictures. Now, take that card and come back to the kitchen. Sit in the corner and learn that prayer by heart. Anne put the card next to the vase of apple blossoms she had brought to decorate the dinner table. Marilla looked at the flowers strangely, but said nothing. Anne rested her chin on her hands and studied the card quietly for several minutes. At last, Anne said, "I like this prayer. It is beautiful. I have heard it before. I heard the head of the asylum Sunday school say it once. But I did not like it then. He had a broken voice and he said it very sadly. I felt he thought praying was a hard duty. This is not poetry, but it makes me feel like poetry does. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name sounds like a line of music. Oh, I am so glad you made me learn this, Miss Marilla." Marilla said shortly, "Learn it and be quiet." Anne gently tipped the vase so that she could give a soft kiss to one pink apple blossom. Then she studied the prayer some more. After a while, Anne asked, "Marilla, do you think I will ever have a very close friend here in Avonlea?" What do you mean by a close friend?" "A close friend is someone very dear. A friend with whom I can share my deepest thoughts. I have dreamed of meeting such a friend all my life. I did not really believe it would happen, but many of my happiest dreams have come true. Do you think it is possible?" Marilla answered, "Diana Barry lives at Orchard Slope, and she is about your age. She is a very nice girl. Maybe she can be your playmate when she comes home. She is visiting her aunt at Carmody now. But you must be careful. Mrs. Barry is very strict. She will not let Diana play with any girl who is not good." Anne looked at Marilla through the apple blossoms. Her eyes shone with interest. "What is Diana like?" "Her hair is not red, is it?" "I have red hair, and I would not like my best friend to have red hair." Marilla said, "Diana is a pretty little girl. She has black eyes and black hair and rosy cheeks. She is good and smart, and that is better than just being pretty." Marilla liked to teach good morals to children, but Anne did not pay much attention to that. She thought only of the happy ideas in her mind. "Oh, I am so glad she is pretty. I wish I could be beautiful too, but that is impossible for me. It would be wonderful to have a beautiful best friend. When I lived with Mrs. Thomas, she had a bookcase with glass doors in her sitting room. There were no books in it. Mrs. Thomas kept her best china and preserves there. One of the doors was broken. Mr. Thomas broke it one night when he was a little drunk. But the other door was whole. I used to pretend that my reflection in that door was another little girl who lived inside. I called her Katie Maurice, and we were very close. I talked to her for hours on Sundays and told her everything. Katie was my comfort. I pretended that the bookcase was magic and that if I knew the magic words, I could open the door and step into the room where Katie lived instead of into Mrs. Thomas's shelves of china and preserves. Then Katie would take my hand and lead me to a wonderful place full of flowers, sunshine, and fairies, and we would live there happily ever after. When I went to live with Mrs. Hammond, it broke my heart to leave Katie Maurice. I know she was sad too, because she cried when she kissed me goodbye through the bookcase door. There was no bookcase at Mrs. Hammond's. But just up the river, there is a small green valley where a lovely echo lives. It repeats every word you say, even if you whisper. I imagined that the echo was a little girl named Violetta, and that we were great friends. I loved her almost as much as I loved Katie Maurice, almost, but not quite. The night before I went to the asylum, I said goodbye to Violetta. Her goodbye was so sad. I became so attached to her that I could not imagine having a best friend at the asylum, even if I could. Marilla said dryly, "I think it is better that you did not have such a friend at the asylum. You seem to believe your own stories too much. It is best for you to have a real friend to help clear your head. But do not let Mrs. Barry hear you talk about your Katie Maurices and your Violettas, or she will think you are telling tall tales." Anne said, "Oh, I will not tell everyone. Their memories are too special. but I wanted you to know. Look, there is a big bee that has just come out of an apple blossom. Imagine what a lovely place it would be to live inside an apple blossom. If I were not a human girl, I think I would like to be a bee and live with the flowers. Yesterday, you said you wanted to be a seagull, Marilla said, sniffing. I think you changed your mind too quickly. I told you to learn that prayer and not to talk. But it seems you cannot stop talking when someone listens. Now, go to your room and learn the prayer. Anne said, I know almost all of it. Only the last line is missing. Marilla said, never mind. Go to your room, finish learning it well, and stay there until I call you to help me with tea. Can I take the apple blossoms with me for company? Anne asked sadly. No, you do not want your room full of flowers. You should have left them on the tree. Anne replied, I did feel a little sorry about that. I did not want to make the flowers' lives shorter by picking them. I would not like it if I were an apple blossom. But the temptation was too strong. What do you do when you face a strong temptation? Anne, did you hear me tell you to go to your room? Marilla said. Anne sighed, went to the east gable, and sat in a chair by the window. There, I know the prayer. I learned the last sentence when I came upstairs. Now I will imagine wonderful things in this room, so that they stay real in my mind. I imagine a white velvet carpet with pink roses, pink silk curtains at the windows, and gold and silver tapestries on the walls. I imagine fine mahogany furniture. I have never seen mahogany, but it sounds so luxurious. I see a couch with many beautiful cushions in pink, blue, crimson, and gold, and I am lying on it gracefully. I can see my reflection in a big, splendid mirror on the wall. I imagine that I am tall and graceful, wearing a white lace gown with a pearl cross on my chest and pearls in my hair. My hair is as dark as midnight, and my skin is smooth like ivory. I imagine my name is Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald. No, that does not seem real. She walked to a small mirror and looked at her freckled face and serious grey eyes. You are only Anne of Green Gables, she said seriously. I see you just as you are now, whenever I try to imagine I am Lady Cordelia. But it is a million times nicer to be Anne of Green Gables than to be Anne of Nowhere. She leaned forward, kissed her reflection gently, and went to the open window. Dear Snow Queen, good afternoon. And good afternoon, dear birch trees in the hollow. And good afternoon, dear grey house on the hill. I wonder if Diana will be my best friend. I hope she will, and I will love her very much. But I must not forget Katie Maurice and Violetta. They would be hurt if I did, and I would not like to hurt anyone's feelings, not even a little bookcase girl's or a little echo girl's. I must remember them and send them a kiss every day. Anne blew a few light kisses from her fingertips past the cherry blossoms. Then, with her chin in her hands, she drifted away in a sea of daydreams. Chapter 9. Mrs. Rachel Lynde is properly horrified. Anne had been at Green Gables for 2 weeks when Mrs. Lynde came to see her. Mrs. Rachel Lynde had been sick for a long time with a bad flu and could not leave her house until her doctor said it was safe. She did not often get sick and did not like people who did, but she said that this flu was very special and a visit from Providence. As soon as she felt well enough, she hurried to Green Gables. She was very curious to see Matthew and Marilla's new orphan, about whom many stories were told in Avonlea. During those 2 weeks, Anne used every moment well. She learned the names of all the trees and bushes around the house. She discovered a lane that began below the apple orchard and went through a wood. She explored it and found a little brook with a bridge, a small forest of fir trees, wild cherry trees, ferns in thick groups, and paths lined with maples and mountain ashes. She also found a beautiful spring in a little hollow. The spring was very clear and cold. Around it were smooth red stones and big clumps of water ferns. Beyond the spring, there was a log bridge over the brook. That log bridge led Anne's dancing feet up a wooded hill. There the light was soft under the tall firs and spruces. The only flowers, there were many small June bells and some pale starflowers. Fine, silvery threads seemed to shine among the trees, and the fir branches looked as if they were whispering. Anne made all these happy discoveries during the few moments she had for play. She told Matthew and Marilla about her adventures, even if they could not hear every word. Matthew always smiled in silence. Marilla let her talk until she became too interested. Then she quickly told Anne to be quiet. Anne was in the orchard when Mrs. Rachel came. Mrs. Rachel walked slowly through the soft, green grass in the warm evening sunshine. This gave her time to tell Marilla all about her sickness. She described every ache and pulse with much detail. Marilla even thought that the flu must have some good points. When Mrs. Rachel finished, she said the real reason she had come. "I have heard some surprising things about you and Matthew," said Mrs. Rachel. Marilla answered, "I am still surprised too, but I am getting used to it." Mrs. Rachel said, "It was too bad there was a mistake. Couldn't you have sent her back?" Marilla replied, "I suppose we could have, but we decided not to." Matthew took a liking to her. "And I must say, I like her too, even if she is not perfect. The house is already different. She is a very bright little girl." Marilla said more than she meant to, and she saw disapproval on Mrs. Rachel's face. "It is a great responsibility you have taken on," said Mrs. Rachel sadly. "You have no experience with children. You do not know much about her nature, and you cannot guess how a child like that will grow. But I do not want to discourage you, Marilla." Marilla answered dryly, "I am not discouraged. When I decide on something, I stick to it. I suppose you would like to see Anne. I will call her in." Soon, Anne ran into the room. Her face shone with joy from her adventures in the orchard. But when she saw the stranger, she stopped at the door, feeling shy and confused. Anne looked a little odd in her short, tight dress from the asylum. Her thin legs looked too long. Her freckles were even more obvious, and her hatless hair was messy in the wind. It looked redder than ever. Mrs. Rachel Lynde said very firmly, "Well, they did not choose you for your looks, that is for sure. You are very skinny and plain, Marilla. Come here, child, let me look at you. Goodness! I have never seen so many freckles. And hair as red as carrots. Come here, child." Anne came forward, but not in the way Mrs. Rachel expected. With one quick step, she crossed the kitchen floor and stood before Mrs. Rachel. Her face turned red with anger, her lips trembled, and her whole body shook. "I hate you," she cried in a choked voice, stamping her foot. "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you." With each word, her stamp became louder. "How dare you call me skinny and ugly? How dare you say I am freckled and red-headed? You are a rude, unkind, and unfeeling woman." "Anne," cried Marilla in alarm. But Anne kept facing Mrs. Rachel, her head held high, eyes burning with anger, and her hands clenched tight. "How dare you say such things about me?" she shouted. "How would you feel if someone said you were fat and clumsy and had no imagination? I do not care if I hurt your feelings. I hope I hurt them. You have hurt mine more than anything, even more than Mrs. Thomas' husband when he was drunk. And I will never forgive you for it." "Stamp! Stamp!" Mrs. Rachel gasped. Has anyone ever seen such a temper? "Anne, go to your room and stay there until I come for you," said Marilla, finding it hard to speak. Anne burst into tears, ran to the hall, slammed the door so hard that the metal on the porch rattled, and ran upstairs like a whirlwind. A quiet sound above told Marilla that the east gable door was closed very firmly. Mrs. Rachel said, "I do not envy you the job of dealing with that, Marilla." Marilla opened her mouth to say something about apologies, but then she was surprised by her own words. "You should not have spoken about her looks, Rachel." Mrs. Rachel looked shocked. "Marilla Cuthbert, you do not mean you support her showing such a terrible temper, do you?" "No," said Marilla slowly. "I am not trying to excuse her. She has been very naughty, and I must speak to her about it. But we must understand that she has never been taught what is right. And you were too hard on her, Rachel." Marilla could not help saying that last part. Mrs. Rachel got up with a proud, hurt air. "Well, I see that I must be very careful what I say now, Marilla, since the feelings of orphans must be considered. I am not angry. I am too sorry for you to feel anger. You will have your own troubles with that child. But if you will take my advice, which I suppose you will not, even though I have raised 10 children and lost 2, use a good birch switch when you talk to her. I think that will work best. Her temper is as wild as her hair. Good evening, Marilla. I hope you will come see me again soon. But I cannot visit here quickly if I risk being shouted at and insulted. This is new for me." Then Mrs. Rachel left quickly, and Marilla went to the east gable with a very serious face. On her way upstairs, Marilla thought about what to do next. She was unhappy about what had just happened. It was very sad that Anne had shown such a temper in front of Mrs. Rachel Lynde. Marilla also felt a painful shame. How could she punish Anne? The idea of using a birch switch, which all of Mrs. Rachel's children had known, did not seem right to Marilla. She did not believe she could whip a child. No, she must find another way to show and that her behavior was very wrong. Marilla found Anne lying face down on her bed, crying hard, not noticing the muddy boots on a clean quilt. "Anne," she said gently. There was no answer. "Anne," she said more firmly, "get off the bed now and listen to me." Anne got off the bed and sat stiffly on a chair beside it. Her face was red and swollen with tears, and she stared stubbornly at the floor. "This is not good behavior, Anne. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" She had no right to call me ugly and red-headed, and answered, still defiant. "You had no right to shout at her like that. I was very ashamed of you. I wanted you to be polite to Mrs. Lynde. Instead, you have disgraced me. I do not know why you lost your temper, just because she said you were red-headed and plain. You say it yourself often. But there is a big difference between saying something yourself and hearing it from someone else," cried Anne. "I know what I am like, but I do not want other people to think it too. I suppose you think I have a terrible temper, but I could not help it." When she said those things, something inside me rose up and choked me. I had to shout. "Well, you made a very bad display," said Marilla. "Mrs. Lynde will have a story about you everywhere. It was very wrong for you to lose your temper like that. Imagine how you would feel if someone told you that you were fat and clumsy," pleaded Anne through her tears. Then Marilla remembered something from her own childhood. When she was very little, one aunt had said, "What a pity, she is such a dark, plain little thing." Marilla was hurt by those words for many years. "I do not say that I think Mrs. Lynde was completely right," Anne, Marilla said softly. "Rachel is very outspoken. But that is not an excuse for your behavior. She was a stranger, an older person, and my visitor. These are 3 very good reasons to be respectful. You were rude and impertinent, and you have disgraced me. You must go to her and tell her you are very sorry for your temper and ask for her forgiveness." "I can never do that," said Anne sadly and firmly. "You can punish me in any way you like, Marilla. You can lock me in a dark, damp room with snakes and toads and give me only bread and water. I will not complain. But I cannot tell Mrs. Lynde that I am sorry. I am not sorry. I am sorry that I have upset you, but I am glad I told her what I felt. I cannot say I am sorry when I do not feel it. I cannot even imagine being sorry. Marilla said, "We do not lock people in dark dungeons, Anne. But you must apologize to Mrs. Lynde, and you will stay in your room until you are ready to do so." "I will have to stay here forever," said Anne sadly, "because I cannot tell Mrs. Lynde I am sorry for what I said." "How can I? I am not sorry. I am sorry that I have upset you, but I am glad I told her. It gives me satisfaction. I cannot be sorry when I am not." "Maybe your imagination will change by morning," said Marilla as she got ready to leave. "You will have the night to think about your actions and feel better. You said you would try to be a very good girl if we kept you at Green Gables, but tonight you have not acted that way." Marilla left this harsh message with a heavy heart. She went down to the kitchen, very troubled and upset. She was angry with herself and with Anne. When she remembered the surprised look on Mrs. Rachel's face, her lips twitched as if she wanted to laugh. But she knew that was not right. Chapter 10. Anne's Apology. That evening, Marilla said nothing to Matthew about what happened. But the next morning, when Anne still refused to come to breakfast, Marilla had to explain her absence. She told Matthew the whole story and made sure he understood how serious Anne's behavior had been. Matthew tried to comfort her. "It's a good thing Rachel Lynde finally put her foot down. She is such a busybody." Marilla frowned. "Matthew Cuthbert, I am surprised at you. You know Anne's behavior was terrible, and yet you take her side. Next you will say she should not be punished at all." "Now, no, not exactly," said Matthew, a bit uneasy. "I think she should be punished a little. But don't be too hard on her, Marilla. Remember, she has never had anyone to teach her right from wrong. You are going to feed her, aren't you? When have you ever heard of me starving anyone to make them behave?" Marilla replied angrily. "She will have her meals on time, and I will carry them to her. But she must stay in her room until she is ready to apologize to Mrs. Lynde, and that is final, Matthew." Breakfast, dinner, and supper passed very quietly because Anne still refused to come out. After each meal, Marilla took a full tray of food up to the east gable. When she brought the tray back, it did not look much lighter. Matthew watched its return with worry. Had Anne eaten anything at all? That evening, when Marilla went out to bring in the cows, Matthew, who was hanging around the barns, quietly slipped into the house and crept upstairs. Usually, Matthew moved between the kitchen and his small bedroom off the hall. Sometimes he went into the parlor when the minister came for tea. But he had not been upstairs in his own house since the spring when he helped Marilla paper the spare bedroom 4 years ago. He tiptoed along the hall and stood for several minutes outside the east gable door. Finally, he gathered the courage to knock softly and then opened the door to peek inside. There Anne sat on a yellow chair by the window. She was looking sadly out into the garden. She looked very small and unhappy, and Matthew's heart hurt. He quietly closed the door and walked over to her. "Anne," he whispered as if he were afraid someone would hear, "how are you holding up?" Anne gave a weak smile. "Pretty well. I imagine many things, and that helps pass the time. It is a bit lonely, though. But I suppose I must get used to it." Anne smiled again and faced the long, lonely hours ahead. Matthew remembered he must say what he had come to say before Marilla returned. "Well now, Anne, don't you think you'd better do it and get it over with?" he whispered. "You must apologize soon. Marilla is a very determined woman. She won't let this go. Do it now and be done with it." "Do you mean apologize to Mrs. Lynde?" asked Anne. "Yes, apologize. Just smooth things over, so to speak. That is what I mean. Anne thought for a moment. I suppose I could do it to make you happy. I must say I am sorry now. I was not sorry last night. I was very angry, and I stayed angry all night. I woke up 3 times, still furious. But this morning, the anger was gone. I felt so ashamed. Yet, I just could not think of going to tell Mrs. Lynde. It would be too humiliating. I decided I would rather stay in my room forever than do that. But still, I will do it for you, if you really want me to. Of course I do, said Matthew eagerly. It is very lonely downstairs without you. Just go and smooth things over. That is a good girl. Very well, said Anne with resignation. I will tell Marilla as soon as she comes that I have repented. That is right, just do that, Anne. But don't tell Marilla I said anything about it. She might think I am interfering, and I promised not to. Wild horses will not drag the secret from me, Anne promised seriously. How could wild horses drag a secret from anyone? Then Matthew quickly left, feeling nervous about his own success. He went away to the far corner of the horse pasture so Marilla would not suspect what he had done. When Marilla returned to the house, she was pleased to hear a soft voice calling, "Marilla," from near the banisters. "Well," she said, entering the hall. "I am sorry I lost my temper and said rude things, and I am ready to go and tell Mrs. Lynde that I am sorry." "Very well." Marilla's tone was still strict. She had been wondering what she would do if Anne did not give in. "I will take you down after milking." After milking, Marilla and Anne walked down the lane together. Marilla walked stiffly and proudly, while Anne looked sad and dejected. But halfway down the lane, Anne's sadness seemed to vanish. She lifted her head and walked lightly, looking at the sunset. She even seemed a bit happy. Marilla did not like this change. Anne was not the meek, penitent child she expected to present to Mrs. Lynde. "What are you thinking about, Anne?" Marilla asked sharply. "I am thinking about what to say to Mrs. Lynde," Anne answered dreamily. That was acceptable, or so Marilla thought. Yet, Marilla could not shake the feeling that her plan for punishment was not working right. Anne looked too happy and full of ideas. Soon they reached Mrs. Lynde's house. Mrs. Lynde sat by her kitchen window, knitting. The happy look on Anne's face disappeared, and she now looked very sad and full of regret. Before anyone could speak, Anne suddenly dropped to her knees before the surprised Mrs. Lynde and held out her hands, pleading. "Oh, Mrs. Lynde, I am very, very sorry," she said with a trembling voice. "I cannot say all my sorrow even if I used a whole dictionary. You must imagine it. I behaved terribly to you, and I have disgraced my dear friends, Matthew and Marilla, who let me stay at Green Gables even though I am not a boy. I am a very wicked and ungrateful girl, and I deserve to be punished and cast out by respectable people forever. It was very wrong of me to fly into a temper, because you told the truth. Every word you said was true. My hair is red and I am freckled, skinny, and ugly. What I said to you was true, too, but I should not have said it. Oh, Mrs. Lynde, please, please forgive me. If you do not forgive me, I will be sad all my life, even if I have a terrible temper. Oh, I am sure you would not do that. Please say you forgive me, Mrs. Lynde." Anne bowed her head and waited for Mrs. Lynde's reply. There was no doubt that Anne was sincere. Marilla and Mrs. Lynde both heard it in her voice. But Marilla was troubled. She realized that Anne seemed to enjoy this deep humiliation, a pleasure in being completely abashed. Where was the proper punishment Marilla had planned? Instead, Anne had turned her apology into a kind of delight. Good Mrs. Lynde, who was not very perceptive, did not notice this. She only saw that Anne had made a very complete apology, and all her anger melted away. There, get up, child," said Mrs. Lynde kindly. Of course I forgive you. I guess I was a little too hard on you, anyway. I have always been very outspoken. You must not mind me. It cannot be denied that your hair is very red, but I once knew a girl, went to school with her, whose hair was just as red when she was young, and when she grew up it turned a handsome auburn. I would not be surprised if yours did too, not a bit. Oh, Mrs. Lynde. Anne sighed deeply as she rose. You have given me hope. I will always think of you as a kind helper. I could bear anything if I believed my hair would turn a handsome auburn when I grew up. It would be so much easier to be good if my hair were a handsome auburn, don't you think? And now, may I go out into your garden and sit on that bench under the apple trees while you and Marilla talk? There is so much room for my imagination out there. All right, go along, child. You can also pick some white June lilies over in the corner if you like, Mrs. Lynde said. After Anne went inside, Mrs. Lynde got up quickly to light a lamp. She is a very odd little thing. Take this chair, Marilla. It is easier than the one you use. I keep that one for the hired boy. Yes, she is odd, but there is something very appealing about her. I am not as surprised or as sorry as I was before about you and Matthew keeping her. She may turn out all right. Of course, she speaks in a very strange way, quite forcefully, you know, but she will probably get over that now that she lives among well-behaved people. And her temper is very quick. She gets angry and then cools down fast, so she is unlikely to be sly or deceitful. I would rather not have a sly child. On the whole, Marilla, I kind of like her. Later that day, when Marilla went home and came out from the fragrant twilight of the orchard carrying a small bunch of white narcissi, I apologized very well, didn't I? Anne said proudly as they walked down the lane. I thought that since I had to do it, I might as well do it thoroughly. You did it thoroughly enough, Marilla said. Marilla felt a little like laughing at the memory. She also felt that she should scold Anne for apologizing so well. Finally, she said very seriously, I hope you will not have to make many more apologies. I hope you try to control your temper now, Anne. That would be easier if people did not tease me about my looks, Anne said with a sigh. I do not get angry about other things, but I am so tired of being teased about my hair. It makes me boil over. Do you really think my hair will turn a handsome auburn when I grow up? You should not worry so much about your looks, Anne. I am afraid you are a very vain little girl. How can I be vain when I know I am plain? Protested Anne. I love pretty things, and I hate to see anything that is not pretty in the mirror. It makes me feel so sad, just as I feel when I see something ugly. I pity it because it is not beautiful. Handsome is as handsome does, Marilla said. I have heard that before, but I still have my doubts, Anne replied skeptically, sniffing at her narcissi. Oh, aren't these flowers sweet? It was very nice of Mrs. Lynde to give them to me. I do not feel angry with Mrs. Lynde now. It feels nice to apologize and be forgiven, doesn't it? Aren't the stars bright tonight? If you could live in one, which one would you choose? I would like that big, clear star over there above that dark hill. Anne, hold your tongue, said Marilla, very tired from following Anne's wandering thoughts. Anne said nothing more until they turned onto their own lane. A gentle, playful wind came down the lane, carrying the spicy scent of young, dewy ferns. In the distance, a warm light shone through the trees from the kitchen at Green Gables. Suddenly, Anne came close to Marilla and slipped her hand into Marilla's hard palm. It is lovely to be going home and know it is home, Anne said softly. I love Green Gables already, and I have never loved any other place before. No place has ever felt like home. Oh, Marilla, I am so happy. I could pray right now and not find it hard. At that moment, Something warm and pleasant filled Marilla's heart at the touch of a small hand, perhaps the feeling of a mother she had long missed. This strange, sweet feeling disturbed her. She quickly tried to return to her normal calm by offering a moral. If you will be a good girl, you will always be happy, Anne. And you should never find it hard to say your prayers. Saying one's prayers is not exactly the same as praying, Anne said thoughtfully. But I am going to imagine that I am the wind blowing up in those treetops. When I get tired of the trees, I will imagine I am gently waving among the ferns, and then I will fly over to Mrs. Lynde's garden and make the flowers dance, and then I will swoop over the clover field, and then I will blow over the lake of shining waters and make little sparkling waves. Oh, there is so much room for imagination in the wind. So I will not talk any more now, Marilla. Thanks be to goodness for that, Marilla said with a sigh of relief. Chapter 11. Anne's Impressions of Sunday School. Well, how do you like them? Asked Marilla. Anne stood in the gable room and looked seriously at 3 new dresses spread out on the bed. One dress was made of snuffy-coloured gingham that Marilla almost bought from a peddler last summer because it looked useful. One was made of black and white checkered sateen that Marilla got at a bargain counter in the winter. The last was a stiff, printed, ugly blue dress that she had bought that week in a comedy store. Anne had sewn them herself. They were all very plain. Each had a plain skirt, a simple waist, and plain, tight sleeves. I'll imagine that I like them, said Anne in a sober voice. I don't want you to imagine it. Marilla said, offended. I can see you do not like the dresses. What is wrong with them? Aren't they neat, clean, and new? Yes, Anne answered. Then why don't you like them? They are not pretty, Anne said reluctantly. Pretty. Marilla sniffed. I did not worry about getting pretty dresses for you. I do not believe in spoiling you with fancy things. These dresses are good, sensible, and useful. There are no extra frills on them, and these are all you will have this summer. The brown gingham and the blue print will be fine for school. The sateen is for church and Sunday school. I expect you to keep them neat and clean and not tear them. I should think you would be happy to have something better than those skimpy, wincey things you have been wearing. Oh, I am grateful, Anne protested. But I would be even more grateful if you made one with puffed sleeves. Puffed sleeves are very fashionable now. It would make me so happy, Marilla, to wear a dress with puffed sleeves. Well, you will have to do without your thrill. I had no extra cloth for puffed sleeves. I think they look silly anyway. I prefer plain, sensible dresses. But I would rather look a little ridiculous with puffed sleeves than plain and sensible all by myself, Anne said sadly. Trust you for that. Now, hang those dresses carefully in your closet, and then sit down and learn your Sunday school lesson. I have a new book from Mr. Bell for you, and you will go to Sunday school tomorrow, Marilla said, storming downstairs. Anne folded her hands and looked at the dresses. I did hope there would be a white one with puffed sleeves, she whispered sadly. I even prayed for one, but I did not expect it. I did not think God would care about a little orphan girl's dress. I knew I had to depend on Marilla. But still, I can imagine one of them is made of snow-white muslin with lovely lace frills and 3 puffed sleeves. The next morning, Marilla had a bad headache and could not go to Sunday school with Anne. You must go down and call for Mrs. Lynde, Anne, she said. She will help you get into the right class. Behave properly. Stay for the sermon and ask Mrs. Lynde to show you our pew. Here is a cent for the collection. Do not stare at people or fidget. I expect you to tell me the lesson when you come home. Anne left looking very proper. She was wearing the stiff black and white sateen dress. It was long enough and not too small, but it showed every angle of her thin figure. Her hat was a small, flat, glossy sailor hat. Anne had secretly wished for a hat with ribbons and flowers. Before reaching the main road, Anne met a burst of golden wind with many buttercups and wild roses. She quickly decorated her hat with a heavy wreath of these flowers. No matter what others thought, it made Anne happy. She skipped down the road, holding her red hair with its pink and yellow flowers very proudly. When she reached Mrs. Lynde's house, she found that Mrs. Lynde was not there. Not discouraged, Anne went on to the church by herself. In the porch, she saw many little girls dressed in white, blue, and pink. They all stared curiously at the new girl with the unusual hat. Avonlea girls had already heard strange stories about Anne. Mrs. Lynde had said that Anne had a very bad temper. Jerry Boat, the hired boy at Green Gables, said she talked to herself or to the trees and flowers like a crazy girl. The little girls whispered to each other about her. Nobody made any friendly moves toward her, not then nor later when the class started in Miss Rogerson's room. Miss Rogerson was a middle-aged teacher who had taught Sunday school for 20 years. She asked the printed questions from the book and looked sternly at the little girl she wanted to answer. She often looked at Anne, and thanks to Marilla's training, Anne answered quickly. But one might wonder if Anne understood much of what was asked. Anne did not like Miss Rogerson. She felt very unhappy because every other girl had puffed sleeves. Anne believed that life was not worth living without puffed sleeves. When Anne came home, Marilla asked, "Well, how did you like Sunday school?" Anne had thrown away the flower wreath from her hat, so Marilla did not see it. "I did not like it at all." "It was horrible," Anne said. "Anne Shirley." Marilla scolded. Anne sat on the rocker with a long sigh. She kissed a leaf from Bonnie and waved at a bright fuchsia flower. "They might have been lonely while I was away," Anne explained. "About Sunday school. I behaved well, just as you told me. Mrs. Lynde was gone, but I went in by myself. I sat in a pew by the window while the opening exercises went on. Mr. Bell prayed a very long prayer. I would have been very tired if I had not sat by the window. But the window looked out on the lake of shining waters, so I just stared at it and imagined many wonderful things." "You should have listened to Mr. Bell," Marilla said. "But he was not talking to me," Anne protested. "He was talking to God, and he did not seem very interested. I think he felt that God was too far away." There was a long row of white birch trees over the lake, and sunshine fell deep into the water. "Oh, Marilla, it was like a beautiful dream. I even said, 'Thank you for it, God,' 2 or 3 times. "Not out loud, I hope," Marilla said, worried. "Oh, no, just quietly," Anne said. Then Mr. Bell finished, and they told me to go into the classroom with Miss Rogerson's class. There were 9 other girls, and they all had puffed sleeves. I tried to imagine that my sleeves were puffed too, but I could not. It was easy to imagine puffed sleeves when I was alone in the east gable, but very hard among others who really had puffed sleeves. "You should not have thought about your sleeves in Sunday school," Marilla said. "You should have listened to the lesson. I hope you knew that." "Oh, yes. I answered many questions. Miss Rogerson asked so many. I did not like that she asked all the questions. I wanted to ask many things, but I did not, because I did not think she was a friend." Then, all the other girls recited a passage. She asked me if I knew any, and I said I did not, but I could recite "The Dog at His Master's Grave" if she liked. That is in the 3rd Royal Reader. It is not very religious, but it is very sad and makes you feel melancholy. She said it would not do, and told me to learn the 19th passage for next Sunday. I read it in church later, and it is splendid. 2 lines in particular make my heart race. "Quick as the slaughtered squadrons fell. In Midian's evil day, I do not know what squadrons or Midian mean, but it sounds so tragic. I can hardly wait until next Sunday to recite it. I will practice it all week. After Sunday school, I even asked Miss Rogerson, since Mrs. Lynde was too far away, to show me your pew. I sat as still as I could, and the text was from Revelations, chapter 3, verses 2 and 3. It was very long. If I were a minister, I would choose short and snappy texts. The sermon was very long, too. I suppose the minister had to match it to the text. I did not think he was very interesting. I think the problem with him is that he does not have enough imagination. I did not listen to him much. I let my thoughts wander, and I thought of many surprising things. Marilla felt sad that she might have to scold and for these ideas. But deep inside, Marilla herself had sometimes thought similar things about Mr. Bell's prayers and the minister's long sermons. It was as if all her secret, unspoken thoughts had suddenly come out in the words of this brave little girl. Chapter 12. A Solemn Vow and Promise. It's time for you to come in and do your sewing, said Marilla, looking at the clock and then out at the hot, yellow August afternoon where everything slept in the heat. You stayed out playing with Diana for more than half an hour. I even let you. And now you are sitting out there on the woodpile talking to Matthew, talking so fast, when you know you should be working. And of course he listens to you like a silly man. I never saw a man so infatuated. The more you talk and say odd things, the happier he seems. Anne Shirley, come in here right now, do you hear me? A series of quick taps on the west window made Anne fly in from the yard. Her eyes shone, her cheeks were lightly pink, and her loose hair streamed behind her like a bright waterfall. "Oh, Marilla," she cried, catching her breath, "there is going to be a Sunday school picnic next week, in Mr. Harmon Andrews's field, near the Lake of Shining Waters. And Mrs. Superintendent Bell and Mrs. Rachel Lynde are going to make ice cream. Can you imagine that, Marilla, ice cream? And oh, Marilla, may I go? Look at the clock, Anne. What time did I tell you to come in? 2 o'clock, but isn't the picnic wonderful, Marilla? Please, may I go? I have never been to a picnic. I have only dreamed of picnics, but I have never. Yes, I told you to come in at 2 o'clock. And now it is 2:45. I want to know why you did not obey me, Anne. Why, I meant to, Marilla, I really did. But you have no idea how fascinating Idlewild is. And then, of course, I had to tell Matthew about the picnic. Matthew is such a kind listener. Please, may I go? You must learn to stop being so distracted by idle what-you-call-it. When I tell you to come in at a certain time, I mean that exact time, not half an hour later. And you must not stop to chat with anyone on your way. As for the picnic, you may go. You are a good Sunday school student, and I would not refuse you when all the other little girls are going. But, Anne began, Diana says that everyone must bring a basket of food. I can't cook, as you know, Marilla, Anne. I do not mind going without puffed sleeves very much, but I would feel very embarrassed if I had no basket. It has been on my mind ever since Diana told me. Well, you do not have to worry any longer. I will bake you a basket. Oh, you dear, good Marilla. You are so kind to me. I am very grateful to you. Overcome with happiness, Anne ran into Marilla's arms and kissed her on the cheek. It was the first time in her life that a little girl had kissed Marilla's face. That sudden, sweet feeling made Anne's heart flutter. Marilla said sharply, There, no more of your kissing nonsense. I would rather see you do exactly as you are told. As for cooking, I plan to give you lessons soon. But you are so scatterbrained, Anne. I have been waiting to see if you would calm down a little and learn to be steady before I begin. You must keep your mind on your work and not let it wander. Now, get your patchwork out and finish your square before tea time. I do not like patchwork, said Anne sadly, gathering her work basket and sitting down in front of a small pile of red and white diamond pieces with a sigh. I think some kinds of sewing would be nice, but there is no room for imagination in patchwork. It is just one seam after another, and it never seems to go anywhere. But of course, I would rather be Anne of Green Gables sewing patchwork than Anne of any other place with nothing to do but play. I wish time went as quickly when I was sewing patches as it does when I am playing with Diana. Oh, we have such lovely times, Marilla. I must bring in all my imagination, but I can do that. Diana is simply perfect in every way. You know that little piece of land across the brook between our farm and Mr. Barry's? It belongs to Mr. William Bell, and in one corner there is a small ring of white birch trees, the most romantic spot, Marilla. Diana and I have our little playhouse there. We call it Idlewild. Isn't that a poetic name? I promise, it took me a long time to think of it. I stayed awake nearly all night before it came to me like an inspiration. Diana was delighted when she heard it. We have set up our house so nicely. You must come and see it, Marilla, won't you? We have big, mossy stones for seats and boards from tree to tree for shelves. And we put our broken dishes on them. They are all broken, but it is so easy to imagine they are whole. There is a piece of a plate with red and yellow ivy on it that is especially beautiful. We keep it in our little parlor, and we have what we call the fairy glass there, too. The fairy glass is as lovely as a dream. Diana found it in the woods behind their chicken house. It is full of tiny rainbows, just little ones that have not grown big yet, and Diana's mother once told her it was broken from a lamp they had. But it is nice to imagine that the fairies lost it one night when they had a ball, so we call it the fairy glass. Matthew is going to make us a table. Oh, and we have named that little round pool in Mr. Barry's field Willowmere. I got that name from the book Diana lent me. That book was thrilling, Marilla. The heroine had 5 lovers. I would be happy with just one, wouldn't you? She was very handsome and went through many troubles. She could faint very easily. I would love to faint sometimes, wouldn't you, Marilla? It is so romantic. But I am really very healthy, though I am so thin. I think I am getting a bit fatter, though. Do you not think so? I look at my elbows every morning to see if any dimples are there. Diana is having a new dress made with elbow sleeves. She will wear it to the picnic. Oh, I do hope it will be fine next Wednesday. I do not think I could bear the disappointment if I miss the picnic. I suppose I would get through it, but I am sure it would be a lifelong sorrow. They are going to have boats on the Lake of Shining Waters and ice cream, as I told you. I have never tasted ice cream. Diana tried to explain what it was like, but I think ice cream is one of those things that is just beyond my imagination. Anne, you have talked for 10 minutes by the clock, said Marilla. Now, just for curiosity's sake, see if you can keep your tongue still for the same time. Anne kept quiet as Marilla wished. But for the rest of the week, Anne talked about the picnic, thought about it, and dreamed of it. On Saturday, it rained, and Anne became so nervous that Marilla made her sew an extra patchwork square to calm her. On Sunday, on the way home from church, Anne told Marilla that she felt a cold shiver of excitement when the minister announced the picnic from the pulpit. It made my back tingle, Marilla. I never really believed there would be a picnic until I heard the minister say it. I was afraid I had only imagined it. But when a minister speaks in the pulpit, you must believe him. You set your heart on things too much, Anne, said Marilla with a sigh. I am afraid you will have many disappointments in your life. Oh, Marilla, looking forward to things is half the pleasure, exclaimed Anne. You may not always get what you want, but nothing can stop you from enjoying the hope. Mrs. Lynde says, "Blessed are those who expect nothing, for they shall not be disappointed." But I think it would be worse to expect nothing than to be disappointed. Marilla wore her amethyst brooch to church that day, as she always did. She would have thought it very wrong to leave it off, almost as bad as forgetting her Bible or her collection dime. That amethyst brooch was Marilla's most treasured possession. A seafaring uncle had given it to her mother, who then gave it to Marilla. It was an old-fashioned oval with a braid of her mother's hair inside, surrounded by very fine amethysts. Marilla did not know much about precious stones, but she thought they were very pretty and liked the violet shine at her throat, above her good brown satin dress, even though she could not see it well. Anne was filled with happy admiration when she first saw the brooch. "Oh, Marilla, it is a perfectly elegant brooch. I do not know how you can pay attention to the sermon or the prayers when you wear it." "I could not, I know. I think amethysts are just lovely. They are like what I used to imagine diamonds were. Long ago, before I ever saw a diamond, I read about them and tried to imagine what they would be like. I thought they would be lovely, shining purple stones. But when I saw a real diamond in a lady's ring one day, I was so disappointed I cried. It was very pretty, but it was not what I had imagined. Will you let me hold the brooch for a minute, Marilla? Do you think amethysts can be the souls of good violets?" Chapter 13. The Delights of Anticipation. "It's time for you to do your sewing," said Marilla, glancing at the clock and then out into the hot, yellow August afternoon where everything slept in the heat. "You stayed playing with Diana for more than half an hour, and now you are sitting out there on the woodpile talking to Matthew, talking non-stop when you know you should be working. And of course, he listens to you like a foolish man. I have never seen such an infatuated man. The more you talk and the stranger your words, the happier he seems. Anne Shirley, come in here right now, do you hear me?" A series of quick taps on the west window made Anne fly in from the yard. Her eyes shone, her cheeks were faintly pink, and her loose hair flowed behind her like a bright waterfall. "Oh, Marilla," she exclaimed, out of breath, "there is going to be a Sunday school picnic next week, in Mr. Harmon Andrews's field, right near the Lake of Shining Waters. And Mrs. Superintendent Bell and Mrs. Rachel Lynde are going to make ice cream. Just think, Marilla, ice cream. And oh, Marilla, can I go? Look at the clock, Anne. What time did I tell you to come in?" 2 o'clock, but isn't the picnic wonderful, Marilla? Please, can I go? I've never been to a picnic. I've dreamed of picnics, but I've never. Yes, I told you to come at 2 o'clock. And now it is 2:45. I would like to know why you did not obey me, Anne. Why, I meant to, Marilla, truly. But you have no idea how fascinating Idlewild is. And then I had to tell Matthew about the picnic. Matthew is such a kind listener. Please, can I go? You must learn to resist the charm of idle whatever you call it. When I tell you to come in at a certain time, I mean that time, not half an hour later. And you must not stop to talk to kind listeners on your way. As for the picnic, you may go. You are a good Sunday school student, and it is not likely that I would stop you when all the other little girls are going. But, and faltered, Diana says that everyone must bring a basket of food. I cannot cook, as you know, Marilla, and Anne. I do not mind going to a picnic without puffed sleeves very much, but I would feel terribly embarrassed if I had to go without a basket. It has been on my mind ever since Diana told me. Well, you need not worry any longer. I will bake you a basket. Oh, you dear, good Marilla. You are so kind to me. I am very grateful to you. Overcome with happiness, Anne ran to Marilla's arms and kissed her on the cheek. It was the first time in her life that a little girl had kissed Marilla's face. That sudden, sweet feeling made Anne's heart beat fast. Marilla, however, said brusquely, There, no more of your kissing nonsense. I would rather see you do exactly as you are told. As for cooking, I plan to give you lessons in a few days. But you are so scatterbrained, Anne. I have been waiting to see if you would calm down a little and learn to be steady before I begin. You must keep your mind on your work and not let it wander. Now, get your patchwork out and finish your square before tea time. I do not like patchwork, said Anne sadly as she gathered her work basket and sat down before a small pile of red and white diamond pieces with a sigh. I think some types of sewing would be nice, but there is no room for imagination in patchwork. It is just one small seam after another, and it never seems to go anywhere. But of course, I would rather be Anne of Green Gables sewing patchwork than Anne of any other place with nothing to do but play. I wish time went as fast when I am sewing patches as it does when I am playing with Diana. Oh, we have such elegant times, Marilla. I must provide most of the imagination, but I am able to do that. Diana is simply perfect in every way. You know the little piece of land across the brook that lies between our farm and Mr. Barry's. It belongs to Mr. William Bell, and in one corner there is a small ring of white birch trees, the most romantic spot, Marilla. Diana and I have built our playhouse there. We call it Idlewild. Isn't that a poetic name? I promise it took me a long time to think of it. I stayed awake almost the whole night before I invented it. Then, just as I was falling asleep, it came like an inspiration. Diana was enraptured when she heard it. We have fixed up our house elegantly. You must come and see it, Marilla, won't you? We have big moss-covered stones for seats and planks from tree to tree for shelves. And we put our broken dishes on them. Of course, they are all broken, but it is so easy to imagine that they are whole. There is a piece of a plate with red and yellow ivy on it that is especially beautiful. We keep it in the parlor, and we have what we call the fairy glass there too. The fairy glass is as lovely as a dream. Diana found it in the woods behind their chicken house. It is full of tiny rainbows, just little ones that have not grown big yet, and Diana's mother once told her it was broken off a hanging lamp they had. But it is nice to imagine that the fairies lost it one night when they had a ball, so we call it the fairy glass. Matthew is going to make us a table. Oh, and we have named that little round pool in Mr. Barry's field Willowmere. I got that name from the book Diana lent me. That book was thrilling, Marilla. The heroine had 5 lovers. I would be happy with one, wouldn't you? She was very handsome and went through great troubles. She could faint very easily. I would love to faint sometimes, wouldn't you, Marilla? It is so romantic. But I am really very healthy, though I am so thin. I think I am getting a bit fatter, though. Do you not think so? I look at my elbows every morning to see if any dimples are there. Diana is having a new dress made with elbow sleeves. She will wear it to the picnic. Oh, I do hope it will be fine next Wednesday. I do not think I could bear the disappointment if I missed the picnic. I suppose I would get through it, but I am sure it would be a lifelong sorrow. They are going to have boats on the Lake of Shining Waters and ice cream, as I told you. I have never tasted ice cream. Diana tried to explain it to me, but I think ice cream is one of those things that is beyond my imagination. Anne, you have talked for 10 minutes already, said Marilla. Now, just for curiosity's sake, see if you can keep quiet for the same time. Anne kept quiet as Marilla wanted. But for the rest of the week, Anne talked about the picnic, thought about it, and dreamed of it. On Saturday it rained, and Anne became so nervous that Marilla made her sew an extra patchwork square to help calm her. On Sunday, on the way home from church and told Marilla that she felt a cold shiver of excitement when the minister announced the picnic from the pulpit. "It made my back tingle, Marilla. I never really believed there would be a picnic until I heard the minister say it. I was afraid I had only imagined it. But when a minister speaks in the pulpit, you must believe him." "You set your heart on things too much, Anne," said Marilla with a sigh. "I am afraid you will have many disappointments in your life." "Oh, Marilla, looking forward to things is half the fun," exclaimed Anne. "You may not always get what you want, but nothing can stop you from enjoying the hope. Mrs. Lynde says, 'Blessed are those who expect nothing, for they will not be disappointed.' But I think it would be worse to expect nothing than to be disappointed." Marilla wore her amethyst brooch to church that day, as she always did. She would have thought it very wrong to leave it off, almost as bad as forgetting her Bible or her collection dime. That amethyst brooch was Marilla's most treasured possession. An uncle at sea had given it to her mother, who in turn had given it to Marilla. It was an old-fashioned oval with a braid of her mother's hair inside, surrounded by very fine amethysts. Marilla did not know much about precious stones, but she thought they were very pretty and liked the violet shine at her throat, above her good brown satin dress, even though she could not see it well. Anne was filled with happy admiration when she first saw the brooch. "Oh, Marilla, it is a perfectly elegant brooch. I do not know how you can pay attention to the sermon or the prayers when you wear it. I could not, I know. I think amethysts are just lovely. They are like what I used to imagine diamonds were. Long ago, before I had ever seen a diamond, I read about them and tried to imagine what they would be like. I thought they would be lovely, shining purple stones. But when I saw a real diamond in a lady's ring one day, I was so disappointed I cried. It was very pretty, but it was not what I had imagined. Will you let me hold the brooch for a minute, Marilla? Do you think amethysts can be the souls of good violets?" Chapter 14. Anne's Confession. On the Monday evening before the picnic, Marilla came down from her room with a worried face. "Anne," she said to the little girl who was shelling peas at the clean table and singing Nellie of the Hazel Dell very well, just as Diana had taught her, "did you see my amethyst brooch? I thought I put it in my pincushion after church yesterday, but I cannot find it anywhere. I saw it this afternoon when you were away at the Aid Society," and said slowly. "I was passing your door when I saw it on the cushion, so I went in to look at it." "Did you touch it?" Marilla asked sharply. "Yes," admitted Anne. "I took it and pinned it on my breast, just to see how it looked." "You must not do that. It is very wrong for a little girl to meddle. You should not have gone into my room, and you must not touch a brooch that is not yours. Now, where did you put it?" "Oh, I put it back on the bureau. I did not keep it on for a minute. I did not mean to meddle, Marilla. I did not think it was wrong to try on the brooch, but now I see it was, and I will never do it again. I never do the same naughty thing twice." "You did not put it back," Marilla said. "I cannot see it on the bureau. You must have taken it out or hidden it, Anne." "I did put it back," and said quickly, almost too quickly. "I just do not remember if I put it on the pincushion or in the china tray. But I am sure I put it back." "I will go and look again," said Marilla, determined to be fair. "If you put it back, it should still be there. If it is not, then I will know you did not." Marilla went to her room and searched carefully, not only on the bureau, but everywhere she thought the brooch might be. It was not there, so she returned to the kitchen. "Anne, the brooch is gone. You said you were the last person to handle it. Now, tell me the truth. Did you take it out and lose it?" "No, I did not," said Anne firmly, looking into Marilla's angry eyes. "I never took the brooch out of your room. That is the truth, even if I were punished for it, though I do not know what punishment means. So there, Marilla. Anne's so there made Marilla feel that Anne was being defiant. I believe you are lying, Anne, Marilla said sharply. I know you are. Now, do not say another word unless you are ready to tell the whole truth. Go to your room and stay there until you confess. Will I take the peas with me? Anne asked quietly. No, I will finish shelling them myself. Do as I say. When Anne went to her room, Marilla spent the evening very disturbed. She was very worried about her valuable brooch. What if Anne had lost it? And how mean of the child to deny taking it when anyone could see she must have. Such an innocent face, too. I do not know what I would rather have happened, Marilla thought nervously as she shelled peas. I do not think she meant to steal it. She may have taken it just to play with it and use her imagination. But she must have taken it, for no one has been in that room since she was there, according to her story, and the brooch is gone. I suppose she lost it and is too afraid to tell the truth, fearing punishment. It is dreadful to think she tells lies. It is worse than her temper. It is a heavy responsibility to have a child you cannot trust. I feel worse about her lying than about the lost brooch. If she had told the truth, I would not mind as much. Marilla went to her room several times that evening and searched again. Later, a visit to the east gable also gave no result. Anne continued to deny knowing anything about the brooch, but Marilla was even more convinced that she did. The next morning, Marilla told Matthew the story. Matthew was confused and puzzled. He could not lose his faith in Anne quickly, but he had to admit that the facts were against her. Are you sure it did not fall behind the bureau? He asked. I have moved the bureau, taken out the drawers, and looked in every crack and corner, Marilla answered firmly. The brooch is gone and that child took it and lied about it. That is the plain, ugly truth, Matthew Cuthbert, and we must face it. What are you going to do about it? Matthew asked sadly, happy that Marilla, not he, must handle it. He did not want to interfere this time. She will stay in her room until she confesses, said Marilla grimly, remembering that this method had worked before. Then, perhaps we can find the brooch if she tells me where she took it. But in any case, she will be punished severely, Matthew. Well, you must punish her, said Matthew, reaching for his hat. I have nothing to do with it. You warned me to stay out of it. Marilla felt very alone. She could not even ask Mrs. Lynde for advice. She went up to the east gable with a very serious face and left it even more serious. Anne refused to confess. She kept saying she did not take the brooch. Clearly, she had been crying, and Marilla felt a little pity, but she pushed that feeling away. By night, Marilla said she was beat out. You will stay in this room until you confess, Anne. You must decide that now, she said firmly. But the picnic is tomorrow, Marilla, cried Anne. You will not keep me from going, will you? You will let me go for the afternoon, won't you? Then I will stay here as long as you want afterwards, happily. But I must go to the picnic. You will not go to the picnic or anywhere else until you have confessed, Anne. Oh, Marilla, gasped Anne. But Marilla had already gone out and shut the door. Wednesday morning came bright and clear, as if made for the picnic. Birds sang around Green Gables. The Madonna lilies in the garden sent sweet smells on the soft winds, and the light danced through every door and window. The birch trees waved as if waiting for Anne's morning greeting at the east gable. But Anne was not at her window. When Marilla brought her breakfast, she found Anne sitting neatly on her bed. Anne looked pale and serious, with her lips tightly closed and her eyes shining. Marilla, I am ready to confess. Ah? Marilla put down her tray. Her method had worked again, but its success was bitter. Now, Tell me what you have to say, Anne. I took the amethyst brooch and said as if reciting a lesson. I took it just as you said. I did not mean to take it when I went in. But it looked so beautiful when I pinned it on my breast that I could not resist. I imagined how thrilling it would be to take it to Idlewild and play as if I were Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald. It would be so much easier to imagine I was Lady Cordelia if I had a real amethyst brooch. Diana and I make necklaces of roseberries, but what are roseberries compared to amethysts? So I took the brooch. I thought I could put it back before you came home. I even walked a long way to buy time. When I went over the bridge on the Lake of Shining Waters, I took the brooch off to look at it again. Oh, how it shone in the sunlight. Then, as I leaned over the bridge, it slipped from my fingers, and went down, 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 all purply and sparkling, and sank forever beneath the lake. That is the best I can do at confessing, Marilla. Marilla felt hot anger rise in her heart. This child had taken and lost her treasured brooch, and now was calmly reciting the details without any real regret. Anne, this is terrible, she said, trying to keep her voice calm. You are the most wicked girl I have ever heard of. Yes, I suppose I am, Anne agreed quietly. And I know I must be punished. It is your duty to punish me, Marilla. Please, punish me so I can go to the picnic with a clear mind. Picnic, indeed. You will not go to any picnic today, Anne Shirley. That will be your punishment. And it is not nearly severe enough for what you have done. Not go to the picnic. Anne sprang to her feet and clutched Marilla's hand. But you promised me I might. Oh, Marilla, I must go to the picnic. That is why I confessed. Punish me in any way you want, but please let me go to the picnic. Think of the ice cream. I may never have a chance to taste ice cream again. Marilla pulled her hand away, her face as hard as stone. You will not go to the picnic, and that is final. Not a word. Anne realized Marilla would not change her mind. She clasped her hands, let out a short cry, and then threw herself face down on the bed, crying and writhing in deep sorrow and despair. For heaven's sake! Marilla exclaimed as she hurried out of the room. I believe this child is crazy. No child in her right mind would behave this way. If she is not, she is completely bad. Oh dear, I think Mrs. Rachel was right from the start. But I have made up my mind, and I will not look back. That morning was very gloomy. Marilla worked hard, scrubbing the porch floor and the dairy shelves even though they did not need it, but she did it to calm herself. Then she went out and raked the yard. At dinner time, Marilla called Anne to come downstairs. A tear-stained face appeared at the banisters. Come down to dinner, Anne. I do not want any dinner, Marilla, said Anne, sobbing. I cannot eat. My heart is broken. Someday you will feel sorry for breaking it, but I forgive you. Remember, I forgive you. But please do not ask me to eat anything, especially boiled pork and greens. They are so unromantic when one is sad. Frustrated, Marilla returned to the kitchen and told Matthew her sad story. Matthew, caught between his sense of justice and his soft heart for Anne, felt miserable. Well, she should not have taken the brooch, Marilla, or told stories about it, he admitted, sadly looking at his plate of plain pork and greens, as if he thought the food was not fit for sad times. But she is such a little thing, such an interesting little thing. Do you not think it is very harsh not to let her go to the picnic when she is so set on it? Matthew Cuthbert, I am amazed at you. I think I have been too easy on her. And she does not even know how wicked she has been. That worries me most. If she had really felt sorry, it would not be so bad. And you do not see that either. You always make excuses for her, Marilla said. Well, she is such a little thing, Matthew said weakly. And there must be allowances. You know she has never had anyone to bring her up. Well, she is getting her lessons now, Marilla replied sharply. That dinner was very gloomy. The only cheerful sound was from Jerry Boat, the hired boy, and Marilla did not like his cheerfulness. After dinner, when her dishes were washed and her bread sponge set and her hens fed, Marilla remembered she had noticed a small tear in her best black lace shawl on Monday afternoon after returning from the Ladies' Aid. She went to mend it. The shawl was in a box in her trunk. When Marilla took it out, sunlight fell through the vines around the window and shone on something caught in the shawl, something that glittered with violet light. Marilla gasped and snatched it up. It was the amethyst brooch. It had hung on a thread of the lace by its catch. "Oh, dear," said Marilla blankly, "what does this mean? Here is my brooch, safe and sound, that I thought was at the bottom of Barry's pond. What did that girl mean when she said she took it and lost it? I believe Green Gables is bewitched. I remember when I took off my shawl on Monday, I laid it on the bureau for a minute. I suppose the brooch got caught in it somehow. Well." Marilla went to the east gable with the brooch in hand. Anne, who had cried herself out, was sitting sadly by the window. "Anne Shirley," said Marilla in a solemn tone, "I have just found my brooch hanging on my black lace shawl. Now, I want to know what all that talk you gave me this morning meant." "Why, you said you would keep me here until I confessed," Anne replied wearily. "So I decided to confess, because I wanted to go to the picnic. I made up a confession last night after I went to bed and repeated it so I would not forget. But you would not let me go to the picnic, so all my trouble was wasted." Marilla could not help but laugh a little, though her heart was heavy. Her conscience pricked her. "Anne, you really beat all. But I was wrong, I see that now. I should not have doubted your word, because I have never known you to tell a lie. Of course, it was wrong for you to confess to something you did not do. It was very wrong. But I drove you to it. So if you will forgive me, Anne, I will forgive you and we will start again. Now, get ready for the picnic." Anne leaped up like a rocket. "Oh, Marilla, isn't it too late?" "No, it is only 2:00. They are not all here yet, and it will be an hour before tea. Wash your face, comb your hair, and put on your gingham. I will fill a basket for you. There is plenty of food baked in the house. I will ask Jerry to hitch the sorrel and drive you to the picnic ground." "Oh, Marilla," cried Anne as she ran to the washstand, "5 minutes ago, I was so miserable I wished I had never been born, and now I would not change places with an angel." That night, a very happy and completely tired and returned to Green Gables in a state of joy that is hard to describe. "Oh, Marilla, I had a perfectly scrumptious time." Scrumptious is a new word I learned today from Mary Alice Bell. Isn't it expressive? Everything was lovely. We had a splendid tea, and then Mr. Harmon Andrews took us for a row on the Lake of Shining Waters, 6 of us at a time. And Jane Andrews nearly fell overboard. She was leaning out to pick water lilies, and if Mr. Andrews had not caught her by her sash in time, she would have fallen in and been drowned. I wish it had been me. It would have been such a romantic experience, nearly drowning, and a thrilling tale to tell. And we had the ice cream. I cannot find words to describe that ice cream. Marilla, I assure you it was sublime. That evening, Marilla told the whole story to Matthew over her stocking basket. "I am willing to admit that I made a mistake," she said honestly, "but I have learned a lesson. I must laugh when I think of Anne's confession, although it was a lie. But it does not seem as bad as it might have been, and I am responsible for it. That child is hard to understand in some ways. But I believe she will turn out all right. One thing is certain, no house will ever be dull with her in it." Chapter 15. A Tempest in the School Teapot. "What a splendid day," said Anne, taking a deep breath. "Isn't it good just to be alive on a day like this? I feel sorry for the people who are not born yet, because they miss days like this. They might have good days, but they cannot have this one. And it is even better to have such a lovely way to go to school, isn't it? It is much nicer than going by the road. That road is dusty and hot," said Diana. She peeped into her lunch basket and thought about how, if the 3 juicy raspberry tarts were shared among 10 girls, each girl would get just a few bites. At Avonlea School, the little girls always share their lunches. If a girl eats 3 tarts all by herself or only with her best friend, people call her awful mean. But when the tarts are shared among 10 girls, everyone gets just enough to tease them. The way Anne and Diana walked to school was very pretty. Anne thought that their walk could not be made more romantic even in her dreams. Going by the main road would be too plain. But going by Lover's Lane, Willowmere, Violet Vale, and the Birch Path was very romantic. Lover's Lane began below the orchard at Green Gables and went far into the woods near the Cuthbert farm. This was the same way the cows were taken to the back pasture, and the wood was hauled home in winter. Anne had named it Lover's Lane before she had been at Green Gables for a month. Not that lovers ever really walk there, Anne explained to Marilla, but Diana and I are reading a very magnificent book, and there is a Lover's Lane in it. So we want to have one too. And it is a very pretty name, don't you think? So romantic. We can use our imagination, though without people calling us crazy. Every morning, Anne started alone and walked down Lover's Lane to the brook. There, Diana met her. The 2 girls then walked together under the arch of maples. Maples are such sociable trees, Anne said. They always rustle and whisper to you until they reached a small rustic bridge. Then they left Lover's Lane and walked through Mr. Barry's back field and past Willowmere. After Willowmere came Violet Vale, a little green spot in the shadow of Mr. Bell's big woods. Of course, there are no violets there now, Anne told Marilla, but Diana says there will be millions in spring. Oh, Marilla, can you imagine seeing them? It takes my breath away. I named it Violet Vale. Diana says she never liked it when I tried to use fancy names. It is nice to be clever at something, isn't it? But Diana named the Birch Path, and I let her. Still, I think I could have found something more poetic than just Birch Path. Anybody can think of that. But the Birch Path is one of the prettiest places in the world, Marilla. It was true. Other people who walked there agreed. It was a narrow, twisting path that went down a long hill through Mr. Bell's woods. The light shone through many green leaves, clear as a diamond. The path was lined with young white birches, ferns, starflowers, wild lilies, and scarlet pigeonberries. The air smelled spicy, and birds sang while the wind whispered in the trees. Sometimes, if you were quiet, you might see a rabbit hopping across. At the bottom of the valley, the path met the main road, and then it went up the spruce hill to the school. The Avonlea School was a whitewashed building with low eaves and wide windows. Inside were comfortable, old-fashioned desks with lids carved with the initials of many generations of children. The school was set back from the road. Behind it was a dark fir wood and a brook where the children put their milk bottles in the morning so the milk stayed cool until dinner. Marilla had been very worried on the first day of September. Anne was so odd. How would she get along with the other children? And how would she ever learn to keep her tongue in school? Things went better than Marilla feared. That evening, Anne came home very happy. "I think I am going to like school here," she announced. "I do not think much of the master, though. He is always curling his mustache and making funny eyes at Prissy Andrews. Prissy is grown up now. She is 16 and studying for the entrance exam to Queen's Academy at Charlottetown next year. Tilly Boulter says the master is completely smitten with her. She has a beautiful face and curly brown hair, and she dresses very nicely. She sits in the long seat at the back and he sits with her most of the time, he says, to explain her lessons. But Ruby Gillis says she saw him writing something on her slate, and when Prissy read it she blushed and giggled, and Ruby Gillis thinks it had nothing to do with the lesson. Anne Shirley, do not let me hear you speak of your teacher that way again, said Marilla sharply. You do not go to school to criticize the master. I suppose he can teach you something, and it is your job to learn. I want you to understand that you must not come home telling tales about him. I will not encourage that. I hope you were a good girl. Indeed I was, said Anne comfortably. I sit with Diana. Our seat is by the window, and we can see the lake of shining waters. There are many nice girls in school, and we had such fun at dinner time. It is so nice to have many little girls to play with. But of course, I like Diana best and always will. I adore Diana. I am a little behind in my studies. They are all in the 5th book, and I am only in the 4th. I feel it is a bit of a disgrace. But none of them has as much imagination as I do, and I soon found that out. Today we had reading, geography, Canadian history, and dictation. Mr. Phillips said my spelling was terrible, and he held up my slate so everyone could see it, all covered with marks. I felt so embarrassed, Marilla. He might have been more polite to a stranger, I think. Ruby Gillis gave me an apple, and Sophia Sloane lent me a lovely pink card that said, "May I see you home?" I must give it back tomorrow. And Tilly Boulter let me wear her bead ring all afternoon. May I have some of the pearl beads from the old pincushion in the garret to make my own ring? And oh, Marilla, Jane Andrews told me that Minnie Macpherson said she heard Prissy Andrews tell Sarah Gillis that I have a very pretty nose. Marilla, that is the first compliment I have ever received, and you cannot imagine how wonderful it made me feel. Marilla, do I really have a pretty nose? I know you will tell me the truth. Your nose is fine enough, said Marilla shortly. Secretly, she thought Anne's nose was very pretty, but she did not say so. That was 3 weeks ago, and everything had gone smoothly. Now, on a crisp September morning, Anne and Diana happily skipped down the birch path, 2 of the happiest little girls in Avonlea. I guess Gilbert Blythe will be in school today, said Diana. He was visiting his cousins in New Brunswick all summer and only came home on Saturday night. He is very handsome, Anne. And he teases the girls terribly. He really torments us. Diana's voice showed that she liked a little teasing. Gilbert Blythe, said Anne. Is that not the name written on the porch wall with Julia bells, with a big take notice above them? Yes, said Diana, tossing her head, but I think he does not like Julia Bell very much. I have heard him say he studied the multiplication table by her freckles. Oh, do not speak about freckles to me, pleaded Anne. I have so many. But I do think writing take notices on the wall about the boys and girls is very silly. I would like to see someone write my name with a boy's name next to it. Not that anyone would do that, of course. Anne sighed. She did not want her name written up. But it made her feel a little shy knowing it might happen. Nonsense, said Diana, whose black eyes and glossy hair had made many Avonlea schoolboys fall in love with her, so that her name appeared on the wall many times. It is only meant as a joke. And don't be too sure your name will never be written up. Charlie Sloane is very much in love with you. He told his mother, his own mother, that you are the smartest girl in school. That is better than being pretty. No, it is not, said Anne, very much a girl at heart. I would rather be pretty than clever. And I cannot stand Charlie Sloane. If anyone writes my name with his, I would never forgive it, Diana Barry. But it is nice to be the leader of your class. You will have Gilbert in your class soon, said Diana, and he is used to being the leader, I can tell you. He is only in the 4th book, though he is nearly 14. 4 years ago his father was sick and had to go to Alberta, and Gilbert went with him. They were there for 3 years, and he hardly went to school when they came back. It will not be easy for you to stay first anymore, Anne. I am glad, said Anne quickly. I could not really feel proud of leading boys and girls of 9 or 10. Yesterday, I saw Josie Pye as the leader, and she peeked in her book. Mr. Phillips did not see her, he was looking at Prissy Andrews, but I did. I just gave her a look of freezing scorn, and she turned red and even spelled the word wrong. Those Pye girls are all cheats, said Diana, upset, as they climbed the fence on the road. Gertie Pye even put her milk bottle in my place in the brook yesterday. Did you ever? I do not speak to her now. When Mr. Phillips was in the back of the classroom teaching Latin to Prissy Andrews, Diana whispered to Anne, "That is Gilbert Blythe sitting right across from you, Anne. Just look at him and see if you do not think he is handsome." Anne looked at him. Gilbert Blythe was busy secretly pinning Ruby Gillis's long yellow braid to the back of her seat. He was a tall boy with curly brown hair, hazel eyes, and a teasing smile. Soon, Ruby Gillis went up to take something from the master. She fell back with a little cry, thinking her hair was pulled. Everyone looked at her, and Mr. Phillips glared so sternly that Ruby began to cry. Gilbert quickly hid the pin and continued his work. When the noise ended, he looked at Anne and winked in a funny way. "I think your Gilbert Blythe is handsome," and told Diana, "but I think he is very bold." It is not polite to wink at a stranger. But it was not until the afternoon that more happened. Mr. Phillips was in the corner explaining algebra to Prissy Andrews. The other children were eating green apples, whispering, drawing on their slates, and even playing with crickets tied to strings. Gilbert Blythe tried to make Anne look at him, but Anne was completely lost in her thoughts, looking out the west window at a blue glimpse of the lake of shining waters. She was in a beautiful daydream, and did not notice Gilbert Blythe or anyone else. Gilbert Blythe was not used to trying so hard and failing. He should have made Anne look at him, that red-haired, pointed-chinned, big-eyed girl who was unlike any other. Reaching across the aisle, Gilbert picked up the end of Anne's long red braid. He held it out and said in a quiet whisper, "Carrots." "Carrots." Then Anne looked at him with anger. She did more than just look. She sprang to her feet. Her dreams shattered. She gave one angry glance at Gilbert, and then angry tears filled her eyes. "You mean, you hateful boy," she exclaimed. "How dare you?" And then, thwack. Anne brought her slate down on Gilbert's head. It hit his head, not his slate. At Avonlea School, everyone loved a scene. This one was very exciting. Everyone said, "Oh," in shocked delight. Diana gasped. Ruby Gillis began to cry. Tommy Sloane let his crickets go while he stared in surprise. Mr. Phillips walked down the aisle and put his hand on Anne's shoulder. "Anne Shirley, what does this mean?" he said angrily. Anne did not answer. It was too hard for her to speak in front of everyone. Then Gilbert spoke up. "It was my fault, Mr. Phillips. I teased her." Mr. Phillips ignored Gilbert. "I am sorry to see a pupil of mine showing such a temper, and such a mean spirit," he said in a serious tone, as if being his pupil should remove all bad feelings from a child. "Anne, go stand in front of the blackboard for the rest of the afternoon." Anne would have rather been whipped than given this punishment. With a white, set face, she obeyed. Mr. Phillips took a piece of chalk and wrote on the board above her head. "Anne Shirley has a very bad temper. Anne Shirley must learn to control her temper." He then read it out loud so even the youngest children could understand. and stood there the rest of the afternoon with that message above her. She did not cry or lower her head. Anger still burned in her heart. With angry eyes and red cheeks, she looked at Diana's kind glance, Charlie Sloane's angry nod, and Josie Pye's mean smile. As for Gilbert Blythe, she would not even look at him. She would never look at him again. She would never speak to him again. When school finished, Anne walked out with her head held high. Gilbert Blythe tried to stop her at the porch door. "I am very sorry I made fun of your hair, Anne," he said quietly. "I truly am. Please do not be angry forever." Anne walked past him with disdain, not even looking back. "Oh, how could you, Anne?" said Diana as they went down the road, half scolding and half admiring. Diana felt she could never refuse Gilbert's plea. "I shall never forgive Gilbert Blythe," said Anne firmly. "And Mr. Phillips spelled my name without an E too. I feel it has hurt me deeply, Diana." Diana did not quite understand, but she knew it was something very serious. "You must not mind Gilbert making fun of your hair," Diana said gently. "He teases all the girls. He has called me a crow many times, and I have never heard him say sorry. There is a big difference between being called a crow and being called carrots," said Anne with dignity. "Gilbert Blythe has hurt my feelings terribly, Diana. Maybe the matter would have passed without more pain if nothing else had happened. But soon more events took place. Avonlea scholars often spent the noon hour picking gum in Mr. Bell's spruce grove over the hill and across his big pasture. From there they could see Eben Wright's house, where the master lived. When they saw Mr. Phillips coming out, they ran to the schoolhouse. But the distance was 3 times longer than Mr. Wright's lane, so they often arrived breathless and 3 minutes late. The next day, Mr. Phillips, in a sudden fit of strictness, announced before dinner that all the students must be in their seats when he returned. Anyone who came late would be punished. All the boys and some of the girls went to Mr. Bell's spruce grove as usual. They planned to stay only a short time to pick a chew. But spruce groves are very attractive, and the yellow nuts of gum are tempting. They picked and wandered until Jimmy Glover shouted from an old spruce, "Master's coming." The girls on the ground ran and reached the schoolhouse just in time. The boys, who had to climb down quickly from the trees, were late, and Anne, who had not been picking gum at all, but was happily wandering in the far end of the grove, waist deep among the ferns, singing softly with a wreath of rice lilies in her hair as if she were a wild spirit of the woods, was the very last to arrive. But Anne could run like a deer. She ran and caught up with the boys at the door, and was just swept into the schoolhouse as Mr. Phillips was putting his hat away. Mr. Phillips's strict mood soon faded. He did not want to punish many pupils, but he had to save his word. So he looked for someone to blame and chose Anne, who had come in late. Anne had dropped into her seat, gasping for breath, with a forgotten lily wreath hanging loosely over one ear. This gave her a very messy look. "Anne Shirley, since you seem to like the boys' company so much, we shall allow you to sit with Gilbert Blythe this afternoon," he said sarcastically. The other boys giggled. Diana, turning pale with pity, took the wreath from Anne's hair and squeezed her hand. Anne stared at the master as if she were frozen. "Did you hear what I said, Anne?" Mr. Phillips asked sternly. "Yes, sir," said Anne slowly, "but I did not think you really meant it." "I assure you I did," he said, still with a sarcastic tone that all the children, especially Anne, hated. "Obey me at once." For a moment, Anne seemed ready to disobey. Then, realizing she had no choice, she stood up proudly, walked across the aisle, sat beside Gilbert Blythe, and buried her face in her arms on the desk. Ruby Gillis, who caught a glimpse as this happened, told the others on their way home, "I've never seen anything like that. It was so white with little red spots." To Anne, this felt like the end of everything. It was bad enough to be punished in front of many, It was even worse to be made to sit with a boy, especially Gilbert Blythe, which she found unbearable. Anne felt she could not bear it and that nothing would help. Her whole self was filled with shame, anger, and humiliation. At first, the other students whispered and giggled and nudged each other. But since Anne never looked up and Gilbert was busy with his work, they soon returned to their own tasks, and Anne was forgotten. When Mr. Phillips called the history class, Anne should have left her seat, but she did not move. Mr. Phillips, who had been writing a poem to Priscilla, did not notice her absence. Once, when no one was looking, Gilbert took a small pink candy heart with a gold message that said, "You are sweet," from his desk and slipped it under Anne's arm. Then Anne got up, took the pink heart carefully between her fingers, dropped it on the floor, ground it into powder under her heel, and returned to her seat without even looking at Gilbert. When school ended, Anne took all her books, writing tablet, pen, ink, and other supplies from her desk and neatly piled them on her slate. "What are you taking all these things home for?" Anne asked Diana, once they were on the road. She had not dared to ask before. "I am not coming back to school," said Anne. Diana gasped and stared at her. "Will Marilla let you stay home?" asked Diana. "She will have to," said Anne. "I will never go to school with that man again." "Oh, Anne," Diana said, looking like she was about to cry. "I think you are mean." "What will I do?" "Mr. Phillips will make me sit with that horrible Gertie Pye. I know he will because she is sitting alone. Please come back, Anne." "I would do almost anything for you," Diana said, and sadly. "I would let myself be torn apart if it would help you. But I cannot do this, so please do not ask. You break my heart." "Just think of all the fun you will miss," Diana said sadly. "We are going to build a lovely new house by the brook. We will play ball next week, and you have never played ball, Anne. It is very exciting. And we will learn a new song. Jane Andrews is practicing it now, and Alice Andrews is going to bring a new book next week, and we will all read a chapter together about the brook. And you know you love reading aloud, Anne." Nothing could change Anne's mind. Her decision was final. When she got home, she told Marilla, "I will not go back to school, I assure you." "Nonsense," said Marilla. "It is not nonsense at all," said Anne, looking at Marilla with serious, reproachful eyes. "Do you not understand, Marilla? I have been insulted." "Insulted? Nonsense. You will go to school tomorrow as usual." "Oh, no," and shook her head gently. "I am not going back, Marilla. I will learn my lessons at home, and I will try to be as good as I can and keep quiet. But I will not go back to school, I promise." Marilla saw something like stubbornness in Anne's small face. She knew it would be hard to change that, but she decided not to say more at that time. "I will go down and speak to Mrs. Lynde about it this evening," Marilla thought. "There is no use arguing with Anne now. She is too worked up. I think Mr. Phillips has been too harsh. But I will talk with Rachel. She has sent many children to school and should know something. By now, she must have heard the whole story." Later, Marilla found Mrs. Lynde happily knitting quilts as usual. "I suppose you know why I came," Marilla said a little shyly. Mrs. Lynde nodded. "About Anne's fuss at school, I guess," she said. "Tilly Boulter was on her way home and told me." "I do not know what to do with her," said Marilla. "She says she will not go back to school. I have never seen a child so upset. I expected trouble from the start. She is so high-strung. What would you advise, Rachel?" "Well, since you asked me, Marilla," said Mrs. Lynde kindly, she loved giving advice, "I would just humor her a little at first. I believe Mr. Phillips was wrong. Of course, he was right to punish her yesterday for losing her temper. But today is different. The other children who were late should have been punished too. And I do not think the girls should be made to sit with the boys for punishment. It is not proper. Tilly Boulter was very angry and said that all the children took and sighed. Anne seems very popular with them. I never thought she would get along so well. Then you really think I should let her stay home? Said Marilla in surprise. Yes. I would not send her back to school until she asks to go herself. I promise. She will calm down in a week and be ready to return on her own. If you force her to go back now, she might have another tantrum and cause even more trouble. The less fuss there is, the better. She will not miss much by staying home. Mr. Phillips is not a very good teacher. The way he runs the school is scandalous, and he ignores the younger children to focus on preparing the older ones for queens. He would not have kept the school running for another year if his uncle had not been a trustee, _ trustee, for he leads the others by the nose. I declare, I do not know what education on this island is coming to. Mrs. Lynde shook her head, as if to say that if she were in charge, things would be better. Marilla took Mrs. Lynde's advice. No one said another word to Anne about returning to school. She learned her lessons at home, did her chores, and played with Diana in the cool, purple autumn evenings. But when she met Gilbert Blythe on the road or in Sunday school, she passed him by with a cold look that did not change even though he tried to please her. Even Diana's attempts to make peace did not work. Anne had decided to hate Gilbert Blythe forever. Even though Anne hated Gilbert, she loved Diana with all her passionate heart. One evening, Marilla came in from the orchard with a basket of apples and found Anne sitting by the east window in the twilight, crying bitterly. "What is the matter now, Anne?" asked Marilla. "It is about Diana," sobbed Anne. "I love Diana so much, Marilla. I cannot live without her. But I know that when we grow up, Diana will get married and leave me. And oh, what shall I do? I hate her husband. I just hate him so much. I have imagined everything, the wedding, Diana in snowy clothes with a veil, looking like a queen, and me as the bridesmaid in a lovely dress with puffed sleeves, but with a broken heart hidden behind my smile. And then saying goodbye to Diana, and broke down completely and wept bitterly. Marilla quickly turned away to hide her face, but she could not stop laughing loudly. Matthew, who was working outside, stopped in amazement. When had he ever heard Marilla laugh like that? "Well, Anne Shirley," Marilla said when she could speak again, "if you must borrow trouble, for heaven's sake borrow it at home. I think you have a very vivid imagination." Chapter 16. Diana is invited to tea with tragic results. In October, Green Gables was very beautiful. The birch trees in the hollow turned as golden as sunshine, the maples behind the orchard became deep red, and the wild cherry trees along the lane showed lovely dark red and bronzy green colors. The fields warmed in the sunshine. Anne loved all the colors around her. One Saturday morning, Anne came dancing into the kitchen with her arms full of gorgeous maple branches. "Oh, Marilla, I am so glad I live in a world with Octobers. It would be terrible if we skipped from September to November, wouldn't it? Look at these maple branches. Do they not thrill you? I am going to decorate my room with them." Marilla frowned. "These things are messy, Anne. You fill your room with outdoor things. Bedrooms are made for sleeping. But they help me to dream, Marilla. Pretty things make dreams so much better. I am going to put these branches in the old blue jug and set them on my table. Be careful not to drop any leaves on the stairs. I am going to a meeting of the Aid Society at Carmody this afternoon, and I will not be home until dark. You must remember to get Matthew and Jerry their supper. Also, don't forget to put the tea on, as you did last time." It was very wrong of me to forget, Anne said sadly. I was busy thinking of a name for Violet Vale, and other things came in my mind. Matthew was so kind. He put the tea on himself and said we could wait a little. I even told him a beautiful fairy story while we waited. It was such a lovely fairy tale, Marilla. I made up the ending because I forgot it. Matthew said he could not tell where the ending joined in. Marilla sighed. Matthew might not mind if you got up in the middle of the night for dinner, Anne, but you must keep your wits about you. Anne, I do not know if it is right, but you can ask Diana to come over and have tea with you today. Oh, Marilla. Anne clapped her hands. That is so lovely. You understand how much I have longed for that. It will seem so proper and grown up. I will not forget to put the tea on now. Oh, may I use the rosebud tea set? No, absolutely not. I never use that except for the minister or the aid society. Use the old brown tea set instead. But you may open the little yellow jar of cherry preserves. It is time it was used. I think it is working well now. You can also cut some fruit cake and have some cookies and snaps. Anne closed her eyes in delight. I can just imagine myself sitting at the head of the table, pouring tea and asking Diana if she takes sugar, even though I know she does not, and then offering her another piece of fruit cake and some preserves. It is such a wonderful thought. May I take Diana into the spare room to set her hat aside when she comes? And then we can sit in the parlor. Marilla shook her head. No, the sitting room is fine for you and your company. But there is a half-full bottle of raspberry cordial left over from the church social. It is on the second shelf of the closet in the sitting room. You and Diana can have it, and a cookie to eat with it, in the afternoon. I think Matthew will be late coming to tea since he is hauling potatoes. Anne ran down to the hollow, past the Dryad's bubble, and up the spruce path to Orchard Slope to ask Diana to tea. Soon after I left for Carmody, Diana came over. She was dressed in her second-best dress and looked just proper when asked out to tea. Instead of her usual habit of running in without knocking, she knocked neatly at the door. When Anne, also in her second-best dress, opened the door, the two little girls shook hands very seriously, as if they had never met before. They kept this very formal manner until after Diana had gone to the east gable to set her hat aside and then sat quietly in the sitting room for 10 minutes. "How is your mother?" asked Anne politely, as if she had not seen Mrs. Barry picking apples that morning. "She is very well, thank you. I suppose Mr. Cuthbert is hauling potatoes to the _Lily Sands this afternoon, isn't he?" said Diana, who had ridden in Matthew's cart to Mr. Harmon Andrews's that morning. "Yes. Our potato crop is very good this year. I hope your father's crop is good, too." "It is fairly good, thank you. Have you picked many of your apples yet?" "Oh, ever so many," Anne said excitedly. "Let's go out to the orchard and get some of the red sweeting apples, Diana. Marilla says we can have all that are left on the tree. Marilla is very generous. She said we could have fruit cake and cherry preserves for tea. But it is not polite to tell your company what you are going to eat, so I won't say more, only that it begins with an R and AC and is a bright red drink. I love bright red drinks. They taste twice as good as other colors." The orchard was so delightful with its heavy, fruit-laden branches that the little girls spent most of the afternoon there. They sat in a soft, green corner where the frost had not touched the grass and the warm autumn sun lingered, eating apples and talking as happily as they could. Diana told Anne many things about school. She complained about sitting with Gertie Pye, whose pencil squeaked all the time, and about Ruby Gillis, who had once used a magic pebble to make her warts disappear. She also said that Charlie Sloane's name was written on the porch with M. White's, and that M. White was very angry about it. Sam Bolter had talked back to Mr. Phillips and been whipped. Mattie Andrews had a new red hood and blue crossover with tassels, and her airs were very silly. Lizzie Wright did not speak to Mamie Wilson because of an old quarrel. And everybody missed Anne and wished she would come to school again. And then Gilbert Blythe. But Anne did not want to hear about Gilbert Blythe. She jumped up quickly and said, "Suppose we go inside and have some raspberry cordial." Anne looked on the second shelf of the pantry and found a bottle of raspberry cordial. It had been put back on the top shelf. Anne took it, put it on a tray, and set it on the table with a glass. "Now, please help yourself, Diana," Anne said politely. "I do not think I will have any right now. I do not feel very hungry after all those apples." Diana poured herself a glass, admired its bright red color, and sipped it carefully. "That is very nice raspberry cordial, Anne," she said. "I did not know it tasted so good. I am very glad you like it. Take as much as you want. I must go out and stir the fire. There are many things to do when keeping house, aren't there?" When Anne returned from the kitchen, Diana was already drinking her second glass. At Anne's gentle asking, Diana agreed to have a third. The glasses were generous, and the raspberry cordial was very tasty. "It is the nicest I have ever had," said Diana. "It is much nicer than Mrs. Lynde's, even though she brags about hers. I think Marilla's raspberry cordial is probably much better than Mrs. Lynde's," said Anne happily. "Marilla is a famous cook. She is trying to teach me to cook, but it is very hard work. There is little room for imagination in cookery. You must follow the rules. Last time I made a cake. I forgot to put in the flour. I was busy thinking of a lovely story about you and me, Diana, about how I nursed you back to health when you were very sick, even though I became ill and died and was buried under the poplar trees, and you planted a rosebush with your tears. It was so sad that I cried while mixing the cake. But I forgot the flour, and the cake was a total failure. Marilla was very angry, and I do not wonder. I am such a trial to her. She was very upset about the pudding sauce last week, too. We had a plum pudding for dinner on Tuesday, and there was half of the pudding and a full pitcher of sauce left over. Marilla said there was enough for another dinner and told me to put it on the shelf and cover it. I meant to cover it, but I was daydreaming of being a nun taking a veil to hide a broken heart, so I forgot. The next morning, I found a mouse in the pudding sauce. I lifted the mouse with a spoon and threw it outside, and then washed the spoon very well. Marilla was out milking, and I had planned to ask her if I should give the sauce to the pigs. But then I was daydreaming of a frost fairy turning trees red and yellow, so I never thought of the sauce again. Later, Mr. and Mrs. Chester Ross came. You know they are very stylish, especially Mrs. Chester Ross. When Marilla called me in, dinner was ready and everyone was at the table. I tried to be polite so that Mrs. Chester Ross would think I was ladylike, even if I am not pretty. Everything went fine until I saw Marilla coming with the plum pudding in one hand and the pitcher of pudding sauce warmed up in the other. Diana, that was a terrible moment. I remembered everything and I just stood up and shouted, "Marilla, you must not use that pudding sauce. There is a mouse in it. I forgot to tell you before." Oh, Diana, I will never forget that moment if I live to be 100. Mrs. Chester Ross just looked at me, and I thought I would sink through the floor. She is such a perfect housekeeper. Marilla turned red, but she did not say a word. Then she carried the sauce and pudding out and brought in some strawberry preserves. She even offered me some, but I could not eat any. It felt like hot coals on my head. After Mrs. Chester Ross left, Marilla scolded me very badly. "Why, Diana, what is the matter?" she said. Diana stood up unsteadily, then sat back down and put her hands on her head. I am very sick," she said, slowly. "I must go home." "Oh, you must not go home without your tea. cried and in distress. "I will go and put the tea on right now." "I must go home," Diana repeated stubbornly. "Let me get you a lunch, anyway," pleaded Anne. "Let me give you some fruit cake and cherry preserves. Please lie down on the sofa for a while, and you will feel better." "Where do you feel bad?" "I am very dizzy," said Diana. Diana walked very unsteadily. Anne, with tears of disappointment in her eyes, took Diana's hat and went with her as far as the Barry Yard fence. Then she wept all the way back to Green Gables. There, she sadly put the rest of the raspberry cordial back into the pantry and made tea for Matthew and Jerry, her excitement completely gone. The next day was Sunday, and it rained all day. Anne did not go out of Green Gables. On Monday afternoon, Marilla sent her on an errand to Mrs. Lynde's. Soon, Anne came running back up the lane with tears streaming down her cheeks. She rushed into the kitchen and threw herself on the sofa, crying in great pain. "Anne, what is wrong now?" asked Marilla in worry. "I hope you have not been rude to Mrs. Lynde again." Anne did not answer, but only cried harder. "Anne Shirley, when I ask you a question, I want an answer. Sit up right now and tell me what you are crying about." Anne sat up, looking very sad. "Mrs. Lynde went to see Mrs. Barry today, and Mrs. Barry was in a terrible state," she wailed. "She says that I made Diana _drunk_ on Saturday and sent her home in a disgraceful condition. And she says I must be a very bad, wicked little girl, and that she will never let Diana play with me again. Oh, Marilla, I am so full of sorrow." Marilla stared in shock. "Made Diana drunk. Anne, are you or Mrs. Barry crazy? What did you give her?" "Only raspberry cordial," sobbed Anne. "I never thought raspberry cordial could make someone drunk, Marilla, not even if they drank 3 big glasses like Diana did." "Oh, it sounds so much like Mrs. Thomas's husband. But I did not mean to make her drunk." "Drunk? Fiddlesticks," Marilla said, marching to the pantry. On the shelf, she found a bottle that she recognized as her 3-year-old homemade currant wine. Many people in Avonlea knew her wine, although some strict folks like Mrs. Barry did not like it. At the same time, Marilla remembered that she had put the bottle of raspberry cordial in the cellar by mistake instead of in the pantry. She returned to the kitchen with the wine bottle. Her face was twitching. "Anne, you have a real talent for getting into trouble. You gave Diana currant wine instead of raspberry cordial. Did you not know the difference?" "I never tasted it," said Anne. "I thought it was the cordial. I wanted to be so hospitable. But Diana got very sick and had to go home. Mrs. Barry told Mrs. Lynde that she was very drunk. When her mother asked what was wrong, she just laughed and went to sleep for hours. Her mother smelled her breath and knew she was drunk. Diana had a terrible headache all day yesterday. Now Mrs. Barry is very angry. She will never believe that I did it by accident. I think she should punish Diana for drinking 3 glasses of anything," said Marilla shortly. 3 big glasses would make anyone sick. Well, this story will give those people who say bad things about me for making currant wine a handle. I have not made any currant wine for 3 years since I learned that the minister did not approve. I kept that bottle for sickness. Now, child, do not cry. I do not believe you are to blame, although I am sorry it happened." "I must cry," said Anne. "My heart is broken. The stars in their courses seem to fight against me, Marilla. Diana and I are now separated forever. Oh, Marilla, I never dreamed this would happen when we swore to be friends. Do not be foolish, Anne. Mrs. Barry will change her mind when she sees you are not to blame. I think she believes you did it as a silly joke. You must go up this evening and tell her the truth." "My courage fails me at the thought of facing Diana's angry mother," sighed Anne. I wish you would go, Marilla. You are so much more dignified than I am. She will listen to you better than to me. Well, I will, said Marilla. Do not cry any more, Anne. It will all be all right. Later that day, Marilla went back from Orchard Slope. Anne waited at the door. Oh, Marilla, I know by your face that it has been no use. Mrs. Barry will not forgive me. Mrs. Barry, indeed, snapped Marilla. Out of all the unreasonable women I have ever seen, she is the worst. I told her it was all a mistake and that you were not to blame, but she did not believe me. And she spoke harshly about my currant wine, saying I always claimed it could never affect anyone. I told her plainly that currant wine is not meant to be drunk in 3 large glasses, and if a child is greedy, I will sober her up with a good spanking. Marilla then hurried into the kitchen, very upset, leaving Anne alone on the porch. Soon, Anne stepped out without her hat into the cool autumn dusk. Determined, she walked down through the dry clover field, over the log bridge, and up through the spruce grove. A pale moon hung low over the western woods. At the door, Mrs. Barry, who answered a timid knock, found a small, eager, tearful girl waiting. Her face became hard. Mrs. Barry was a strict woman who disliked many things. She believed that Anne had made Diana drunk on purpose and wanted to keep her daughter away from such a child. What do you want? She said sharply. Anne clasped her hands. Oh, Mrs. Barry, please forgive me. I did not mean to make Diana drunk. How could I? Imagine if you were a poor little orphan and had just one best friend in the world. Do you think you would ever try to make her drunk on purpose? I thought it was only raspberry cordial. Please do not say you will never let Diana play with me again. If you do, my life will be filled with sorrow. Instead of softening, Mrs. Barry grew even more angry and said coldly, I do not think you are fit to be friends with Diana. You must go home and behave. Anne's lips trembled. Won't you let me see Diana just once to say goodbye? She pleaded. Diana has gone home with her father to Carmody, said Mrs. Barry, shutting the door. Anne went back to Green Gables, feeling calm yet full of despair. My last hope is gone, she told Marilla. I went to see Mrs. Barry, and she treated me very badly. Marilla, I do not think she is a well-bred woman. There is nothing more I can do but pray, though I do not believe God can change someone as stubborn as Mrs. Barry. Anne, you must not speak like that, scolded Marilla, trying to stop herself from laughing. Later that night, when Marilla told Matthew the whole story, she laughed heartily over all of Anne's troubles. But when Marilla went to the east gable before bed and saw that Anne had cried herself to sleep, a soft feeling came over her. Poor little soul, she murmured, lifting a loose curl from Anne's tear-stained face. Then she bent down and kissed the red-cheeked child on the pillow. Chapter 17. A New Interest in Life. The next afternoon, while Anne was bending over her patchwork by the kitchen window, she looked outside and saw Diana by the Dryad's bubble, waving mysteriously. In a moment, Anne ran out of the house and flew down to the hollow, her eyes full of hope. But her hope faded when she saw that Diana looked very sad. Your mother has not changed her mind. Anne gasped. Diana shook her head sadly. No, Anne, she says I must never play with you again. I cried and tried to tell her it was not your fault, but it did not help. I begged to stay a little longer, but she said I could only stay 10 minutes. She is even timing me by the clock. 10 minutes is not long enough to say goodbye forever, Anne said tearfully. Oh, Diana, promise me you will never forget me, the friend you had in your youth, no matter what new friends you make. I promise, Diana sobbed. I will never have another best friend. I could not love anyone as much as I love you. Oh, Diana, cried Anne, clasping her hands. Do you love me? Of course I do. Didn't you know that? No, and sighed a long breath. I thought you only liked me, but I never dreamed you loved me. I never thought anyone could love me. Oh, this is wonderful. It is like a ray of light in the dark. Oh, just say it one more time. I love you with all my heart, Anne, said Diana firmly. I always will. And I will always love you, Diana, said Anne, extending her hand. In the years to come, your memory will shine like a star in my lonely life. Diana, will you give me a lock of your black hair, so I can treasure it forever? Do you have something to cut it with? Asked Diana, wiping away new tears. Yes. I have my patchwork scissors in my apron pocket, Anne said. She carefully clipped one of Diana's curls. Goodbye, my dear friend. Now we must be as strangers, even if we live side by side. But my heart will always be true to you. Anne stood and watched as Diana disappeared from sight, waving sadly whenever she looked back. Then she returned to the house, feeling a little comfort in this sad, romantic farewell. It is all over, she told Marilla. I will never have another friend. I am worse off now because I do not have Katie Maurice or Violetta. Even if I had them, they would not be the same. Little dream friends are not enough compared to a real friend. Diana and I had such an affecting goodbye by the spring. I used the most sad, old-fashioned words like thou and thee because they sound so romantic. Diana gave me a lock of her hair, and I will sew it into a little bag and wear it around my neck forever. Please, Marilla, make sure it is buried with me, for I do not think I will live very long. Perhaps when Diana sees me lying there, Mrs. Barry will feel sorry and let her come to my funeral. Marilla replied without much sympathy, I do not think you will die from grief as long as you can still talk, Anne. The next Monday, Anne surprised Marilla by coming down with a basket of books on her arm, her hips swinging, and her lips set in a line of determination. I am going back to school, she announced. That is all that is left for me now that my friend has been taken from me. At school, I can look at her memory and think of the past. Marilla smiled secretly. You had better think of your lessons and sums, Anne. If you go back to school, I expect no more breaking slates or silly acts. Be good and do what your teacher tells you. I will try to be a model pupil, agreed and sadly. I do not think school will be very fun. Mr. Phillips said Minnie Andrews is a model pupil and she has no imagination. But I feel so depressed that maybe school will be easier. I will go by the road because I cannot bear to walk alone on the birch path. I would cry bitter tears if I did. Anne was welcomed back at school with open arms. Her imagination had been sorely missed in games. Her singing was missed, and her dramatic reading at dinner time was loved. Ruby Gillis secretly gave her 3 blue plums. During reading time, Ella Mae McPherson gave her a big yellow pansy cut from a floral catalogue. Sophia Sloane offered to teach her a new pattern for knit lace. Katie Bolter gave her a small perfume bottle to keep slate water. And Julia Bell wrote a short, pretty poem on pink paper. When twilight drops her curtain down, and pins it with a star, remember that you have a friend, though she may wander far. That is so nice to be appreciated, and sighed happily to Marilla that night. Not only did the girls appreciate her, but when Anne returned to her seat after dinner, she had been told by Mr. Phillips to sit with the model pupil Minnie Andrews. She found a big, juicy strawberry apple on her desk. Anne picked it up, ready to take a bite, but then remembered that strawberry apples only grow in the old Blythe orchard on the other side of the Lake of Shining Waters. She dropped the apple as if it were very hot and wiped her fingers on her hand. The apple stayed on her desk until the next morning, when little Timothy Andrews, who swept the school and lit the fire, took it for himself. Later, Charlie Sloane sent her a fancy slate pencil decorated with red and yellow stripes. Anne was very pleased and smiled at him. His smile made him so happy that he made many mistakes in his writing, and Mr. Phillips made him rewrite his work after school. But even as Anne enjoyed these small moments, she felt a pang, because Diana Barry did not send her any sign of praise. "Diana might have smiled at me once," she said sadly to Marilla that night. The next morning, a small, folded note and a little parcel were passed to Anne. "Dear Anne, Mother says I am not to play or talk with you at school any more. It is not my fault, and please do not be angry with me, because I still love you very much. I miss you and I do not like Gertie pie at all. I made you a new bookmark out of red tissue paper. Only 3 girls in school know how to make them. When you look at it, remember, your true friend, Diana Barry." Anne read the note, kissed the bookmark, and sent a quick reply. "My own darling Diana, I am not angry with you because you must obey your mother. Our hearts can talk to each other. I will keep your lovely present forever. Minnie Andrews is a nice girl, although she has no imagination, but after being your best friend, I cannot be Minnie's. Please excuse my mistakes in spelling. Yours until death do us part. Anne or Cordelia Shirley. P.S. I will sleep with your letter under my pillow tonight." Marilla worried that more trouble might come since Anne had begun to go back to school. But nothing worse happened. Perhaps Anne had learned a little from Minnie Andrews. At least she got along with Mr. Phillips from that time on. She worked very hard in her studies, determined not to be outdone by Gilbert Blythe. Soon, a friendly rivalry grew between them. Sometimes Gilbert was first in spelling, sometimes Anne was. One morning Gilbert had all his sums correct and his name was written on the board on the honor roll. The next morning, after working hard on decimals all evening, Anne was first. One day, they tied and their names were written together. That day, Anne felt very embarrassed, while Gilbert was very pleased. When the written tests were held at the end of each month, the suspense was terrible. The first month, Gilbert was 3 marks ahead, the second Anne beat him by 5 marks. However, her triumph was less sweet, because Gilbert congratulated her happily in front of everyone. It would have been much sweeter if he had felt the sting of defeat. Mr. Phillips might not be a very good teacher, but a pupil as determined as Anne made progress. By the end of the term, Anne and Gilbert were both promoted to the 5th class and began studying Latin, geometry, French, and algebra. In geometry, Anne met her Waterloo. "It is terribly hard, Marilla," she groaned. "I do not think I will ever understand it. There is no room for imagination in geometry at all. Mr. Phillips says I am the worst at it he has ever seen. And some of the others are so smart. It is very embarrassing, Marilla. Even Diana does better than I do," Anne continued. "But I do not mind being beaten by Diana. Even though we now meet like strangers, I still love her with a love that will never go out. It makes me very sad sometimes to think about her. But truly, Marilla, one cannot stay sad very long in such an interesting world, can one?" Chapter 18, Anne to the Rescue. Big things and small things are connected. At first you might not think that a Canadian Premier's trip to Prince Edward Island has anything to do with Anne Shirley at Green Gables. But it does. In January, the Premier came to speak at a very big meeting in Charlottetown. Most people in Avonlea liked the Premier. That night, nearly all the men and many of the women went to town. Mrs. Rachel Lynde also went. She was a very strong politician. Even though she did not support the Premier, she thought the meeting could not happen without her. So she went to town with her husband, Thomas, who could take care of the horse, and with Marilla Cuthbert. Marilla liked politics too. She wanted to see the Premier. So she left Anne and Matthew at home to take care of the house until she came back the next day. While Marilla and Mrs. Rachel enjoyed the meeting, Anne and Matthew stayed at Green Gables. They had the kitchen all to themselves. A bright fire burned in the old stove, and frost sparkled on the windows. Matthew sat on the sofa reading a newspaper. Anne sat at the table and studied her lessons. On the shelf was a new book that Jane Andrews had lent her. Jane said the book was very exciting. Anne wanted to read it. But if she read it, Gilbert Blythe would win tomorrow. So Anne looked away and tried not to think about the book. "Matthew, did you study geometry at school?" Anne asked. "No, I did not," said Matthew as he woke from a nap. "I wish you had," said Anne. "I am very bad at geometry. It makes me sad." "I think you are good at many things," said Matthew kindly. "Mr. Phillips told me last week that you are the smartest student and that you learn fast. Some people say Mr. Phillips is not a good teacher, but I think he is okay." Anne complained, "I would do better in geometry if he did not change the letters. I learn the rule by heart, but then he writes it on the board with different letters and I get confused. I do not think a teacher should do that. Now we study farming. I have learned why the roads are red. That makes me happy. I wonder how Marilla and Mrs. Lynde are doing. Mrs. Lynde says that Canada is in trouble because of the government in Ottawa. She says that if women could vote, things would change." "Which party do you vote for, Matthew?" "I vote Conservative," said Matthew. "Then I vote Conservative too," said Anne. "I am happy because some boys at school are grits. I think Mr. Phillips is a grit because Prissy Andrews's father is one. Ruby Gillis says that when a man courts a girl, he must agree with her mother's religion and her father's politics. Is that true, Matthew?" "I do not know," said Matthew. "Have you ever courted someone, Matthew?" "No, I have not," said Matthew. He had never thought about such things. Anne rested her chin in her hands and thought. "It must be interesting, don't you think? Ruby Gillis says when she grows up she will have many suitors, but I think that is too much. I would rather have one good man. Ruby knows many things about love because she has many older sisters. Mrs. Lynde says the Gillis girls are very popular. Mr. Phillips visits Prissy Andrews almost every evening. He says he is helping her with lessons. Miranda Sloane studies for Queen's and needs help more, but he does not help her. There are many things I do not understand, Matthew." "I do not understand them all either," said Matthew. Anne then said, "I must finish my lessons. I will not open the new book Jane gave me until I am done. The book is a very strong temptation. Even when I look away, I see it. Jane said she cried because of it. I love a book that makes me cry. I will take the book to the sitting room, lock it in the closet, and give you the key. Please do not give it back to me until I finish my work, even if I ask you on my knees. It is easier to resist temptation if I do not have the key. Then, I will go to the cellar and get some russets." "Would you like some russets, Matthew?" "I think I would," said Matthew. He did not eat russets, but he knew and loved them. Just then, Anne came up from the cellar with a plate of russets. She heard fast footsteps on the icy walk. The kitchen door opened quickly and Diana Barry ran in. Diana looked very pale and was out of breath. She had wrapped a shawl around her head. Anne was so surprised that she dropped her candle and plate. The plate, candle, and some apples fell down the cellar stairs. The next day, Marilla found them and was thankful that the house did not catch fire. "What is wrong, Diana?" Anne cried. "Has your mother changed her mind?" "Oh, Anne, come quickly," Diana said nervously. "Minnie May is very sick. She has croup. Young Mary Joe says that father and mother are in town and there is no one to get the doctor. Minnie May is very sick and young Mary Joe does not know what to do. I am so scared, Anne. Without a word, Matthew took his cap and coat, walked past Diana, and went out into the dark yard. He is going to harness the sorrel mare and go to Carmody to get a doctor, said Anne as she quickly put on her hood and jacket. I know this as well as if he told me. Matthew and I are very close. I can almost read his thoughts. I do not think he will find the doctor in Carmody, cried Diana. I know that Dr. Blair went to town and I think Dr. Spencer will go too. Young Mary Joe has never seen a doctor for croup, and Mrs. Lynde is away. Oh, Anne. Do not cry, Di, said Anne cheerfully. I know what to do for croup. Mrs. Hammond had twins 3 times. When you take care of twins many times, you learn a lot. They all had croup. Wait until I get the ipecac bottle. You may not have one at your house. Come on now. The 2 little girls held hands and ran out. They hurried along Lover's Lane and then across the frozen field, because the snow was too deep on the short wood path. Anne felt sorry for Minnie May, but she also enjoyed the adventure with her dear friend. That night was clear and cold. Big stars shone over the quiet fields. Tall fir trees stood with snow on their branches, and the wind blew softly. Anne thought it was very nice to walk in such a beautiful night with her friend. Minnie May was 3 years old and very sick. She lay on the kitchen sofa with a fever, and you could hear her rough breathing all over the house. Young Mary Joe, a French girl with a round face who had come to help the children, did not know what to do. Anne worked quickly. Minnie May has croup. She is very sick, but I have seen worse. First, we need lots of hot water. Diana, there is only 1 cup of water in the kettle. I have filled it up now. Mary Joe, please put some wood in the stove. Now I will undress Minnie May and put her to bed. Diana, find some soft flannel cloths, please. I will give her some ipecac now. Minnie May did not like the ipecac, but Anne had learned from taking care of many twins. She gave Minnie May ipecac many times during that long, hard night. Young Mary Joe kept the fire burning and made more hot water than a small hospital for babies with croup might need. At 3 o'clock, Matthew came with a doctor. He had to go all the way to Spencervale to get one. But by then Minnie May was much better and was sleeping soundly. I almost gave up, said Anne. Minnie May got worse and was sicker than even the Hammond twins. I thought she would choke. I gave her all the ipecac in the bottle. When the last drop went down, I thought, this is our last hope and it might not work. But in about 3 minutes she coughed and started to get better. I felt so relieved, doctor. I cannot tell you how happy I was. The doctor said, I understand. He looked at Anne with kind, thoughtful eyes. Later he told Mr. and Mrs. Barry that little red-haired girl at Cuthbert's is very smart. She saved Minnie May's life. She has a wonderful skill and clear mind for a child. I have never seen eyes like hers when she explained what happened. The next morning, Anne came home in a beautiful, white, frosty winter. She was very tired from little sleep, but she talked happily with Matthew as they walked across the white field under the sparkling trees of Lover's Lane. Oh, Matthew, isn't this a wonderful morning? The world looks like it was made by God for his own pleasure. The trees look so strong I could blow them away with one breath. I am very glad I live in a place with white frost. I am also glad Mrs. Hammond had twins, because if not, I would not have known how to help Minnie May. I am sorry I was ever angry with Mrs. Hammond. But, oh, Matthew, I am so sleepy. I cannot go to school today, because I will be too tired and not pay attention. But I do not like staying home, because Gil and others may be ahead in class, and it is hard to catch up. Matthew said, "I think you will be all right. You go to bed and have a good sleep. I will do all the chores." So Anne went to bed and slept a long, deep sleep. When she woke in the rosy afternoon, she went to the kitchen where Marilla was sitting and knitting. "Did you see the Premier?" Anne asked. "What did he look like, Marilla?" Marilla said, "He did not become Premier because of his looks. He had a very big nose. But he can speak well. I was proud to be a Conservative. Mrs. Rachel Lynde, a Liberal, did not like him. Your dinner is in the oven, Anne. You can have some blue plum preserve from the pantry. I think you are hungry. Matthew told me what happened last night. It was very good that you knew what to do. I would not have known, because I have never seen croup before. Now, stop talking until you have your dinner. I can see you talk too much when you are hungry." Marilla wanted to tell Anne something, but she waited until Anne finished her blue plums. Then she said, "Mrs. Barry came this afternoon. She wanted to see you, but I did not wake you. She says you saved Minnie May's life, and she is very sorry for what happened with the currant wine. She knows you did not mean to make Diana drunk, and she hopes you will forgive her and be friends with Diana again. You can go to Diana's house tonight, because she is sick with a cold. Now, Anne Shirley, please do not get too carried away." Anne looked very excited and happy. She jumped up and said, "Oh, Marilla, can I go right now without washing my dishes? I will wash them when I come back. Dishwashing is not fun at this exciting moment." Marilla said kindly, "Yes, go along." "Aunt Shirley, are you crazy? Come back immediately and put on something. You left without a cap or wrap. Look at you running through the orchard with your hair flying. It will be good if you do not catch a cold." And danced off in the purple winter twilight across the snowy fields. Far away in the southwest, a bright evening star shone like a pearl in a pale golden sky with soft pink clouds over white fields and dark spruce trees. The sound of sleigh bells from the snowy hills sounded like small chimes in the cold air, but their music was not as sweet as the happy song in Anne's heart. Later that day, Anne said to Marilla, "Look, Marilla, I am very happy. I am happy even though I have red hair. Right now, I feel very good." Mrs. Barry kissed me and cried and said she was so sorry and that she could never repay me. I felt a little embarrassed, but I said, "I hold no hard feelings. I did not mean to make Diana drunk, and I will forget the past." Wasn't that a nice way to speak, Marilla? Marilla replied, "I felt you were making Mrs. Barry feel even worse. But Diana and I had a very nice afternoon. Diana showed me a new crochet stitch that her aunt in Carmody taught her. Only we know it, and we promised not to tell anyone. Diana gave me a pretty card with a wreath of roses and a little poem. If you love me as I love you, nothing but death can part us two. That is true, Marilla. We will ask Mr. Phillips to let us sit together in class again. Gertie Pye can sit with Minnie Andrews. We had a very nice tea. Mrs. Barry used her best china as if I were a very important guest. I was very excited. No one ever used their best china for me before. We had fruit cake, pound cake, donuts, and 2 kinds of preserves. Mrs. Barry even asked, "Pa, please pass the biscuits to Anne. It feels so nice to be treated like an adult." Marilla sighed and said, "I do not know about that." Anne said firmly, "When I grow up, I will always speak kindly to little girls and I will not laugh when they use big words. I know from hard experience that it hurts their feelings." After tea, Diana and I made taffy. The taffy did not taste very good because neither of us had made it before. Diana let me stir while she buttered the plates, and I forgot and let it burn. Then, when we put it out to cool, a cat walked on one plate and we had to throw it away. But making it was very fun. When I came home, Mrs. Barry asked me to visit more often, and Diana waved and threw kisses at me all the way to Lover's Lane. I feel like praying tonight, and I will make a new prayer for this happy day. Chapter 19. A Concert, a Catastrophe, and a Confession. Marilla, can I go see Diana for a minute? Anne asked as she ran down from the East Gable one February evening. Marilla said in a short voice, I do not see why you must go out after dark. You and Diana walked home from school together, and then you stood in the snow talking for a long time. I think you have seen her enough. But she wants to see me, and pleaded. She has something very important to tell me. How do you know that? Asked Marilla. Because she sent me a signal from her window, explained Anne. We use candles and cardboard to signal. We put a candle on the windowsill and make flashes by moving a piece of cardboard. 2 flashes mean, are you there? 3 flashes mean yes, 4 mean no, and 5 mean, come over as soon as possible because I have something important to say. Diana sent 5 flashes. I must know what it is. Marilla said with a little smile, you may go, but you must be back in 10 minutes. Anne remembered the promise and went off. She came back in 10 minutes, though it must have been hard to say everything in such a short time. At least she used the time well. Later, Anne said, Marilla, what do you think? Tomorrow is Diana's birthday. Her mother said she could ask me to go home with her after school and stay the night. Also, her cousins will come in a big sleigh from Newbridge. They will take Diana and me to a concert if you let me go. You will, won't you, Marilla? I feel so excited. Marilla shook her head. You must calm down. You are not going. You should stay at home in your own bed. And that club concert is nonsense. Little girls should not go to such places. But I think the debating club is very respectable, and argued. I am not saying it is not. But you are not going to run off to concerts and stay out all night. That is not proper for children. I am surprised that Mrs. Barry lets Diana go. It is a very special day, and cried, almost in tears. Diana has 1 birthday each year. It is not an ordinary day. Prissy Andrews will recite a poem called Curfew Must Not Ring Tonight, a very good moral piece. The choir will sing 4 lovely songs, and the minister will give a talk that is like a sermon. Please, may I go, Marilla? Marilla said firmly, you heard me, Anne. Take off your boots and go to bed. It is past 8. Just one more thing, Marilla, Anne said, as if saving her last hope. Mrs. Barry told Diana that we might sleep in the spare room bed. Think of the honor of little and sleeping in that bed. Marilla answered, that honor you must have without me. Now, go to bed and do not say another word. Anne went upstairs with tears on her cheeks. At that moment, Matthew, who had been sleeping on the lounge, opened his eyes and said, Well, Marilla, I think you ought to let Anne go. Marilla replied, I do not think so. Who is bringing up this child, you or me? You, said Matthew. Do not interfere, said Marilla. I am not interfering. I just have my own opinion. And my opinion is that you should let Anne go. Marilla smiled kindly and said, You would let her go to the moon if she wanted, I suppose. I might have let her spend the night with Diana if that were all. But I do not approve of this concert idea. She might catch a cold and get too excited. I know what is best for her. Matthew repeated, I think you ought to let Anne go. Marilla sighed and was silent for a moment. The next morning, when Anne was washing breakfast dishes in the pantry, Matthew stopped and said again, I think you ought to let Anne go, Marilla. After a moment of looking very cross, Marilla said sharply, "Very well, she can go, since that is what you want," and ran out of the pantry with a dishcloth dripping water in her hand. "Oh, Marilla, Marilla, say those blessed words again." Marilla replied, "I have said them once. This is Matthew's doing, and I wash my hands of it. If you catch a cold sleeping in a strange bed, or coming out of that hot hall at night, do not blame me. Anne Shirley, you are dripping water all over the floor. I have never seen such a careless child." Anne said sadly, "I know I cause you trouble, Marilla. I make many mistakes. But think of all the mistakes I do not make. I will clean up before I go to school. Oh, Marilla, my heart was set on going to that concert. I have never been to a concert, and when the other girls talk about them in school, I feel left out. You did not know how I felt, but Matthew did. Matthew understands me, and it is so nice to be understood." At school that morning, Anne was too excited to concentrate. Gilbert Blythe made her work hard in class, and she felt very embarrassed. Yet the thought of the concert and the spare room bed made her feel better. She and Diana talked about it all day. Even though Mr. Phillips was a strict teacher, they kept their secret excitement. After school, Anne and Diana began a day full of adventure. At the concert, they had a very elegant tea. Then they went to Diana's little room upstairs to get ready. Diana did Anne's hair in a new style and untied Diana's bows very carefully. They tried many ways to fix their hair. At last, they were ready. Their cheeks were red and their eyes shone with joy. Anne felt a little sad when she saw her plain black hat and her old grey coat compared to Diana's smart fur cap and pretty jacket. But she remembered that she had a lively imagination. Soon, Diana's cousins, the Murrays from Newbridge, arrived in a big, cozy sleigh with warm robes and straw. Anne loved the ride to the hall. The smooth road was covered with crisp snow. The sunset was magnificent. The snowy hills and the deep blue water of the St. Lawrence Gulf looked like a huge bowl of pearls and sapphires, full of light and fire. The sound of sleigh bells and distant laughter filled the air like a song of little elves. "Oh, Diana," Anne breathed as she squeezed Diana's mittened hand, "doesn't it feel like a beautiful dream? Do I look the same as always? I feel so different that I think it shows." "You look very nice," Diana said, smiling after receiving a compliment from one of her cousins. "You have the loveliest color." The program that night was full of fun surprises. Anne said each part was even more exciting than the one before. When Prissy Andrews, wearing a new pink silk dress with a string of pearls and real carnations in her hair, climbed a dark ladder and shivered with sympathy. When the choir sang, far above the gentle daisies, and looked at the ceiling as if it were full of angels. When Sam Sloane told a funny story called "How Sockery Set a Hen," and laughed so much that others near her laughed too. And when Mr. Phillips gave a long talk about Mark Antony over Caesar's body, always looking at Prissy Andrews at the end of each sentence, and felt very excited indeed. Only one part did not interest her. When Gilbert Blythe read Bingen on the Rhine, and took Rhoda Murray's library book and read it until he finished. Then she sat very still while Diana clapped her hands until they tingled. It was 11 o'clock when they got home. They were very tired from the fun, but still full of happy memories. The house was dark and quiet. Anne and Diana tiptoed into the parlor, a long, narrow room that led to the spare room. It was warm and dim from the glowing embers in the grate. "Let's undress here," said Diana. "It is so nice and warm." "Wasn't that time delightful?" sighed Anne happily. "It must be wonderful to recite there." "Do you think we will ever be asked to recite, Diana?" "Yes, of course, someday. The big students always recite. Gilbert Blythe does it often, and he is only 2 years older than us." "Oh, Anne, How can you pretend not to listen to him? When he said, "There's another, not a sister," he looked right at you. Diana said, and with dignity, "You are my best friend, but I cannot let you talk to me about that person. Are you ready for bed? Let's have a race to the bed." The idea made both girls very happy. The two little girls in white ran down the long room, through the spare room door, and jumped on the bed at the same time. Then something moved under the bed. There was a gasp and a small cry. Someone, very softly, said, "Merciful goodness." Anne and Diana never knew how they got off the bed and out of the room. They only knew that after a quick rush, they found themselves tiptoeing upstairs, cold and a little frightened. "Who was it?" "What was it?" whispered Anne, her teeth chattering. "It was Aunt Josephine," said Diana, laughing with relief. "Oh, Anne, it was Aunt Josephine, however she got there. I know she will be very angry. It is dreadful, but have you ever seen anything so funny?" "Who is your Aunt Josephine?" asked Anne. "She is my father's aunt. She lives in Charlottetown. She is very old, about 70, and I do not think she was ever a little girl. We expected her to visit, but not so soon. She is very proper, and she scolds a lot. I know she will scold us very hard. We will have to sleep with Minnie May, and you know how she kicks." That next morning, Miss Josephine Barry did not come to breakfast. Mrs. Barry smiled kindly at the two girls. "Did you have a good time last night?" "I tried to stay awake until you came home. I wanted to tell you that Aunt Josephine came and that you had to go upstairs. But I was too tired and fell asleep. I hope you did not disturb your aunt, Diana." Diana said little, but she and Anne exchanged secret smiles of guilty fun across the table. After breakfast, Anne went home, not knowing that later the Barry family would have trouble because of last night. In the late afternoon, Anne went on an errand to Mrs. Lynde's for Marilla. "Mrs. Lynde said in a strict voice, but with a twinkle in her eye, "So you and Diana nearly scared poor old Miss Barry to death last night." Mrs. Barry was on her way to Carmody a few minutes ago. "She is very worried. Old Miss Barry was very angry this morning, and you know Josephine Barry's temper is no joke. She would not speak to Diana at all. It was not Diana's fault," said Anne sadly. "It was my fault. I suggested we race to see who would get into bed first." "I knew it," said Mrs. Lynde, very pleased. "I knew that idea came from you. Look at all the trouble it has caused. Old Miss Barry came to stay for a month, but she says she will leave tomorrow, Sunday. She would have left today if she could. She had promised to pay for a few music lessons for Diana, but now she is not going to do anything for such a tomboy. I guess they had a lively time this morning. The Barrys must feel very upset. Old Miss Barry is rich, and they want to please her. I am a good judge of people. I am such an unlucky girl," Anne said sadly. "I always get into trouble and bring my best friends into it too. Can you tell me why this happens, Mrs. Lynde?" "It is because you are too impulsive, child. You never stop to think before you speak or act." "But that is the best part," Anne protested. "Something exciting comes to mind and you must say it. If you think too much, you spoil the excitement. Have you never felt that, Mrs. Lynde?" Mrs. Lynde shook her head and said, "You must learn to think a little, Anne. Remember the saying, 'Look before you leap,' especially into spare-room beds." Mrs. Lynde laughed gently at her own joke, but Anne still felt very serious. When she left Mrs. Lynde's, she walked across the frozen fields to Orchard Slope. There, Diana met her at the kitchen door. "Your Aunt Josephine was very angry, wasn't she?" whispered Anne. "Yes," Diana answered, trying not to giggle and looking nervously at the closed sitting-room door. "She was very angry. She scolded me and said I was the worst-behaved girl she ever saw and that my parents should be ashamed. She said she will not stay, and I do not care. But father and mother do. Why did you not tell them it was my fault? Demanded Anne. I would not do that, Anne Shirley. I am not a tattletale, and I was just as much to blame as you. Well, I am going to tell her myself, said Anne firmly. Diana stared. Anne Shirley, you must not. You will be scolded very badly. Do not frighten me more than I already am, Anne said. I must do it. It is my fault and I must confess. I have practiced confessing. Look. She is in the room, said Diana. You may go in if you want. I would not dare. And I do not believe you will make any difference. Encouraged, Anne walked up to the sitting room door and knocked softly. A sharp come-in was heard. Miss Josephine Barry, thin, proper, and strict, was sitting by the fire and knitting. Her eyes, behind her gold-rimmed glasses, were very angry. She turned in her chair and saw a pale, small girl with big eyes full of courage and fear. Who are you? Demanded Miss Barry. I am Anne of Green Gables, said the trembling girl, clasping her hands. I have come to confess, please. Confess what? Asked Miss Barry. That it was all my fault for jumping on your bed last night. I suggested it. Diana would never have done that. Diana is a very ladylike girl, Miss Barry. So please do not blame her. Miss Barry said sharply, Oh, must I? I think Diana did her part. Such behavior is not proper in a good house. But we were only having fun, and persisted. I think you should forgive us. And please, forgive Diana and let her have her music lessons. Diana loves her music lessons very much, Miss Barry, and I know how it feels to want something and not get it. If you must be angry with me. I am used to people being cross with me. By now, the anger in Miss Barry's eyes softened, and she gave a little twinkle. Still, she said, I do not think that is a good excuse. Little girls did not play like that when I was young. You do not know what it is like to be woken up after a long sleep by two girls jumping on your bed. I do not know, but I can imagine, said Anne eagerly. I am sure it was very disturbing. But please try to understand our side. We did not know anyone was in the bed, and you nearly scared us. We could not sleep in the spare room after being promised it. I suppose you are used to spare rooms, but imagine how you would feel if you were a little orphan girl who had never had such an honor. Miss Barry laughed a little and said, My imagination is a bit rusty. I think your story is touching. It all depends on how we see it. Sit down here and tell me about yourself. I am very sorry I cannot, said Anne firmly. I would like to, because you seem interesting and maybe even like a kindred spirit, even if you do not look like one. But I must go home to Miss Marilla Cuthbert. Miss Marilla is a kind lady who has raised me well. She does her best, though it is hard work. Do not blame her because I jumped on the bed. But before I go, please tell me if you will forgive Diana and stay in Avonlea as long as you planned. Miss Barry said, I think I will if you come and talk to me sometimes. That evening, Miss Barry gave Diana a silver bangle bracelet. She also told the grown-ups that she had unpacked her suitcase. I have decided to stay here just so I can get to know that girl better, she said frankly. She makes me laugh, and at my age a funny person is a rare gift. Marilla only said, I told you so. This was mostly for Matthew's benefit. Miss Barry stayed for a month or more. She was a very agreeable guest because Anne kept her in good humor. They became firm friends. When Miss Barry left, she said, Remember, Anne, when you come to town you must visit me. I will let you sleep in my very spare room bed. Later, Anne told Marilla Miss Barry is a kindred spirit, after all. You might not think so at first, but she is. Kindred spirits are not as rare as I used to think. It is wonderful to find others like you in the world. Chapter 20. A Good Imagination Gone Wrong. Spring had come again to Green Gables. The Canadian spring was beautiful but playful. It stayed in April and May with fresh, cool days, pink sunsets, and many signs of new life. The maple trees in Lover's Lane had red buds, and small ferns grew near the Dryad's Bubble. In the fields behind Mr. Silas Sloane's house, the mayflowers bloomed in pink and white under brown leaves. All the school children spent one bright afternoon gathering these pretty flowers. They came home at twilight with their arms and baskets full of flowers. I feel sorry for people who live where there are no mayflowers, said Anne. Diana says they might have something else, but nothing is as good as mayflowers. And if people do not know what they are like, they do not miss them. But I think it is very sad. I think it is tragic not to know mayflowers and not to miss them. Marilla, do you know what I think mayflowers are? I think they are the souls of the flowers that died last summer. Now they are in heaven. But we had a very happy time today. We had our lunch in a big, mossy hollow by an old well. It was very romantic. Charlie Sloane dared Artie Gillis to jump over the well, and Artie did, even though he was afraid. In school, nobody would do such a dare, because it is very fashionable to be brave. Mr. Phillips gave all the mayflowers he found to Prissy Andrews. I heard him say, "Sweets to the sweet." He read that from a book, I know, but it shows he has a good imagination. I was offered some mayflowers too, but I refused them with scorn. I will not say the person's name. We made wreaths from the mayflowers and put them on our hats. When it was time to go home, we walked down the road in pairs, with our bouquets and wreaths, singing My Home on the Hill. Oh, it was so exciting, Marilla. All the people at Mr. Silas Sloane's rushed out to see us. Everyone we met on the road stopped and stared. We made a real sensation. Marilla said, "Not much wonder." Such silly doings. After the mayflowers came the violets. Violet Vale turned purple with them. Anne walked through it on her way to school, carefully and as if she were in a special place. Sometimes, she told Diana, when I walk here I do not care if Gil or anyone else gets ahead of me in class. But when I am at school, I care very much. There are many different Annes in me. I sometimes think that is why I am so troublesome. If I were just one and it would be more comfortable, but it would not be half as interesting. One June evening, when the orchards were pink with blossoms again, when the frogs sang sweetly in the marshes near the lake of shining waters, and when the air smelled of clover fields and fir trees, and sat by her gable window. She had been studying, but it was too dark to see her book. So she began to daydream, looking out past the blossoms on the Snow Queen tree. Inside her little room, everything was the same. The walls were white, the pincushion was hard, and the chairs stood stiff and yellow. But the room felt different. It was full of a new life. It felt as if all my dreams had painted the room with colours of rainbow and moonlight. Soon Marilla came in with some of Anne's freshly ironed school aprons. She hung them on a chair and sat down with a small sigh. Marilla had a headache that afternoon. Even though the pain was gone, she felt weak, and tuck it out, as she said. Anne looked at her with kind eyes. "I do wish I could have had your headache, Marilla. I would have taken it happily for your sake." Marilla said, "I guess you worked hard today, and let me rest. You made fewer mistakes than usual. Of course, you did not need to starch Matthew's handkerchiefs. And most people eat a hot pie instead of letting it burn. But that does not seem to be your way." Marilla always became a little sarcastic when she talked about her headache. "Oh, I'm so sorry, said Anne, feeling bad. I did not think about the pie after I put it in the oven. I was sure there was something missing on the dinner table. I promised myself, when you left me this morning, not to imagine things, but to think only of facts. I did well until I put the pie in the oven. Then I could not help it. I began to imagine I was an enchanted princess in a lonely tower. A handsome knight on a black horse would come to save me. That is how I forgot the pie. I did not know I starched the handkerchiefs. When I was ironing, I was trying to think of a name for a new island that Diana and I discovered by the brook. It is a very beautiful place. There are 2 maple trees on it and the brook flows around it. Finally, I thought it would be splendid to call it Victoria Island because we found it on the Queen's birthday. Both Diana and I are very loyal. But I am sorry about the pie and the handkerchiefs. I wanted to be extra good today because it is an anniversary. Do you remember what happened on this day last year, Marilla? Marilla said, No, I cannot think of anything special. Oh, Marilla, it was the day I came to Green Gables. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I have been here for 1 year and I have been so happy. Of course, I have had troubles, but we can get over troubles. Are you sorry you kept me, Marilla? Marilla said, No, I cannot say I am sorry. I sometimes wonder how I lived before you came, Anne. Now, if you have finished your lessons, please run over and ask Mrs. Barry if she will lend me Diana's apron pattern. Oh, it is too dark, cried Anne. Too dark. It is only twilight. And you have gone out after dark many times. I will go early in the morning, said Anne eagerly. I will get up at sunrise and go over, Marilla. Marilla said, What is in your head now, Anne Shirley? I want that pattern so I can cut your new apron today. Go at once and be quick. I will have to go by the road then, said Anne, taking up her hat sadly. Go by the road and waste half an hour. I would like to catch you. I cannot go through the haunted wood, Marilla, cried Anne in a small voice. Marilla looked at her hard. The haunted wood. Are you crazy? What is the haunted wood? The spruce wood by the brook, said Anne quietly. Fiddlesticks. There is no such thing as a haunted wood. Who told you such stories? No one, Anne said. Diana and I just made it up. All the places here are so ordinary. We began it in April. A haunted wood is very romantic, Marilla. We chose the spruce grove because it is dark and gloomy. We imagined many scary things. We thought a white lady walks along the brook at night. She wrings her hands and cries. She appears when someone in a family will die. And the ghost of a little child haunts the corner by Idlewild. It creeps up behind you and touches your hand. And a headless man walks on the path. Skeletons look at you from the trees. Oh, Marilla, I am very afraid to go through the haunted wood after dark. I am sure white shapes would come out from behind the trees and grab me. Marilla said, Have you ever heard such nonsense? Anne Shirley, do you mean you believe these stories from your own imagination? Not exactly believe, said Anne. I do not believe them in daylight. But after dark, Marilla, it is different. That is when ghosts walk. There are no ghosts, Anne. Oh, but there are, Marilla, cried Anne. I know people who have seen them. They are good, respectable people. Charlie Sloane says his grandmother saw his grandfather driving the cows home one night after he was buried for a year. You know Charlie Sloane's grandmother would not tell a story for anything. She is very religious. And Mrs. Thomas's father was chased home one night by a lamb of fire with its head cut off. He said he knew it was the spirit of his brother, and that it was a warning that he would die soon. He did not die then, but he died 2 years later. And Ruby Gillis says, Anne Shirley, interrupted Marilla firmly, I never want to hear you talk like that again. I have had my doubts about your imagination. If this is what comes of it, I will not allow it. You will go over to Mrs. Barry's, and you will go through that spruce grove. This is a lesson and a warning to you. And never tell me again about haunted woods. Anne cried and pleaded, but her fear was very real. Her imagination had made the spruce grove very scary to her at night. But Marilla was firm. She marched the frightened girl out to the spring and ordered her, now go straight over the bridge and into the dark woods where you will see scary things. Oh, Marilla, how can you be so cruel? Sobbed Anne. What would you feel if a white thing came out and carried you away? I will risk it, said Marilla. You know I always mean what I say. I will cure you of imagining ghosts. Now march. Anne marched. She stumbled over the bridge and walked slowly up the dark, scary path. Anne never forgot that walk. She was very sorry for letting her imagination run away. In every shadow, she saw the ghosts of her thoughts. A white piece of birch bark in the dark made her heart stop. The sound of 2 tree branches rubbing together made her sweat. Bats flying in the dark felt like strange, ghostly wings. When she reached Mr. William Bell's field, she ran as if white things were chasing her. She reached the Barry kitchen door so out of breath that she could hardly ask for the apron pattern. Diana was not there, so she had no reason to stay. She had to take the scary trip back. Anne went back over the same path with her eyes closed, choosing to risk a quick run through the dark instead of looking for white shapes. When she finally stumbled over the log bridge, she breathed a long, shivering breath of relief. Marilla said in a cold voice, Well, nothing caught you. Oh, Marv Marilla, Anne stammered, I think I will like ordinary places more after this. Chapter 21. A New Departure in Flavorings. Dear me, there is nothing but meetings and goodbyes in this world, as Mrs. Lynde said and sadly. She put her slate and books on the kitchen table on the last day of June and wiped her red eyes with a very wet handkerchief. I am glad I took an extra handkerchief to school today. I felt I would need it. Marilla replied, I never thought you liked Mr. Phillips so much that you needed 2 handkerchiefs just because he is leaving. Anne said, I did not cry because I loved him very much. I cried because everyone else cried. Ruby Gillis started crying. Ruby always said she hated Mr. Phillips, but as soon as he made his goodbye speech, she began to cry. Then all the girls started crying one after the other. I tried to be strong, Marilla. I tried to remember the time Mr. Phillips made me sit with Gil, the time he spelled my name without an E on the blackboard, and all the times he was so mean and sarcastic. But I could not help my tears. Jane Andrews talked for a month about how happy she would be when Mr. Phillips left. Even she cried and had to borrow a handkerchief from her brother because she did not bring one. Oh, Marilla, it was so sad. Mr. Phillips made a very beautiful farewell speech. He said, The time has come for us to part, and he even had tears in his eyes. I felt very sorry for all the times I talked in school, drew pictures of him on my slate, and made fun of him and Prissy. I wished I had been a perfect student like Minnie Andrews. The girls cried all the way home. Carrie Sloane kept saying, The time has come for us to part, and it made us cry again when we almost cheered up. I feel very sad, Marilla. But we have 2 months of vacation. And besides, we met the new minister and his wife at the station. Even though I felt bad about Mr. Phillips leaving, I became a little interested in the new minister. His wife is very pretty. She is not very royal looking, because a minister's wife should not be too royal. Mrs. Lynde says the minister's wife in Newbridge dresses too fashionably. Our new minister's wife wore a blue muslin dress with nice puffed sleeves and a hat with roses. Jane Andrews said puffed sleeves are too worldly for a minister's wife, but I did not say anything unkind because I love puffed sleeves. And she has only been a minister's wife a short time. They will stay with Mrs. Lynde until their new house is ready. That evening, Marilla went to Mrs. Lynde's to return some quilting frames. In Avonlea, many things that Mrs. Lynde lent out were brought back that night. In our small town, a new minister and a minister with a wife is very interesting. Old Mr. Bentley was the minister of Avonlea for 18 years. He was a widower when he came, and he stayed a widower even though people often said he would marry someone. In February he left, and many people were sad because they loved him even though he was not a good speaker. Since then, many different ministers came to preach in church. People in Avonlea judged them. I, a small red-haired girl, sat quietly in the old Cuthbert pew and talked with Matthew about them. Marilla never said anything bad about the ministers. I do not think Mr. Smith would have done, said Anne. Mrs. Lynde says his speaking is very poor. I think his worst fault is like Mr. Bentley's, he has no imagination. And Mr. Terry has too much imagination, he lets it run away, just like I did about the haunted wood. Also, Mrs. Lynde says his ideas are not sound. Mr. Gresham was a very good and religious man, but he told too many funny stories in church. A minister should be dignified, mustn't you, Matthew? I thought Mr. Marshall was very handsome, but Mrs. Lynde says he is not married or engaged. She says a young, unmarried minister in Avonlea might cause trouble. Mrs. Lynde is very wise, isn't she, Matthew? I am glad they have called Mr. Allen. I like him because his sermon was interesting and he prayed as if he meant it. Mrs. Lynde says he is not perfect, but we cannot expect a perfect minister for only $750 a year. And she says his ideas are sound because she asked him many questions. She also knows his wife's family. They are very respectable, and the women are good housewives. Mrs. Lynde says that a good minister and a good housewife make the perfect pair. The new minister and his wife were a young, nice couple. They were still on their honeymoon and full of good ideas for their work. Avonlea welcomed them with open hearts. Everyone, young and old, liked the cheerful minister and the kind, gentle minister's wife. I quickly fell in love with Mrs. Allen. I felt she was like me, a kindred spirit. Mrs. Allen is very lovely, I announced one Sunday afternoon. She teaches our class and is a splendid teacher. She said it is not fair for the teacher to ask all the questions, and you know, Marilla, I have always thought so too. She said we can ask any question we like, and I asked many questions. I am very good at asking questions, Marilla. Marilla said, I believe you. No one else asked questions except Ruby Gillis. She asked if there would be a Sunday school picnic this summer. I did not think that was a proper question because our lesson was about Daniel in the lion's den, but Mrs. Allen just smiled and said she thought there would be a picnic. Mrs. Allen has a lovely smile and beautiful dimples. I wish I had dimples, Marilla. I am not as thin as I was when I first came here, and I do not have dimples yet. If I had them, maybe I could help people. Mrs. Allen said we should always try to help others be good. She talked so nicely about everything. I never knew that religion could be so cheerful. I always thought it was sad, but Mrs. Allen makes it happy. I would like to be a Christian like her. I do not want to be like Mr. Superintendent Bell. Marilla said, It is very naughty of you to speak so about Mr. Bell. He is a very good man. Oh, of course he is good, I agreed, but he does not seem happy. If I were good, I would dance and sing all day because I was happy. I suppose Mrs. Allen is too old to dance and sing, and it would not be proper for a minister's wife. But I can feel she is very happy to be a Christian, even if she can go to heaven without it. Marilla then said, I suppose we must invite Mr. and Mrs. Allen to tea soon. They have been to many places, but not here. Next Wednesday would be a good day. But do not tell Matthew, for if he knows they are coming he will try to be away. He is used to Mr. Bentley and a new minister, and his wife might scare him. I will keep it a secret, I promised. But oh, Marilla, will you let me make a cake for the tea? I want to do something for Mrs. Allen. I can make a very good cake now. You can make a layer cake, Marilla said. On Monday and Tuesday, many preparations were made at Green Gables. Having the minister and his wife to tea was very important, and Marilla did not want to be outdone by any other housewife in Avonlea. I was very excited and happy. I talked with Diana on Tuesday night as we sat on the big red stones by the Dryad's bubble. We made rainbows in the water with little twigs dipped in fir balsam. Everything is ready, Diana, except my cake, which I will make in the morning, and the biscuits with baking powder that Marilla will make before tea. Marilla and I have worked very hard these 2 days. It is a big responsibility to have a minister's family to tea. I have never done such a thing before. You should see our pantry. It is amazing. We will have jellied chicken and cold tongue, 2 kinds of jelly, red and yellow, whipped cream, lemon pie, cherry pie, 3 kinds of cookies, fruit cake, and Marilla's famous yellow plum preserves. She keeps these just for ministers, plus pound cake, layer cake, biscuits, and both new and old bread in case the minister has a weak stomach. Mrs. Lynde says ministers have weak stomachs, but I do not think Mr. Allen has been a minister long enough for that. I get very nervous when I think of my layer cake. Oh, Diana, what if it does not turn out well? I dreamed last night that a scary goblin with a big layer cake for a head chased me. It will be good, said Diana kindly. I am sure the cake you made for lunch 2 weeks ago was perfect. Yes, but cakes sometimes turn out badly when you want them to be good, I sighed. I set a pretty twig in the water and watched a small rainbow form. I suppose I must trust in God and be very careful with the flour. Oh, look, Diana, what a lovely rainbow. Do you think the dryad will come out after we leave and take it as a scarf? You know there is no such thing as a dryad, said Diana. Her mother had heard about the haunted wood and was very angry. So Diana does not believe in dryads anymore. But it is so easy to imagine one, I said. Every night before I go to bed, I look out of my window and wonder if the dryad is sitting here, combing her hair with the spring light as a mirror. Sometimes I look for her footprints in the morning dew. Oh, Diana, do not give up your faith in the dryad. Wednesday morning came. I got up at sunrise because I was too excited to sleep. I caught a bad cold in my head because I had been in the spring the evening before, but nothing can stop me when I want to make a cake. After breakfast, I began to make my cake. When I closed the oven door, I took a long breath. I hope I have not forgotten anything this time, Marilla. But do you think the cake will rise? What if the baking powder is bad? I used it from a new can. Mrs. Lynde says you can never be sure to get good baking powder nowadays because it is often mixed with other things. She even says the government should do something, but I do not think a Tory government will ever do that. Marilla, what if the cake does not rise? Marilla said calmly, we will have plenty of cake even without it. The cake did rise and came out of the oven light and soft like golden foam. I was very happy. I clapped the layers together with red jelly and imagined Mrs. Allen eating it and asking for another piece. You will use the best tea set, of course, Marilla, I said. Can I decorate the table with ferns and wild roses? Marilla sniffed. I think that is silly. In my opinion, the food is what matters, not fancy decorations. Mrs. Barry had her table decorated, I said, and the minister said it was a feast for the eyes as well as the mouth. Do as you like, said Marilla. But make sure you leave enough room for the dishes and the food. I decorated the table with many roses and ferns in my own artistic way. When the minister and his wife sat down, they all said together how lovely the table looked. It is Anne's work, said Marilla, and I felt that Mrs. Allen's kind smile was almost too much happiness for me. Matthew was there too. He had been very shy, but I helped him. Now he sat at the table in his best clothes and talked nicely to the minister. He did not speak to Mrs. Allen, but that was normal. Everything was happy until my layer cake was served. Mrs. Allen, after having many pieces, did not want mine. Marilla, seeing the sadness on my face, said with a smile, "Oh, you must try a piece of this, Mrs. Allen. Anne made it especially for you." "In that case, I must taste it," laughed Mrs. Allen. She took a big triangle of cake, and so did the minister and Marilla. Mrs. Allen took a bite, and a strange look came on her face. She did not say a word, but kept eating slowly. Marilla saw this look and quickly tasted the cake. "Anne Shirley." Marilla exclaimed, "What did you put into that cake?" "Nothing but what the recipe said, Marilla," I cried with a sad look. "Oh, isn't it all right?" "It is not all right. It is simply horrible. Mr. Allen, do not eat it. Anne, taste it yourself." "What flavor did you use?" "Vanilla," I said, my face turning red with embarrassment. "Only vanilla." "Oh, Marilla, it must be the baking powder." I had my doubts about it. "Baking powder, fiddlesticks. Go and bring me the bottle of vanilla you used." I ran to the pantry and returned with a small bottle that was partly filled with a brown liquid. It was labeled Best Vanilla in yellow letters. Marilla took the bottle, opened it, and smelled it. "Mercy, Anne, you have flavored that cake with anodyne liniment." I broke the liniment bottle last week and poured what was left into an old empty vanilla bottle. "I suppose it is partly my fault. I should have warned you. But why did you not smell it?" I burst into tears at this double mistake. I could not, I had such a cold. I sobbed. I ran to my room, threw myself on the bed, and cried without wanting comfort. Soon, I heard light steps on the stairs. Someone came into the room. "Oh, Marilla," I sobbed without looking up, "I am so ashamed. I will never live this down. Everyone in Avonlea will know. Diana will ask me about my cake and I must tell her the truth. I will always be known as the girl who flavored her cake with liniment. The boys in school will laugh at me. Oh, Marilla, if you have any pity, do not tell Mrs. Allen. I will wash the dishes after the minister and his wife leave, but I cannot look Mrs. Allen in the face. Perhaps she will think I tried to poison her. Mrs. Lynde says she knows of an orphan girl who tried to poison her benefactor. But the liniment is not poisonous. It is meant to be taken inside, not in cakes. Please tell Mrs. Allen that, Marilla." A merry voice said, "Why don't you tell her yourself?" I looked up quickly and saw Mrs. Allen standing by my bed with kind, laughing eyes. "My dear little girl, you must not cry like this," she said. "It is just a funny mistake that anyone might make." "Oh, no, it hurts me to make such a mistake," I said sadly. "I wanted to make that cake so nice for you, Mrs. Allen." "Yes, dear, I know. I appreciate your kindness as much as if it had turned out perfect. Now, you must not cry any more. Come with me and show me your flower garden. Miss Cuthbert told me you have a little garden of your own. I want to see it because I love flowers." I allowed Mrs. Allen to lead me down to the garden. I thought it was very kind of her. No one talked about the liniment cake after that, and when the guests left, I found that I had enjoyed the evening more than I expected, even with that terrible mistake. Still, I sighed deeply. Marilla, isn't it nice to think that tomorrow is a new day with no mistakes yet? I said. Marilla said, I promise you will make many mistakes, Anne. I have never seen you run out of mistakes. Yes, I know, I admitted sadly. But have you noticed one good thing about me, Marilla? I never make the same mistake twice. I do not know if that is any good when you keep making new ones. Oh, Marilla, you see, there must be a limit to the mistakes one person can make, and when I reach the end, then I will be finished with them. That thought makes me feel better. Marilla said, Well, you had better go and give that cake to the pigs. It is not fit for any human to eat, not even Jerry Boot. Chapter 22. Anne is invited out to tea. What are your eyes so big for now? Asked Marilla when Anne came in from running to the post office. Have you found another kindred spirit? Anne's eyes shone with excitement. She had danced up the lane like a little fairy in the warm sunshine and soft shadows of an August evening. No, Marilla, but guess what? I have been invited to tea at the manse tomorrow afternoon. Mrs. Allen left me a letter at the post office. Look, Marilla, it says, Miss Anne Shirley, Green Gables. That is the first time I have ever been called Miss. I felt so thrilled. I will always treasure this moment. Mrs. Allen told me she plans to invite every member of her Sunday school class to tea, said Marilla calmly. You need not be so excited. Learn to take things calmly, child. But Anne was full of spirit. She felt every joy and every sadness very strongly. Marilla sometimes worried that Anne's many ups and downs might hurt her. Still, Marilla loved Anne very much just as she was. That night, Anne went to bed very sad. Matthew had said the wind was from the northeast and might bring rain tomorrow. The sound of the poplar leaves made her think of raindrops, and the far sound of the Gulf now seemed like a promise of a storm. Anne thought that the morning would never come. But morning did come. The day was fine and Anne felt very happy. While washing the breakfast dishes, she said, Oh, Marilla, I feel so good today. I love everyone I see. Wouldn't it be nice if this feeling could last? I think I could be a model child if I were invited to tea every day. But today is a very important day. I feel so nervous. What if I do not behave properly? I have never had tea at a manse before and I do not know all the rules. I have read the rules in the Family Herald's etiquette department since I came here. I am very afraid I might do something silly. Is it polite to take a second helping if you really want more? Marilla said firmly, The trouble with you, Anne, is that you think too much about yourself. You should think about what is best for Mrs. Allen. Immediately, Anne realized Marilla was right. You are right, Marilla. I will try not to think about myself at all. Anne went to the tea at the manse and later came home through the twilight. She sat on a big red sandstone slab by the kitchen door, resting her tired, curly head on Marilla's lap, and told Marilla all about her visit. Outside, a cool wind blew over the harvest fields from the western hills. Poplars rustled, one star shone over the orchard, and fireflies danced among the ferns. Anne watched them and felt that wind, stars, and fireflies were mixed together in a very sweet and magical way. Oh, Marilla, I had a most fascinating time today. I feel as if I have not lived in vain. I will always remember this day even if I am never invited to tea at a manse again. When I arrived, Mrs. Allen met me at the door. She was wearing a lovely pale pink organdy dress with many frills and elbow sleeves. She looked like an angel to me. I really think I would like to be a minister's wife when I grow up. A minister might not mind my red hair because he would not worry about such worldly things. But of course, one must be naturally good, and I am not that, so I guess it does not matter. Some people are naturally good and some are not. Mrs. Lynde says I am full of original sin. No matter how hard I try to be good, I cannot be as good as those who are naturally good. It is a bit like geometry. But do you think that trying hard should count for something? Mrs. Allen is one of the naturally good people. I love her very much. Some people, like Matthew and Mrs. Allen, you can love easily. Others, like Mrs. Lynde, you must try very hard to love. You know you ought to love them because they work so hard for the church, but you must remind yourself of that all the time. There was another little girl at tea from the White Sands Sunday School. Her name was Laurette Bradley. She was very nice. She was not a kindred spirit like me, but still very nice. We had an elegant tea, and I think I followed all the rules well. After tea, Mrs. Allen played and sang, and she got Laurette and me to sing too. Mrs. Allen said I have a good voice, and that I must sing in the Sunday school choir next. I was very thrilled at that thought. I have longed to sing in the choir like Diana, but I was afraid I could not do it. Laurette had to go home early because there was a big concert at the White Sands Hotel that night, and her sister was going to recite. Laurette said that the Americans give a concert every 2 weeks to help the Charlottetown Hospital, and they ask many people to recite. Laurette said she hoped to be asked someday. I looked at her in awe. After Laurette left, Mrs. Allen and I talked heart to heart. I told her everything about Mrs. Thomas, the twins, Katie Maurice, Violetta, coming to Green Gables, and my troubles with geometry. And would you believe it, Marilla? Mrs. Allen told me she was not good at geometry either. You cannot imagine how that encouraged me. Before I left, Mrs. Lynde came to the manse. And guess what, Marilla? The trustees have hired a new teacher, and she is a lady. Her name is Miss Muriel Stacy. Isn't that a romantic name? Mrs. Lynde says Avonlea has never had a female teacher before, and she thinks it is a dangerous idea. But I think it will be splendid to have a lady teacher, and I really cannot wait to see her. I am so impatient to see her. Chapter 23. Anne comes to grief in an affair of honor. Why are your eyes so wide? Marilla asked when Anne came in from running to the post office. Have you found another friend like you? Anne was very excited. She had been dancing down the lane in the warm August light. No, Marilla, but guess what? I got a letter. Mrs. Allen invited me to tea at the manse tomorrow afternoon. Look, it says, Miss Anne Shirley, Green Gables. That is the first time I have ever been called Miss. I feel so happy. I will treasure this moment always. Marilla said in a calm tone, Mrs. Allen plans to invite all your Sunday school friends to tea. You need not get so excited. Try to be calm, child. But Anne was full of spirit. She always felt joy and sadness very strongly. She worried about her manners at tea and studied the rules in the Family Herald. She thought, what if I do something silly? Is it polite to take a second helping if you really want more? Marilla replied firmly, Anne, you think too much about yourself. Think of what is best for Mrs. Allen instead. Anne listened, and later that day she went to tea at the manse. She followed all the rules well. When she came home, she sat on a big red stone by the kitchen door with Marilla and told her all about the tea. Outside, a cool wind blew over the fields, a star shone over the orchard, and fireflies danced among the ferns. Anne felt that the wind, the star, and the fireflies were mixed together in a very sweet, magical way. Oh, Marilla, I had a wonderful time today, Anne exclaimed. Mrs. Allen met me at the door in a beautiful pale pink organdy dress with many frills. I even think I would like to be a minister's wife when I grow up, because I love Mrs. Allen. I love her so much, and some people like Matthew and Mrs. Allen you can love easily. I also met a nice little girl from the White Sands Sunday School named Laurette Bradley. We had tea and sang songs. Mrs. Allen said I have a good voice and that I must sing in the Sunday school choir. I am so happy. And guess what? The trustees have hired a new teacher, a lady called Miss Muriel Stacy. I can't wait to see her. A few weeks later, after the tea at the manse, Diana Barry gave a party for her friends. It was small and special and told Marilla. Only the girls in our class were there. At the party, after tea, the girls played in the Barry garden. They were a little tired of their games and wanted to try something new, daring games. Daring was very fashionable that summer. The boys started daring each other, and soon the girls joined in. Many silly things were done because someone was dared. First, Carrie Sloane dared Ruby Gillis to climb a big old willow tree near the door. Ruby was very scared of the big green caterpillars on the tree and of her mother's anger if she ruined her new dress, but she climbed it anyway. Then Josie Pye dared Jane Andrews to hop on her left leg around the garden without stopping or putting her right foot down. Jane tried, but she gave up after a little while. Then Anne dared Josie Pye to walk along the top of the board fence that went along the east side of the garden. Walking on a fence is harder than it looks. Josie was very good at it. She walked along the fence with a carefree look. Many girls admired her because they had all tried and failed to walk fences. When Josie finished, she looked at Anne proudly. Anne tossed her red braids and said, "I do not think it is such a big deal to walk a little low board fence." I knew a girl in Marysville who could even walk on a roof's ridgepole. Josie said flatly, "I do not believe anyone could walk on a ridgepole." "You could not, anyway." "Couldn't I?" cried Anne boldly. "Then I dare you to do it," Josie challenged. "I dare you to climb up and walk on the ridgepole of Mr. Barry's kitchen roof." Anne turned pale. But there was only one thing to do. I must do it. My honor is at stake. "If I die, Diana, you must have my pearl bead ring," she declared. Anne climbed a ladder to the roof. All the fifth-class girls gasped, and Diana cried, "Please, Anne, don't do it. You might fall and get hurt." But Anne continued. She stepped onto the narrow ridgepole. After a few steps, she swayed, lost her balance, and fell. She slid down the sun-warmed roof and tumbled off through the tangle of Virginia creeper. All the girls below shrieked in terror. If Anne had fallen on the same side from which she climbed, Diana might have lost the pearl bead ring. Fortunately, she fell on the other side, where the roof came down nearly to the ground. Still, the girls ran frantically around the house except for Ruby Gillis, who stood still in shock and found Anne lying pale and limp among the ruined creeper. "Anne, are you hurt?" shrieked Diana, kneeling beside her friend. "Please, say one word and tell me you are not killed." After a moment, Anne sat up dizzily and said, "No, Diana, I am not killed. I think I am just unconscious." Soon Mrs. Barry came. Anne tried to stand but cried out, "My ankle." "Please, Diana, ask your father to take me home. I know I cannot walk now." Marilla was in the orchard picking apples when she saw Mr. Barry coming over the log bridge with Mrs. Barry and a group of little girls following. Mr. Barry carried Anne, whose head rested on his shoulder. In that moment, Marilla felt a sharp fear and realized how dear Anne was to her. She hurried down the slope and cried, "Mr. Barry, what has happened to her?" Anne lifted her head and said, "I was walking on the ridgepole and I fell. I think I have sprained my ankle. I might even have broken my neck, but let's look on the bright side." Marilla scolded, "I might have known you would do something like this if I had let you go to that party. Bring her inside, Mr. Barry, and lay her on the sofa. Mercy, the child has fainted." It was true. Overcome by pain and fainted. Matthew, who was working in the fields, was sent to get the doctor. In time, the doctor came and discovered that Anne's ankle was broken. That night, Marilla went up to the east gable where Anne lay. A soft, sad voice said, "Aren't you very sorry for me, Marilla?" Marilla, still upset, replied, "It was your own fault." Anne answered, "That is why I should be forgiven, because it is my own fault. If I could blame someone else, I would feel better. But what would you have done if you were dared to walk a ridgepole?" Marilla said sharply, "I would have stayed on solid ground." "That is absurd." Anne sighed. "But you have such strength, Marilla." "I do not. I could not bear Josie Pye's scorn. And I have been punished so much that I hope you will not be too angry with me. I fainted, and the doctor hurt me very much when he set my ankle. I will not be able to go out for 6 or 7 weeks, and I will miss the new lady teacher. Then everyone will get ahead of me in class. Oh, I am such an unlucky mortal. But I will try to be brave if you will not be cross with me, Marilla." Marilla said kindly, There, I am not angry. You are an unlucky child, but you must suffer it. Now, try and eat some supper." Anne managed a weak smile. "Isn't it wonderful that I have such a strong imagination? I think it will help me get through this time. What do you think people without imagination do when they break their bones?" Over the next 7 weeks, many visitors came to see Anne. Every day, schoolgirls dropped in to bring flowers, books, and news. Anne said happily, "Everyone has been so kind, Marilla. It is not pleasant to be in bed, but now I see how many friends I have. Even Superintendent Bell came to see me. I feel sorry I ever criticized his prayers. He told me a story about breaking his ankle when he was a boy. I cannot imagine him as a boy, but I picture him with little grey whiskers and small glasses. And it is so easy to imagine Mrs. Allen as a little girl. Mrs. Allen has visited me 14 times. Isn't that something to be proud of? When a minister's wife has so much to do, she still finds time to visit. She never blames me. Mrs. Lynde said she hoped I would be a better girl, but I know she did not truly believe it. Even Josie Pye came to see me, and I was very polite, because I think she now feels sorry for daring me to walk a ridgepole. Diana has been a true friend, visiting every day to cheer me up. And I am so excited to go back to school soon. I have heard so many exciting things about the new teacher. All the girls say she is very sweet. Diana says she has the loveliest fair, curly hair and the most fascinating eyes. She dresses beautifully, and her sleeves are the biggest in Avonlea. Every Friday, we have recitations and sometimes a dialogue. Josie Pye says she hates that, but that is because she has little imagination. Diana, Ruby Gillis, and Jane Andrews are preparing a dialogue called A Morning Visit for next Friday. And Miss Stacy takes us on field trips to the woods to study ferns and birds. Mrs. Lynde says she has never seen such things in Avonlea. I think it will be splendid, and I believe I will find that Miss Stacy is a kindred spirit." Marilla smiled and said, "One thing is clear, and your fall did not hurt your tongue at all." Chapter 24. Miss Stacy and her pupils get up a concert. It was October again, when Anne was ready to go back to school. The month was full of red and gold leaves. In the mornings, a soft mist covered the valleys, and the fields shone with heavy dew like silver cloth. The birch path was bright yellow, and the ferns along it were brown. The fresh air made the little girls happy as they skipped quickly to school. It was fun to sit at a small brown desk beside Diana, with Ruby Gillis nodding from across the aisle, Carrie Sloane passing notes, and Julia Bell sharing her gum from the back seat. Anne took a deep breath of happiness as she sharpened her pencil and arranged her picture cards on her desk. Life felt very interesting. At school, and found a true and kind friend in the new teacher, Miss Stacy. Miss Stacy was bright and friendly. She made all her pupils feel special and helped them do their best. Under Miss Stacy's care, Anne grew like a flower. Every day she told Matthew, who admired her, and Marilla, who was sometimes critical, about her schoolwork and her big dreams. "I love Miss Stacy with all my heart, Marilla. She is so ladylike and her voice is so sweet. When she says my name, I feel happy. This afternoon we had recitations. I wish you had heard me recite Mary, Queen of Scots. I put my whole soul into it. Ruby Gillis said that when I said the line, 'Now for my father's arm, my woman's heart farewell,' it made her feel very moved, and said, 'Matthew suggested, maybe you could recite it for me sometime in the barn.' 'Of course I will,' Anne answered. 'But I know it is not as exciting as when the whole school listens. I do not think I can make your blood run cold like that.' Marilla said, 'Mrs. Lynde told me that it made her blood run cold to see the boys climbing those big trees on Bell's Hill after the crows' nests last Friday. I wonder why Miss Stacy would encourage that. But we wanted a crow's nest for our nature study,' Anne explained. That was on our field afternoon. Field afternoons are splendid, Marilla. Miss Stacy explains everything so well. We even have to write compositions about our field afternoons. I think mine are the best." Marilla replied, "It is very vain to say so. You should let your teacher say it." "But she did say it, Marilla." "I am not vain. I know I am not good at geometry. I am starting to understand it a little, thanks to Miss Stacy. I will never be very good at it, though, and that makes me feel small. But I love writing. Most of the time, Miss Stacy lets us choose our own subjects. Next week, we must write about a remarkable person. Wouldn't it be grand to be so remarkable that people write about you even after you are gone? I think when I grow up, I will be a trained nurse and help the Red Cross in battle. Or maybe I will be a foreign missionary. That would be very romantic, but one must be very good to be a missionary. We also have physical education every day. It makes you graceful and helps your digestion." Marilla shook her head. "That is all just silly talk." But then a big project came in November. Miss Stacy told the class that they would put on a concert in the school hall on Christmas night. The goal was to help raise money for a schoolhouse flag. All the pupils were happy with this plan, and they started to prepare a program. No one was as excited as Anne. She put her whole heart into the project, even though Marilla did not like it. Marilla grumbled, "It is all just nonsense. You should spend your time on your lessons, not on concerts and endless practice. It makes you vain and always ready for fun. But think of the good cause," and pleaded. "A flag will help us feel proud of our country." "Fudge. You do not really care about patriotism. All you want is to have a good time," Marilla replied. "Well, if you can mix patriotism with fun, then it is all right," Anne said. "We will have 6 choruses, and Diana will sing a solo. I am in 2 dialogues, the Society for the Suppression of Gossip and the Fairy Queen. The boys will have a dialogue too. I have 2 recitations. I tremble when I think of it, but that is a nice kind of tremble. At the end, we will have a tableau called Faith, Hope and Charity. Diana, Ruby, and I will be in it, all dressed in white with our hair flowing. I must practice my recitations in the garret. Do not be alarmed if you hear me groaning. I have to groan very sadly in one of them, and it is hard to do a good artistic groan. Josie Pye is upset because she did not get the part she wanted. She wanted to be the Fairy Queen, but that would be silly because whoever saw a Fairy Queen as fat as Josie? Fairy Queens must be slender. Jane Andrews will be the Queen, and I will be one of her maids of honor. Josie says that a red-haired fairy is as silly as a fat fairy, but I do not mind what she says. I will have a wreath of white roses in my hair, and Ruby Gillis will lend me her slippers, because I have none. Fairies must wear slippers, you know. You could not imagine a fairy in boots, could you? We will decorate the hall with green spruce and fir branches and pink tissue paper roses. We will all march in pairs after the audience sits down while Emma White plays a march on the organ. Oh, Marilla, I know you are not as excited as I am, but do you hope that I will do well? Marilla said firmly, all I hope is that you will behave yourself. I will be very glad when all this fuss is over and you can settle down. Right now, you fill your head with too many dialogues and groans and tableaux. Your tongue is a wonder it is not tired out. Anne sighed and went out into the backyard. A young new moon shone through the bare poplar branches in the apple-green sky. Matthew was splitting wood there. Anne sat on a block and talked with him about the concert. She knew Matthew would listen kindly. Well, I think it will be a very good concert. I expect you will do well, he said, smiling at her bright face. Anne smiled back. They were the best of friends. Matthew was very happy to have Anne. Marilla took care of Anne, and Matthew was free to spoil, and as Marilla sometimes said, this was not so bad after all. A little kindness sometimes helped more than strict discipline. Chapter 25. Matthew insists on puffed sleeves. Matthew had a very bad 10 minutes. It was a cold, grey December evening. He went into the kitchen and sat in the corner near the woodbox. He took off his heavy boots. He did not know that Anne and many of her school friends were practicing the Fairy Queen in the sitting room. Soon the girls came into the hall and then into the kitchen. They laughed and talked happily. They did not see Matthew. He quickly hid in the dark area behind the woodbox. He held one boot in his hand and a bootjack in the other. For 10 minutes, he watched them as they put on their caps and jackets and talked about their play and the concert. Anne stood among them. Her eyes were bright, and she looked very alive. Then Matthew suddenly noticed that there was something different about her compared to the other girls. He saw that her face was brighter, her eyes were bigger and more starry, and her features were more delicate. Even shy Matthew had learned to notice these things. But the difference that bothered him was not just these things. He wondered, what is the difference? Matthew thought about this question for a long time after the girls left, holding hands as they walked down the long, frozen lane. Anne went to her books. He did not ask Marilla, because he was sure she would say, "Anne never stays quiet like the other girls." That answer would not help him. That evening, Matthew smoked his pipe for 2 hours and thought hard. At last he found the answer. Anne was not dressed like the other girls. The more he thought, the more he was sure that Anne had never been dressed like the other girls. Since she came to Green Gables, Marilla always dressed her in plain, dark dresses made in the same way. Matthew did not know much about fashion, but he was sure that Anne's sleeves did not look like the sleeves the other girls wore. He remembered the group of little girls around her that evening. They all wore bright dresses in red, blue, pink, and white. He wondered why Marilla always dressed and so plainly and simply. Of course, Marilla knew best. She was raising Anne in her own way. Maybe there was a wise reason for it. But Matthew thought that it would be nice if Anne had one pretty dress, something like the dress that Diana Barry always wore. Matthew decided he would give her one. He thought this could not be a wrong idea. Christmas was only 2 weeks away. A nice new dress would be a very good present. With a sigh of satisfaction, Matthew put his pipe away and went to bed while Marilla opened all the doors to let fresh air into the house. The next evening, Matthew went to Carmody to buy the dress. He was sure it would be easy. There were some things Matthew could buy and bargain well for, but he knew he would be at the mercy of shopkeepers when buying a girl's dress. After thinking a lot, Matthew decided to go to Samuel Lawson's store instead of William Blair's. The Cuthberts always went to William Blair's because it was almost like a rule with them. But William Blair's 2 daughters often helped customers there, and Matthew was very afraid of them. He could handle them when he knew what he wanted, but in this case he needed a man to help him. So he went to Lawson's, where Samuel or his son would help him. But Matthew did not know that Samuel had now hired a lady clerk. Her name was Miss Lucilla Harris. She was a niece of Samuel's wife. She was very smart and pretty, with a large, drooping hairstyle, big rolling brown eyes, and a very wide smile. She dressed very smartly and wore several bangle bracelets that glittered, rattled, and tinkled when she moved. Matthew was very confused to see her. The noise of her bangles made him feel even more confused. Miss Harris said cheerfully, "What can I do for you this evening, Mr. Cuthbert?" as she tapped the counter with both hands. Matthew stammered, "Do you have any garden rakes?" Miss Harris looked surprised. It was December, after all. "I think we have 1 or 2 left," she said. "They are upstairs in the lumber room. I will go and see." While she was gone, Matthew tried to gather his thoughts again. When Miss Harris came back with the rake, she asked, "Anything else tonight, Mr. Cuthbert?" Matthew took a deep breath and said, "Well, since you ask, I would like to buy some hayseed." Miss Harris had heard that Mr. Cuthbert was odd. She now thought he was completely crazy. "We only keep hayseed in the spring," she explained. "We have none on hand now." "Oh, certainly, just as you say," Matthew stammered. He took the rake and walked toward the door. At the door he suddenly remembered that he had not paid for the rake, so he turned back. While Miss Harris counted his change, Matthew tried one more time. "Well now, if it is not too much trouble, I would like to look at some sugar," he said. "White or brown?" asked Miss Harris. "Oh, well, brown," said Matthew weakly. "There is a barrel of brown sugar over there," she said, shaking her bangles. "It is the only kind we have." I'll take 20 pounds, said Matthew, with sweat on his forehead. Matthew drove home halfway before he felt like himself again. It had been a very hard experience, but he thought he deserved it for going to a strange store. When he got home, he hid the rake in the tool house. But he carried the sugar inside to Marilla. "Brown sugar," Marilla exclaimed. "What made you buy so much?" "You know I never use it except for the hired man's porridge or black fruit cake. Jerry is gone, and I made my cake long ago. It is not good sugar either. It is coarse and dark. William Blair does not usually have sugar like that." I thought it might come in handy someday," said Matthew as he left quickly. When Matthew thought about the problem later, he decided that a woman must help him with the dress matter. Marilla was not an option. He was sure she would say no to his idea. Only Mrs. Lynde would listen to him. So he went to Mrs. Lynde. That kind lady quickly took the matter from him. She said, "You want to choose a dress for you to give Anne? I will do that. I am going to Carmody tomorrow, and I will take care of it. Do you have something special in mind?" "No," said Matthew. "Well then, I will choose by my own judgment. I think a nice, rich brown dress would suit Anne, and William Blair has some new pretty Gloria in stock. Perhaps I will make it for her too, because if Marilla makes it, Anne might find out too soon and spoil the surprise. I will do it. It is not too much trouble. I like sewing. I will make it to fit my niece, Jenny Gillis, because she and Anne look very alike." Matthew said, "Thank you. Anne, I think they now make the sleeves in a new style. If it is not too much trouble, I would like them made in the new way. Puffs. Of course. You need not worry, Mr. Cuthbert. I will make it in the very latest style, said Mrs. Lynde. When Matthew left, she said to herself, it will be a real pleasure to see that poor child wear something nice for once. Marilla dresses her so plainly. I have wanted to tell her that many times, but she never listens. People who raise children know there is no one right way that suits every child. But some never think it is as easy as simple rules. I think Marilla makes a mistake. She may be trying to teach and to be humble by dressing her like that, but it only makes Anne feel jealous and unhappy. I am sure Anne feels different from the other girls. And to think that Matthew notices it. That man is finally waking up after many years. For the next 2 weeks, Marilla noticed that Matthew had something on his mind. But she did not know what it was until Christmas Eve when Mrs. Lynde talked about the new dress. Marilla tried to be polite, though she did not really trust Mrs. Lynde's explanation that she made the dress because Matthew was afraid and would learn about it too soon if Marilla made it. Marilla said, a little stiffly but with tolerance, "So this is what you have been smiling about for 2 weeks, is it? I knew you were up to some foolishness. I do not think Anne needs any more dresses. I made her 3 good, warm, useful ones this fall, and more is too much. There is enough fabric in those sleeves to make a waist, I tell you. You will only spoil Anne's pride, Matthew, and she is already as vain as a peacock. I hope she will be happy with what she has, because I know she has wanted those pretty sleeves ever since they first came in. The puffs are getting bigger and sillier. They are as big as balloons now. Next year, anyone who wears them will have to go through a door sideways." Christmas morning came in a beautiful white world. It had been a mild December, and people had hoped for a green Christmas. But just enough snow fell during the night to change Avonlea. Anne looked out from her frosted gable window with happy eyes. The fir trees in the haunted wood looked soft and wonderful. The birch and wild cherry trees were lined with pearl-like edges. The plowed fields looked like snowy dimples, and the fresh, crisp air was glorious. Anne ran downstairs, singing until her voice echoed through Green Gables. "Merry Christmas, Marilla. Merry Christmas, Matthew. Isn't this a lovely Christmas? I am so glad it is white. No other kind of Christmas seems real. I do not like green Christmases. They are not really green, they are just faded browns and greys. Why do people call them green? Matthew, is that for me? Oh, Matthew." Matthew sheepishly unfolded the dress from its wrapping paper and held it out. Marilla pretended to fill the teapot, but she watched the scene with interest from the corner of her eye. Anne took the dress and looked at it in silence. Oh, how pretty it was, a soft, lovely brown dress with a shiny silk look, a skirt with small frills and gathered edges, a waist that was neatly pin-tucked in a very fashionable way, and a little ruffle of light lace at the neck. But the sleeves, they were the best part. They had long elbow cuffs, and above them were 2 beautiful puffs with rows of gathering and bows of brown silk ribbon. "That is a Christmas present for you, Anne," said Matthew shyly. Why, Anne, do you not like it?" Well now. At that moment, Anne's eyes filled with tears. "Like it? Oh, Matthew." Anne put the dress on a chair and clutched her hands. "Matthew, it is perfect. Oh, I can never thank you enough. Look at those sleeves. It seems like a happy dream." Well, let us have breakfast," said Marilla. "Anne, I do not think you needed the dress, but since Matthew got it for you, take good care of it. There is also a hair ribbon Mrs. Lynde left for you. It is brown, to match the dress. Now, come, sit down." "I do not know how I can eat breakfast," said Anne, still very excited. "Breakfast seems so ordinary at such an exciting time. I would rather look at the dress." I am so glad that puffed sleeves are still in fashion. I always thought I would never be happy if they went out before I had a dress with them. I would not have felt satisfied. It was very kind of Mrs. Lynde to give me the ribbon too. I feel I should be a very good girl. Sometimes I am sorry I am not a perfect little girl, and I always promise that I will be in the future. But it is hard to keep promises when such tempting things come along. Still, I will try even harder from now on. After the ordinary breakfast was over, Diana came. She walked over the white log bridge in the hollow. Diana looked very happy in her red ulster. Anne ran down the hill to meet her. "Merry Christmas, Diana." "Oh, it is a wonderful Christmas. I have something splendid to show you. Matthew gave me the loveliest dress, with such beautiful sleeves. I could not imagine anything nicer. I have something more for you," said Diana, out of breath. "Here, this box. Aunt Josephine sent us a big box with many things in it, and this is for you. I would have brought it last night, but it came after dark, and I do not like coming through the haunted wood in the dark now." Anne opened the box and looked inside. First she saw a card that said, "For the Anne girl and Merry Christmas." Then she found a pair of very pretty little slippers for kids, with beaded toes, satin bows, and shining buckles. "Oh," said Anne, "Diana, this is too much. I must be dreaming." "I call it Providence," said Diana. "You will not have to borrow ruby slippers now. They are 2 sizes too big for you, and it would be awful to hear a fairy shuffle. Josie Pye would be very happy. By the way, Rob Wright went home with Gertie Pye from the practice night before last. Have you ever heard anything like that?" That day, all the school children in Avonlea were very excited. The hall had to be decorated, and there was one last big rehearsal. That evening, the concert was a great success. The little hall was full of people. All the performers did very well, but Anne was the bright star of the show. Even Josie Pye, who was usually jealous, could not deny it. "Oh, hasn't it been a brilliant evening?" sighed Anne when it was all over and she and Diana walked home under a dark, starry sky. "Everything went very well," said Diana. "I think we made about $10. Mr. Allen will send a report to the Charlottetown papers." "Oh, Diana, will we really see our names in print?" "It makes me thrill to think of it." "Your solo was very elegant, Diana. I felt prouder than you when it was repeated." "I just said, it is my dear friend who is so honored." "Your recitations also did very well, Anne. That sad one was simply splendid." "Oh, I was so nervous, Diana. When Mr. Allen called my name, I do not know how I got onto the platform. I felt as if a million eyes were on me and through me, and for one terrible moment I was sure I could not start. Then I thought of my lovely puffed sleeves and found courage. I knew I had to live up to them, Diana. So I began, and my voice seemed very far away. I felt like a parrot. It is good that I practiced my recitations so often in the garret, or I would never have made it. Did I groan well?" "Yes, you groaned very nicely," said Diana. "I saw old Mrs. Sloane cry when I sat down. It was wonderful to think I had touched someone's heart. It is so romantic to be in a concert, isn't it?" "Oh, it has been a very memorable evening." "Was not the boys' dialogue very good?" asked Diana. "Gilbert Blythe was splendid." "Anne, I think it is very mean the way you treat Gil." "Wait until I tell you. When you ran off the platform after the fairy dialogue, one of your roses fell out of your hair. I saw Gil pick it up and put it in his breast pocket. There now. You are so romantic that I am sure you are happy about that." "It does not matter to me what he does," said Anne proudly. "I do not waste any thought on him. That night after and went to bed, Marilla and Matthew, who had been to a concert for the first time in 20 years, sat by the kitchen fire. "Well now, I think our Anne did as well as any of them," said Matthew proudly. "Yes, she did," admitted Marilla. "She is a very bright child, Matthew. And she looked very nice too. I was not very happy with this concert idea, but I suppose it did not harm her. I was proud of Anne tonight, though I will not tell her so." "Well, I was proud of her, and I did tell her before she went upstairs," said Matthew. "We must see what we can do for her in the future. I think she will need something more than Avonlea School soon." "There is time enough to think of that," said Marilla. "She is only 13 in March." But tonight, it seemed she was growing into a big girl. "Mrs. Lynde made that dress a little too long, and it makes Anne look very tall. She learns quickly, and I think the best thing for her is to send her to Queen's after a while. But we do not need to talk about that for 1 or 2 years. Well now, it will do no harm to think about it from time to time," said Matthew. "It is good to think over these things." Chapter 26. The Story Club is formed. Junior Avonlea found it hard to return to everyday life. For Anne, everything felt very plain and boring after the exciting time she had enjoyed for many weeks. She wondered if life could ever be like it was before the concert. At first, as she told Diana, she did not think it could. "I am sure, Diana, that life can never be the same as it was in the old days," she said sadly. "Maybe I will get used to it later, but I think concerts make everyday life dull. That is why Marilla does not like concerts. Marilla is very sensible. It must be better to be sensible, but I do not think I would like to be sensible, because it is not romantic. Mrs. Lynde says I will never be sensible, but you never know. I feel now that I may even grow up to be sensible. I was very tired last night and could not sleep. I lay awake and thought about the concert again and again. That is one lovely thing about concerts. It is so nice to remember them." After a while, Avonlea School went back to its old routine. Yet the concert left some marks. Ruby Gillis and Emma White, who had fought about where to sit, did not sit together anymore. A close friendship of 3 years was broken. Josie Pye and Julia Bell did not speak for 3 months, because Josie said Julia's bow, when she got up to recite, made her think of a chicken, and Julia heard this from Bessie. The Sloanes would not speak with the Bells, because the Bells said the Sloanes did too much in the program, and the Sloanes said the Bells could not do their part well. Finally, Charlie Sloane fought Moody Spurgeon McPherson. Moody Spurgeon said that Anne Shirley acted too proud when she recited. Because of this, Moody Spurgeon's sister, Ella May, would not speak to Anne for the rest of the winter. Except for these small quarrels, work in Miss Stacy's class went on smoothly. The winter weeks passed. It was a very mild winter, and there was so little snow that Anne and Diana could go to school almost every day by the birch path. On Anne's birthday, they skipped along the path, listening carefully, because Miss Stacy told them they would soon write a composition called A Winter's Walk in the Woods. They had to notice everything. "Just think, Diana, I am 13 years old today," Anne said in a quiet, amazed voice. "I can hardly believe I am a teen now. When I woke up this morning, I felt that everything must be different. You have been 13 for a month, so it does not seem new to you as it does to me. It makes life more interesting. In 2 years, I will be really grown up. I will be able to use big words without people laughing at me. Ruby Gillis says she will have a boyfriend as soon as she is 15, said Diana. Ruby Gillis always thinks about boyfriends and said with a little scorn, "She is very happy when someone writes her name in a note. But that is not very nice to say. Mrs. Allen says we should not speak badly about others, but sometimes it happens before we think. I never speak about Josie Pye at all. You may have noticed that. I try to be like Mrs. Allen because I think she is perfect. Mr. Allen thinks so too. Mrs. Lynde says he loves her very much, and that it is not good for a minister to love a mortal too much. But even ministers are human and have faults. I had a very interesting talk with Mrs. Allen about faults last Sunday. There are only a few things we should talk about on Sundays. My fault is that I imagine too much and forget my duties. I am trying very hard to overcome it, and now that I am really 13, I hope I will do better. In 4 more years we can put our hair up, said Diana. Alice Bell is only 16 and she wears hers up, but I think that is silly. I will wait until I am 17. If I had Alice Bell's crooked nose, said Anne firmly, I would not, but never mind, I won't say more. I was comparing it with my own nose, and that is vanity. I think too much about my nose ever since I heard that nice compliment about it. It comforts me. Oh, Diana, look, there is a rabbit. I will remember that for our woods composition. I really think the woods are as lovely in winter as in summer. They are so white and quiet, as if they are asleep and dreaming pretty dreams. I will not mind writing that composition when it is time, sighed Diana. I can write about the woods, but the one we must give on Monday is terrible. The idea of writing a story from our own minds is hard. It is as easy as a wink, said Anne. It is easy for you because you have a big imagination, said Diana. But what would you do if you had no imagination? I suppose you already have your composition. Anne nodded, trying not to sound too proud. I wrote it last Monday evening. It is called The Jealous Rival, or In Death Not Divided. I read it to Marilla, and she said it was nonsense. Then I read it to Matthew, and he said it was fine. That is the kind of critic I like. It is a sad, sweet story. I cried like a child while I was writing it. It is about 2 beautiful girls named Cordelia Montmorency and Geraldine Seymour. They lived in the same village and loved each other very much. Cordelia was a dark-haired girl with shining eyes. Geraldine was a blonde girl with hair like spun gold and soft purple eyes. I have never seen anyone with purple eyes, said Diana. Neither have I. I just imagined them. I wanted something different. Geraldine also had a very fair brow. I now know what a fair brow is. That is one of the good things about being 13. You know more than when you were 12. Well, what happened to Cordelia and Geraldine? Asked Diana, now very interested. They grew up beautiful until they were 16. Then a man named Bertram de Vere came to their village and fell in love with Geraldine. He saved her life when her horse ran away with her in a carriage. She fainted in his arms and he carried her home 3 miles because the carriage was broken. I found it hard to imagine the proposal because I have no experience. I asked Ruby Gillis if she knew how men propose, since many of her sisters are married. Ruby said she was hiding in the hall pantry when Malcolm Andress proposed to her sister Susan. Malcolm said his father had given him the farm and then asked, "What do you say, darling, if we get married this fall?" And Susan said, "Yes, no, I do not know, let me see," and they became engaged quickly. But I did not think that was very romantic, so I made up a more flowery and poetic proposal in my mind. I imagined Bertram going down on one knee. Ruby Gillis says that is not done anymore. Geraldine accepted him in a long speech. I took a lot of trouble with that speech. I rewrote it 5 times and I think it is my masterpiece. Bertram gave her a diamond ring and a ruby necklace and told her they would go to Europe for their wedding tour because he was very rich. But then, sadly, dark times came. Cordelia was secretly in love with Bertram, and when Geraldine told her about the engagement, Cordelia became very angry especially when she saw the necklace and ring. All her love for Geraldine turned to bitter hate, and she promised never to marry Bertram. But she pretended to be Geraldine's friend. One evening, when they were alone on a bridge over a rushing stream, Cordelia pushed Geraldine over the edge with a mocking laugh. Bertram saw it and cried, "I will save you, my dear Geraldine." But he forgot that he could not swim, and they both drowned, holding each other. Their bodies were found soon after. They were buried in one grave, and their funeral was very grand. It is more romantic to end a story with a funeral than with a wedding. As for Cordelia, she went mad with regret and was sent to a mental hospital. I thought that was a fitting punishment for her crime. How perfectly lovely! Sighed Diana, who liked Matthew's way of judging things. I do not know how you make such thrilling stories from your own head, Anne. I wish my imagination was as good as yours. It would be if you just practiced it, said Anne cheerfully. I have a plan, Diana. Let us have our own story club and write stories for practice. I will help you until you can write on your own. You should work on your imagination, you know. Miss Stacy says so. But we must do it the right way. I told her about the haunted wood, but she said we did not do it correctly. That is how the story club began. At first it was just Diana and Anne, but soon Jane Andrews, Ruby Gillis, and a few others joined. No boys were allowed, though Ruby Gillis said that would make it more exciting. Each member must write one story a week. It is very interesting, Anne told Marilla. Each girl reads her story out loud, and then we talk about it. We will keep all our stories and read them to our children someday. We all write under a fake name. Mine is Rosamond Montmorency. All the girls do well. Ruby Gillis is very sentimental. She puts too much love in her stories, and sometimes that is too much. Jane never puts any love in hers because she says it makes her feel silly. Jane's stories are very sensible. Then Diana puts too many murders in hers. She says she does not know what to do with the characters, so she kills them. I often have to tell the others what to write about, but that is not hard because I have many ideas. I think this story writing club is the silliest thing yet, said Marilla. You will fill your heads with nonsense and waste time that should be spent on your lessons. Reading stories is bad enough, but writing them is even worse. But we are very careful to put a good moral in every story, Marilla, explained Anne. I insist on that. All the good people are rewarded and all the bad people are punished. I am sure that has a good effect. Mr. Allen says so. I read one of my stories to him and to Mrs. Allen, and they both said the moral was excellent. They just laughed in the wrong places. I like it better when people cry. Jane and Ruby almost always cry when I read the sad parts. Diana wrote to her Aunt Josephine about our club, and her aunt wrote back asking us to send some of our stories. So we copied our best 4 stories and sent them. Miss Josephine Barry wrote back that she had never read anything so funny in her life. That puzzled us, because our stories are very sad and almost everyone dies. But I am glad Miss Barry liked them. It shows our club is doing some good in the world. Mrs. Allen says that should be our goal in everything. I try very hard, but sometimes I forget when I am having fun. I hope I will be a little like Mrs. Allen when I grow up. Do you think that is possible, Marilla? Marilla said, I would not say there is a great deal, but I am sure Mrs. Allen was never as silly and forgetful as you are. No, but she was not always as good as she is now, said Anne seriously. She told me so herself. She said she was very mischievous when she was a girl and always got into trouble. I felt very encouraged when I heard that. Is it very bad for me to feel encouraged when I hear that others were naughty? Mrs. Lynde says it is. She says she is always shocked to hear of anyone being naughty, no matter how small they were. Mrs. Lynde once told me about a minister who confessed that he stole a strawberry tart when he was a boy, and she never respected him after that. I would have thought it was noble for him to confess. I would have said it was very encouraging for naughty boys to know that they can grow up to be ministers even if they do wrong. That is how I feel, Marilla. Marilla said, "Right now, Anne, it is time for you to have your dishes washed. You have spent half an hour talking. You must work first and talk later." Chapter 27. Vanity and Vexation of Spirit. Marilla was walking home one late April evening after an aid meeting. She felt happy because winter was over and spring had arrived. Even though she did not usually think much about her feelings, she noticed red fields, soft purple mists in the sun, long fir shadows over the meadow, and bright maples around a clear wood pool. The world felt awake, and her heavy, steady steps felt lighter because she was glad. She looked at Green Gables with affection. The trees made pretty patterns in the sunlight that shone in little sparks from the windows. Marilla was happy to be going home to a warm wood fire and a nicely set table for tea instead of to the cold aid meeting nights she knew before and came to Green Gables. When Marilla entered her kitchen, she saw that the fire was out and Anne was not there. This made her very disappointed and a little angry. Marilla had told Anne to be home with tea ready by 5 o'clock, but now she must hurry. Marilla quickly took off her second-best dress and started to prepare the meal herself because Matthew would soon return from plowing. "I will set Miss Anne right when she comes home," Marilla said in a grim voice. "She is out somewhere with Diana, writing stories or practicing her dialogues or doing some foolish things. She never thinks about the time or her duties. She must be stopped now. I do not care if Mrs. Allen says she is the brightest and sweetest child. She may be bright and sweet, but her head is full of nonsense. As soon as she grows out of one silly idea, she takes up another. But look, I am saying the same thing I told Rachel Lynde at the aid today. I was very glad when Mrs. Allen spoke up for Anne, for if she had not, I know I would have said something very sharp to Rachel before everyone. Anne has many faults, and I do not deny that. But I am raising her and not Rachel Lynde. Still, Anne should not leave the house when I told her to stay home and do her work. I have never found her disobedient or untrustworthy before, and I am very sorry to see her like this." Matthew, who was waiting for his tea, said patiently, "Maybe you are judging her too quickly, Marilla. Do not call her untrustworthy until you are sure she has disobeyed you. Perhaps she can explain. Anne is very good at explaining." "She is not here when I told her to stay," Marilla answered. "I think she will find it hard to explain that to me. I knew you would take her part, Matthew. But I am the one raising her, not you." It was dark when supper was ready. Still, there was no sign of Anne. She did not come quickly over the log bridge or up Lover's Lane. Marilla washed and put away the dishes with a frown. Then she went up to the east gable to get a candle. When she lit the candle, she turned around and saw Anne lying on the bed with her face down among the pillows. "Mercy on us," Marilla said in surprise. "Have you been asleep, Anne?" "No," came the quiet reply. "Are you sick?" Marilla asked as she walked over to the bed. Anne pulled her pillows closer as if she wanted to hide. "No. But please, Marilla, go away and do not look at me. I feel very sad. I do not care about who gets the best grades, or writes the best composition, or sings in the Sunday school choir anymore. None of that matters now because I do not think I can go anywhere again. My future is over. Please, Marilla, go away and do not look at me." Marilla was very confused. "Anne Shirley, what is wrong with you? What have you done?" Get up right now and tell me. What is it? Anne slid down to the floor and whispered, Look at my hair, Marilla. Marilla lifted her candle and looked carefully at Anne's hair. It flowed in heavy masses down her back. It looked very strange. Anne Shirley, what have you done to your hair? Why, it is green. It was a very odd green color, a dull, bronzy green with some red streaks that made it look very horrible. Marilla had never seen anything so grotesque. Yes, it is green, Anne moaned. I thought red hair was bad, but now I know green hair is 10 times worse. Oh, Marilla, you do not know how very unhappy I am. I do not know how you got into this trouble, but I will find out, said Marilla. Come with me to the kitchen. It is too cold here, and tell me what you have done. I have been expecting something strange from you for some time. You have not had any mischief for over 2 months, and I was sure another one was due. Now, what did you do to your hair? I dyed it. Dyed it. You dyed your hair. Anne Shirley, did you not know that is a wicked thing to do? Yes, I knew it was a little wicked and admitted. But I thought it was worth being a little wicked to get rid of red hair. I thought about the cost, Marilla. I also promised I would be extra good in other ways to make up for it. Marilla said sarcastically, if I had decided to dye my hair, I would have chosen a decent color. I would not have dyed it green. But I did not mean to dye it green, Marilla, Anne protested sadly. If I am going to be wicked, I want it to be for a good reason. A man told me it would turn my hair a beautiful black. He assured me that it would. How could I doubt him? I know how it feels when someone doubts your word. And Mrs. Allen says we should never suspect someone of lying unless we have proof. Now I have proof, my hair is green. But I did not have that proof before, and I believed every word he said. Who said that? Who are you talking about? The peddler who was here this afternoon. I bought the dye from him. And Shirley, how many times have I told you never to let one of those peddlers in the house? I do not believe in letting them come around. Oh, I did not let him into the house. I remembered what you told me. I went out, shut the door carefully, and looked at his things on the step. Besides, he was not Italian, he was a German Jew. He had a big box of interesting things. He told me he was working hard to earn enough money to bring his wife and children from Germany. He spoke so kindly about them that it touched my heart. I wanted to help him by buying something from him. Then I saw the bottle of hair dye. The peddler said it would dye any hair a beautiful black, and it would not wash off. I imagined my hair would be beautiful and black. The temptation was too great. The bottle cost 75 cents, but I only had 50 cents left from my chicken money. I think the peddler had a kind heart because he said, "Since it is you, I will sell it for 50 cents, which is almost giving it away." So I bought it. As soon as he left, I came here and used it with an old hairbrush as the directions said. I used the whole bottle. Oh, Marilla, when I saw the terrible color it turned my hair, I began to regret being wicked. And I have been regretting it ever since. Marilla said, I hope you will repent in a good way, and that you now see where your vanity has led you, Anne. We must do something. I suppose the first thing is to wash your hair well and see if that helps. Anne washed her hair very hard with soap and water. But nothing changed. The peddler was right. The dye would not wash off. Oh, Marilla, what shall I do? I can never live this down. People have forgotten my other mistakes, the liniment cake, setting Diana drunk, and getting angry with Mrs. Lynde. But they will never forget this. They will think I am not respectable. Oh, Marilla, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. That is a poem, but it is true. And oh, how Josie Pye will laugh. Marilla, I cannot face Josie Pye. I am the unhappiest girl on Prince Edward Island. For a week, and felt very unhappy. During that time, she went nowhere and washed her hair every day. Only Diana knew the secret, and she promised never to tell anyone. At the end of the week, Marilla said firmly, "It is no use, Anne. This dye is fast. Your hair must be cut off. You cannot go out with it like that." Anne's lips trembled, but she knew Marilla was right. With a sad sigh, she went to get the scissors. "Please cut it off right away, Marilla, and get it over with. Oh, I feel like my heart is broken. This is such an unromantic punishment. In the stories, girls lose their hair because of fever or sell it to help others, and I might not mind that as much. But there is no comfort in having your hair cut off, because you dyed it a horrible color, is there? I will cry the whole time you cut it, if it does not stop you. It seems so tragic." Anne wept as Marilla cut her hair. When Anne went upstairs and looked in the mirror, she was very sad. Marilla had cut her hair very short. The result was not pretty. Anne quickly turned the mirror away. "I will never look at myself again until my hair grows," she said passionately. Then she quickly turned the mirror back and said, "Yes, I will. I will take my punishment. I will look at myself every time I come to my room and see how ugly I am. I will not try to imagine it away. I never thought I was vain about my hair, even though it is red, because it is long, thick, and curly. Now I think maybe something will happen to my nose next." At school the next Monday, Anne's short hair made a big impression. To her relief, no one knew the real reason. Even Josie Pye said, "You look like a perfect scarecrow." I did not say anything when Josie said that, and told Marilla that evening. I thought it was part of my punishment, and I had to bear it. I wanted to say something back, but I did not. I just gave her a scornful look and then forgave her. Forgiving makes you feel very good, does it not? I promise to work hard at being good from now on. I will never try to be beautiful again. It is better to be good. I really want to be good, Marilla, like you, Mrs. Allen, and Miss Stacy, and to make you proud. Diana says when my hair grows, I should tie a black velvet ribbon around my head with a bow. She says it will look very nice. I will call it a snood. It sounds romantic. But, Marilla, am I talking too much? Does it hurt your head? Marilla replied, "My head is better now. It was very bad this afternoon. My headaches are getting worse. I will have to see a doctor. As for your talking, I do not mind it. I am used to it." Marilla's way of speaking meant that she enjoyed hearing and talk. Chapter 28. An Unfortunate Lily Maid. "Of course you must be Elaine, Anne," said Diana. "I could never have the courage to float down there." "Nor I," said Ruby Gillis with a shiver. "I do not mind floating when 2 or 3 of us are in the flat and we can sit up. That is fun. But to lie down and pretend I am dead, I just could not. I would be very scared." "Of course it would be romantic," said Jane Andrews. "But I know I could not stay still. I would pop up every minute to see where I was. And you know, Anne, that would spoil the effect. But it is so silly to have a red-headed Elaine," said Anne sadly. "I am not afraid to float down, and I would love to be Elaine. But it is still silly. Ruby should be Elaine, because she is very fair and has long, golden hair. Elaine had all her bright hair flowing down, you know. And Elaine was the Lily Maid. A red-haired girl cannot be a Lily Maid." "Your skin is just as fair as Ruby's," said Diana kindly, "and your hair is much darker now than it was before you cut it." "Oh, do you really think so?" Anne asked, her cheeks warming with delight. "I sometimes thought it was me, but I was too afraid to ask. Do you think my hair can be called auburn now, Diana? Yes, and I think it is very pretty, said Diana, looking at the short, silky curls on Anne's head. They were held by a smart black velvet ribbon and bow. They were standing on the bank of the pond below Orchard Slope. A small headland with birch trees reached out from the bank. At its tip was a little wooden platform built in the water for fishermen and duck hunters. Ruby and Jane spent the afternoon with Diana, and came over to play with them. That summer, Anne and Diana played near the pond every day. Idlewild was gone because Mr. Bell cut down the small circle of trees in his field in the spring. Anne once sat among the stumps and cried a little because it was so romantic, but soon she was comforted. As they said, girls of 13, almost 14, were too old for playhouses, and there were more interesting games to be found near the pond. It was splendid to fish for trout over the bridge, and the two girls even learned to row in the little flat-bottomed boat Mr. Barry kept for duck hunting. It was Anne's idea to act out the story of Elaine. They had studied Tennyson's poem at school last winter. They talked about Elaine, Lancelot, Guinevere, and King Arthur. Anne secretly wished she had been born in Camelot, because those days seemed more romantic than now. Everyone was very excited about the play. The girls found that if they pushed the flat, the little boat, off the landing, it would drift with the current under the bridge and stop on a lower headland. They had done this before, so it was a perfect idea. "Well, I will be Elaine," said Anne, though she felt a bit unsure. "Ruby, you must be King Arthur. Jane, you will be Guinevere, and Diana, you must be Lancelot. But first, you must all be the brothers and the father. We cannot have the old servant, because there is no room in the flat when someone is lying down. We must cover the barge with the darkest cloth. That old black shawl of your mother's, Diana, will be just right." They got the black shawl. Anne spread it over the flat and then lay down on it, with her eyes closed and her hands folded on her chest. "Oh, she looks really dead," whispered Ruby Gillis nervously as she watched Anne still, white face under the flickering shadows of the birch trees. "It makes me feel scared. Do you think it is right to act like this? Mrs. Lynde says that all play acting is very wicked." "Ruby, do not talk about Mrs. Lynde," said Anne firmly. "It ruins the play, because this is set long before Mrs. Lynde was born. Jane, please set it up. It is silly for Elaine to talk when she is dead." Jane stood up and helped. They did not have cloth of gold, but an old yellow piano scarf worked well. They could not get a white lily, but a tall blue iris in Anne's hand was almost perfect. "Now she is ready," said Jane. "We must kiss her quiet brows. Diana, say, 'Sister, farewell forever as sadly as you can,' and Ruby, say, 'Farewell, sweet sister,' as sorrowfully as possible. Anne, please smile a little. You know Elaine seems as if she smiles even when she is still. That is better. Now push the flat off." They pushed the flat. It scraped over an old stake and drifted toward the bridge. Diana, Jane, and Ruby waited just long enough to see it caught by the current. Then they ran quickly through the woods, across the road, and down to the lower headland. There they were to act as Lancelot, Guinevere, and the king to welcome the Lily Maid. For a few minutes, Anne, drifting slowly, enjoyed the romance of her play. Then something went wrong. The flat began to leak. Soon, Anne had to get up quickly, grab her cover, and look at a big crack in the bottom of the flat where water was pouring in. The stake had torn off a strip of the padding. Anne did not know this at first, but soon she realized she was in danger. The flat would fill with water and sink before it reached the lower headland. The oars were left behind at the landing. Anne gave a small, quiet scream that no one heard. Her lips turned white, but she stayed calm. There was one chance, just one. "I was very frightened," she later told Mrs. Allen. It felt like years while the flat drifted down to the bridge and the water kept rising. I prayed very hard, and I did not close my eyes, because I knew God could only help if the flat came near a bridge pile. The piles are old tree trunks with many knots. I kept saying, "Dear God, please bring the flat near a pile, and I will do the rest," over and over. I did not think about flowery words, because I was so scared. But my prayer was answered. The flat bumped against a pile for a moment, and I threw my scarf and shawl over my shoulder and climbed onto a big, wet stump. I clung to that slippery pile with no way to get up or down. It was not romantic, but I did not care. I prayed a thank you prayer and held on very tight, knowing I might need help to get back to dry land. The flat drifted under the bridge and then sank in the middle of the stream. Ruby, Jane, and Diana, who waited on the lower headland, saw it sink and were sure that Anne had gone down with it. For a moment, they stood still, white with fear. Then they screamed and ran quickly through the woods, across the road, and to the bridge. Anne, clinging desperately, heard their screams. She knew help would soon come, but her position was very dangerous. The minutes passed slowly, each feeling like an hour for poor Anne. Why did no one come? Where had the girls gone? What if they all fainted? What if I get too tired to hold on? Anne looked at the dark, green water and long, oily shadows and shivered. Her mind began to imagine many horrible things. Then, just as she felt she could not hold on any longer, Gilbert Blythe came rowing under the bridge in Mr. Andrews's boat. Gilbert looked up and, with great surprise, saw a little white, scared face with big, frightened grey eyes looking at him. "Anne Shirley." "How did you get here?" he cried. Without waiting for an answer, he rowed close to a pile and held out his hand. Anne, with no other choice, grabbed his hand and climbed into the boat. She sat in the stern, all wet and angry, with her arms dripping with her shawl and crepe. It was very hard to be dignified in that situation. "What happened?" Anne asked Gilbert as he took his oars. "We were playing Elaine," said Anne coldly, not looking at him. "I had to float down to Camelot in the flat. The flat began to leak and I climbed onto a pile. The girls went to get help. Will you row me to the landing, please?" Gilbert rowed to the landing. Anne, not wanting too much help, jumped quickly onto the shore. "I thank you very much," she said proudly as she turned away. But Gilbert also got out of the boat and gently took her arm. "Anne," he said quickly, "can't we be friends? I am very sorry I made fun of your hair that time. I did not mean to hurt you. It was only a joke, and that was a long time ago. I really do think your hair looks very pretty now. Let us be friends." For a moment, Anne hesitated. She felt something new in Gilbert's kind, shy eyes. Her heart beat quickly. But then her old anger came back. She remembered 2 years ago when Gilbert called her carrots and made her feel very embarrassed in front of the whole school. Her anger did not go away. She hated Gilbert Blythe. She would never forgive him. "No," she said coldly, "I will never be friends with you, Gilbert Blythe, and I do not want to be." "All right," Gilbert said, turning red. "I will never ask you to be my friend again, Anne Shirley. I do not care." He quickly got into his boat and rowed away. Anne went up a steep, ferny path under the maples. She held her head high, but she felt a little regret. She almost wished she had answered Gilbert differently. Of course, he had hurt her badly, but still, she almost wanted to cry. She felt very upset from her fright and from holding on so hard. Halfway up the path, she met Jane and Diana running back from the pond. They looked very frightened. They had not found anyone at Orchard Slope because both Mr. and Mrs. Barry were away. Ruby Gillis was in hysterics, and Jane and Diana had run through the haunted wood and across the brook to Green Gables. There they found no one, because Marilla had gone to Carmody and Matthew was working in the field. "Oh, Anne," cried Diana as she hugged her tightly and wept with relief, "we thought you were drowned. We felt so bad, because we made you play Elaine. And Ruby is in hysterics. Oh, Anne, how did you escape?" "I climbed onto a pile," said Anne sadly. "And Gilbert Blythe came in Mr. Andrews's boat and rowed me to land." "Oh, Anne, how kind of him." "That is so romantic," said Jane, finally speaking. "Of course you will talk to him after this." "Of course I will not," said Anne, with a brief return of her old spirit. "And I do not want to hear the word romantic again, Jane. I am very sorry you were so frightened, girls. It is all my fault. I feel I was born under an unlucky star. Everything I do gets me or my best friends into trouble. We have lost your father's flat, Diana, and I feel we may not be allowed to row on the pond again." Anne's feeling was true. There was great worry in the Barry and Cuthbert homes when they heard what happened that afternoon. "Will you ever learn, Anne?" groaned Marilla. "Oh yes, I think I will, Marilla," said Anne hopefully. After a good cry alone in the east gable, she felt better. "I think my chances of being sensible are better now than ever." "I do not see how," said Marilla. "Well," explained Anne, "I have learned many lessons since coming to Green Gables. The amethyst brooch mistake taught me not to meddle in things that are not mine. The haunted wood mistake taught me to control my imagination. The liniment cake mistake taught me to be careful in the kitchen. Dyeing my hair taught me not to be vain. I try not to think about my hair and nose now. And today's mistake will teach me not to be too romantic. I now see that trying to be romantic in Avonlea is not good. It might have been easy in old Camelot, but now romance is not liked. I am sure you will see a big change in me soon, Marilla." Marilla said, "I hope so." Then Matthew, who had been sitting quietly, put his hand on Anne's shoulder when Marilla left. "Don't give up all your romance, Anne," he whispered shyly. "A little romance is good, not too much, of course, but please keep a little of it." Chapter 29. An Epoch in Anne's Life. It was a September evening. Anne was bringing the cows home from the back pasture along Lover's Lane. The sunset was red and full of light. In some parts, the lane was very bright. Under the maples it was already dark, and under the fir trees the light looked like a soft, violet wine. The wind blew in the fir tops, and its sound was very beautiful. The cows walked slowly down the lane. Anne followed them, daydreaming. She sang aloud the battle song from Marmion, a poem she had learned at school last winter with Miss Stacy. When she reached the lines, "The stubborn spearsmen still made good their dark impenetrable wood," she stopped, closed her eyes, and imagined she was one of those brave men. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Diana coming through the gate into the Barry field. Diana looked very important, and Anne knew she had news to tell. But Anne did not ask too many questions. "Isn't this evening like a purple dream, Diana? It makes me so glad to be alive." "I love evenings more than mornings," said Anne. "It is a very fine evening," said Diana. "But oh, I have such news, Anne." "Guess." "You have 3 guesses." "Charlotte Gillis is going to be married in the church, and Mrs. Allen wants us to decorate it," guessed Anne. "No, not that," said Diana. "Charlotte's boyfriend will not agree, because no one has ever been married in the church. He thinks it looks too much like a funeral." "Guess again." "Maybe Jane's mother will let her have a birthday party," Anne offered sadly. Diana shook her head, laughing in her black eyes. "I cannot think what it is," said Anne. Maybe Moody Spurgeon Macpherson saw you home from prayer meeting last night. Did he? I do not think so, said Diana. I would not boast about that if I did, that horrible creature. I knew you could not guess it. Mother got a letter from Aunt Josephine today. Aunt Josephine wants you and me to go to town next Tuesday for the exhibition. There. Oh, Diana, whispered Anne, leaning on a maple tree, do you really mean it? But I am afraid Marilla will not let me go. She will say I should not go out for fun. That is what she said last week, when Jane asked me to go to the American concert at the White Sands Hotel. I wanted to go, but Marilla said I should stay home and learn my lessons. I felt very sad, Diana. I did not say my prayers that night because I was so heartbroken. But then I got up and said them in the middle of the night. I will ask Mother to talk to Marilla. She will be more likely to let you go. And if you do, we will have the time of our lives, Anne. I have never been to an exhibition. Jane and Ruby have been twice, and they will go again this year. I will not think about it until I know if I can go, said Anne. If I go and then am disappointed, it will be too much. But if I do go, I am glad that my new coat will be ready by then. Marilla said I did not need a new coat, and that my old one was fine for another winter. She also said I should be happy with my new dress. The dress is very pretty, Diana, navy blue and very fashionable. Marilla makes my dresses fashionable now, because she does not want Matthew to send them to Mrs. Lynde. I am so glad. It is easier for me to be good if my clothes are pretty. Matthew said I must have a new coat, so Marilla bought a lovely piece of blue cloth, and a dressmaker at Carmody is making it. It will be ready on Saturday night. I sometimes imagine myself walking up the church aisle in my new suit and cap, but I am afraid it is not right to imagine such things. But my cap is very pretty. Matthew bought it for me when we were at Carmody. It is a little blue velvet cap with gold cord and tassels. Your new hat is very elegant, Diana, and looks very good on you. When I saw you in church last Sunday, my heart was full of pride to think you were my dearest friend. Do you think it is wrong for us to think so much about our clothes? Marilla says it is very sinful. But it is an interesting subject, isn't it? Marilla agreed to let Anne go to town. They arranged that Mr. Barry would take the girls on the next Tuesday. Since Charlottetown is 30 miles away and Mr. Barry wanted to return the same day, they had to start very early. Anne was very happy and got up before sunrise. A look from her window showed a clear, silvery sky. She saw that Diana was awake too. Anne was dressed by the time Matthew had the fire going and breakfast was ready when Marilla came down. But Anne was too excited to eat. After breakfast, she put on her new cap and jacket and hurried over the brook and up through the fir trees to Orchard Slope. Mr. Barry and Diana were waiting for her, and soon they were on the road. It was a long drive, but Anne and Diana enjoyed every minute. They laughed as they rode on the moist roads in the early red sunlight. The air was fresh, and little misty clouds curled through the valleys. Sometimes the road went through woods where maples had bright red leaves. Sometimes it crossed a river on a bridge that made Anne feel a little scared. Sometimes it went along a harbour with small, grey fishing huts, and sometimes it climbed up to hills where they could see a blue sky. There was much to talk about. By noon they reached town and went to Beechwood. Beechwood was a very old, fine mansion, hidden by green elms and beeches. Miss Barry met them at the door with a twinkle in her sharp black eyes. "So you have come to see me at last, you Anne girl," she said. "My dear, how you have grown. You are taller than I am now, and you look much better than you did before. I dare say you know that without being told." "Indeed I did not know," said Anne happily. "I know I am not so freckled as before, so I am thankful for that." I did not dare hope for any other change. I am so glad you think so, Miss Barry. Later, Anne told Marilla that Miss Barry's house was very grand. The two girls felt a bit shy in the beautiful parlor where Miss Barry left them before dinner. "Isn't it just like a palace?" whispered Diana. "I never knew Aunt Josephine's house was so grand. I wish Julia Bell could see this. She always talks about her mother's parlor. Velvet carpet and silk curtains," sighed Anne happily. "I have dreamed of such things, Diana. But now I do not feel very comfortable with them. There are so many pretty things here that there is not much left to imagine. That is one good thing about being poor, you can imagine many things." Their time in town was full of delights for many years. On Wednesday, Miss Barry took them to the exhibition grounds and kept them there all day. It was splendid, and later told Marilla. "I never imagined anything so interesting. I liked the horses, the flowers, and the fancy work best. Josie Pye won first prize for her knitted lace, and I was very happy for her. I was glad that I felt glad, because that shows I am improving, don't you think, Marilla? Mr. Harmon Andrews won second prize for his Gravenstein apples, and Mr. Bell won first prize for a pig. Diana said it was silly for a Sunday school superintendent to win a prize for a pig, but I did not mind. Clara Louise McPherson won a prize for painting, and Mrs. Lynde won first prize for her homemade butter and cheese. Avonlea was well represented that day. Mrs. Lynde was there, and I did not know how much I liked her until I saw her among so many strangers. There were thousands of people, Marilla. It made me feel very small. Miss Barry then took us up to the grandstand to watch the horse races. Mrs. Lynde did not go because she said horse racing is wrong and she must set a good example. But there were so many people that I do not think anyone missed her. I do not think I should go to horse races very often because they are very exciting. Diana was so excited that she offered to bet me 10 cents that the red horse would win. I did not want to bet because I wanted to tell Mrs. Allen everything, and I knew it would be wrong to tell her. It is good to have a minister's wife as a friend. I was glad I did not bet, because the red horse did win, and I would have lost 10 cents. Virtue is its own reward. We saw a man go up in a balloon. I would love to go in a balloon, Marilla. It would be thrilling. We also saw a man selling fortunes. You paid him 10 cents, and a little bird picked out your fortune. Miss Barry gave Diana and me 10 cents each for our fortunes. Mine said I would marry a dark man who is very rich, and I would live across the water. I looked at all the dark men, but I did not care much for any of them. I suppose it is too early to look for him yet. Oh, it was a day I will never forget, Marilla. I was so tired I could not sleep at night. Miss Barry put us in the spare room as she promised. It was a very elegant room, but sleeping in a spare room is not as nice as I thought it would be. That is one of the hard parts of growing up. The things you want as a child are not as wonderful when you get them. On Thursday, the girls had a drive in the park. In the evening, Miss Barry took them to a concert at the Academy of Music, where a famous singer sang. To Anne, the evening was full of glittering delight. Oh, Marilla, it was beyond words. I was so excited I could not talk. I sat very still. Madame Selitsky was very beautiful and wore white satin and diamonds. When she began to sing, I thought of nothing else. I cannot tell you how I felt. It was like looking up at the stars and feeling happy. Tears came to my eyes, but they were happy tears. I was so sad when it ended, and I told Miss Barry I did not know how I could go back to normal life. She said that if we went to the restaurant across the street and had an ice cream, it might help. That sounded plain, but it was true. The ice cream was delicious, Marilla, and it was so nice to sit and eat it at 11 o'clock at night. Diana said she was born for city life. Miss Barry asked me what I thought, but I said I needed to think first. When I went to bed, I thought a lot. I came to the conclusion that I was not made for city life, and I was glad for that. It is nice to eat ice cream at a fancy restaurant sometimes, but I would rather be home in the East Gable at 11, sound asleep and knowing the stars shine outside and the wind blows in the fir trees. I told Miss Barry this at breakfast the next morning, and she laughed. Miss Barry always laughs at what I say, even when I say very serious things. I did not like that much, but she is very kind and treats us like royalty. On Friday, it was time to go home. Mr. Barry drove the girls back. "Well, I hope you had fun," said Miss Barry as she said goodbye. "Indeed we did," said Diana. "And you, Anne girl?" "I enjoyed every minute," said Anne, throwing her arms around Miss Barry and kissing her wrinkled cheek. Diana was surprised by Anne's boldness, but Miss Barry was pleased. She stood on her porch and watched the buggy disappear. Then she went back into her big house with a sigh. It felt lonely without the young people. Miss Barry was a bit selfish and cared mostly about herself. She liked people only if they were useful or fun. Anne had amused her, so Anne was high in her favour. But Miss Barry thought more about Anne's fresh feelings, her winning ways, and the sweetness of her eyes and lips. "I thought Marilla Cuthbert was an old fool when I heard she had adopted a girl from an orphan asylum," Miss Barry said to herself, "but I guess she did not make a mistake after all. If I had a child like Anne, I would be a better and happier woman." Anne and Diana liked the drive home very much. It was even more pleasant than the drive to town because they knew home was waiting. At sunset, they passed through white sands and turned onto the shore road. Beyond, the Avonlea hills came out dark against the saffron sky. The moon was rising from the sea, which looked radiant in its light. Every small cove along the road was full of dancing water. The waves broke softly on the rocks, and the salty smell of the sea filled the fresh air. "Oh, it is so good to be alive and going home," Anne said happily. When Anne crossed the log bridge over the brook, the kitchen light of Green Gables winked at her like a friendly smile, and the warm fire in the open door shone across the chilly night. Anne ran up the hill and into the kitchen, where a hot supper waited on the table. "So you are back," said Marilla, folding her knitting. "Yes, and it is so good to be home," said Anne joyfully. "I could kiss everything, even the clock." "Marilla, a broiled chicken. You did not mean to cook that for me, did you?" "Yes, I did," said Marilla. "I thought you would be very hungry after the long drive. Hurry and take off your things. We will have supper as soon as Matthew comes in. I am glad you are back. It has been very lonely here without you." After supper, Anne sat by the fire with Matthew and Marilla. She told them all about her day in town. "I had a wonderful time," she said happily. "It feels like a new time in my life. But the best part is coming home." Chapter 30. The Queen's Class is Organized. Marilla put her knitting on her lap and leaned back in her chair. Her eyes were tired, and she thought she must get new glasses next time she goes to town because her eyes felt very tired lately. It was almost dark. The full November twilight had come over Green Gables. The only light in the kitchen came from the red flames dancing in the stove. Anne was curled up on the rug by the fire. She looked at the warm light as if it held the sunshine of many summers. She had been reading, but her book fell on the floor. Now she was dreaming with a smile on her lips. In her imagination, glittering castles in Spain appeared from the mists and rainbows. Wonderful adventures were happening in her dreams, adventures that always ended well and never got her into real trouble. Marilla looked at Anne with a kind love that she never showed openly. Marilla had learned to love this small, grey-eyed girl very deeply. Sometimes, Marilla felt it was almost sinful to love a person so much, so she was sometimes strict with Anne. Anne did not know how much Marilla loved her. Anne sometimes thought that Marilla was hard to please and did not understand her. But then Anne always remembered what she owed to Marilla. "Anne," Marilla said sharply, "Miss Stacy was here this afternoon when you were out with Diana." Anne came back from her daydream with a start and a sigh. "Was she? Oh, I'm so sorry I wasn't there. Why did you not call me, Marilla?" "Diana and I were in the haunted wood. It is very pretty in the woods now. All the little ferns, satin leaves, and crackerberries look as if someone has tucked them under a blanket until spring. I think a little grey fairy with a rainbow scarf came last night. But Diana does not say much about that. Diana never forgets when her mother scolds her about imagining ghosts in the woods. It hurt her imagination. Mrs. Lynde says Myrtle Bell is ruined." I asked Ruby Gillis why Myrtle is ruined, and Ruby said maybe it is because her young man left her. Ruby Gillis only thinks of young men, and the older she gets the worse she is. Young men are fine in their place, but it is not good to bring them into every matter, is it? Diana and I are even thinking about promising that we will never marry, but live together forever as old maids. Diana is not sure yet, because she sometimes thinks it is nobler to marry a wild, daring, wicked young man and help him change. Diana and I now talk about serious things. We feel we are much older than before, and we do not want to talk about childish matters. It is a very serious thing to be almost 14, Marilla. Miss Stacy took all the girls in our teens to the brook last Wednesday and talked to us. She said we must be careful about the habits we form now, because when we are 20 our character is built. If our foundation is weak, we can never build a good life. Diana and I talked about it when we came home from school. We felt very serious, Marilla. And we decided that we would try very hard to form good habits, learn a lot, and be as sensible as possible so that by the time we are 20 our character is strong. It is a little scary to think of being 20, Marilla. It sounds so old and grown up. But why was Miss Stacy here this afternoon? That is what I want to tell you, Anne, if you will let me speak, said Marilla. She was talking about you, Marilla said. About me. Anne looked a bit scared. Then she blushed and said, "Oh, I know what she was saying. I meant to tell you, Marilla, but I forgot. Miss Stacy caught me reading Ben-Hur in school yesterday, when I should have been studying my Canadian history. Jane Andrews lent it to me. I read it at dinner time. I had just reached the chariot race when school started. I was so eager to know how it ended. I thought Ben-Hur must win. So I placed the book on my desk and then hid Ben-Hur between the desk and my knee. I looked as if I was studying history, while I was really enjoying Ben-Hur. I was very interested, and I did not notice Miss Stacy coming until I looked up and saw her looking at me very sternly. I felt very ashamed, especially when I heard Josie Pye giggling. Miss Stacy took Ben-Hur away, but she never said a word then. She kept me in at recess and talked to me. She said I did very wrong in 2 ways. First, I wasted time I should have spent studying, and second, I tricked my teacher by pretending to read a history book when it was a story. I did not know until then that I was being deceitful. I was shocked. I cried and asked Miss Stacy to forgive me, and I promised never to do it again. I even offered to do penance by not looking at Ben-Hur for 1 week. But Miss Stacy did not demand that, and she forgave me. So I think it was not very kind of her to speak to you about it later. Miss Stacy never told me that, Anne. It is only your guilty mind that troubles you. You should not bring storybooks to school. You read too many novels. When I was a girl, I was not even allowed to look at a novel. Oh, How can you call Ben-Hur novel when it is really a religious book? Protested Anne. Of course, it is a little too exciting for Sunday, and I only read it on weekdays. And I never read any book now unless Miss Stacy or Mrs. Allen say it is a proper book for a girl of my age. Miss Stacy made me promise that. She found me reading a book called The Lurid Mystery of the Haunted Hall, which Ruby Gillis lent me. It was very fascinating and a little creepy. But Miss Stacy said it was silly and unwholesome, and she asked me not to read any more books like it. I did not mind that promise, but I was very sad to return that book without knowing the end. But my love for Miss Stacy helped me, and I did it. It is wonderful, Marilla, what you can do when you really want to please someone. Marilla said, "Well, I guess I will light the lamp and get to work." I see you do not want to hear what Miss Stacy said. You like the sound of your own voice too much. Oh, indeed, Marilla, I do want to hear it, cried and sadly. I will not say another word about it. I know I talk too much, but I have many things I want to say and do not get to say. Please tell me, Marilla. Well, Miss Stacy wants to form a class of advanced students who will study for the Queen's entrance exam. She will give them extra lessons for 1 hour after school. She asked Matthew and me if we would like to have you join her class. What do you think, Anne? Would you like to go to Queen's and try to become a teacher? Oh, Marilla. Anne stood up on her knees and clutched her hands. It has been my dream for the last 6 months, ever since Ruby and Jane started talking about studying for the entrance exam. I did not say anything because I thought it was useless. I would love to be a teacher. But won't it be very expensive? Mr. Andrews says it cost him $150 to send Prissy to school, and Prissy is not bad in geometry. I think you need not worry about that. When Matthew and I raised you, we promised to give you the best education we could. I believe a girl should learn to earn her own living whether she needs to or not. You will always have a home at Green Gables as long as Matthew and I are here. But the world is uncertain, and it is good to be prepared. So you can join the Queen's class if you like, Anne. Oh, Marilla, thank you. Anne threw her arms around Marilla's waist and looked up into her face. I am very grateful to you and Matthew. I will study very hard and do my best to make you proud. I warn you not to expect too much in geometry, but I think I can do well in everything else if I work hard. I think you will do well. Miss Stacy says you are bright and diligent. You need not rush or hurt yourself with your studies. You will not be ready to try the entrance exam for a year and a half. But it is good to start early and be well prepared, Miss Stacy says. I will take more interest in my studies now, said Anne happily, because I have a purpose in life. Mr. Allen says everyone should have a purpose and work hard for it. I would call it a worthy purpose to be a teacher like Miss Stacy, wouldn't you, Marilla? I think teaching is very noble. The Queen's class was formed in time. Gilbert Blythe, Anne Shirley, Ruby Gillis, Jane Andrews, Josie Pye, Charlie Sloane, and Moody Spurgeon McPherson joined it. Diana Barry did not join because her parents did not want her to go. This made Anne very sad. Anne and Diana had always been together since the night Minnie May had croup. When the Queen's class first stayed for extra lessons, Anne saw Diana leave slowly with the others to go home alone through the birch path and violet vale, and tried hard to stay in her seat and not follow her friend. A lump came in her throat, and she hid her tears behind her Latin grammar book. Anne never wanted Gilbert Blythe or Josie Pye to see her cry. But, oh, Marilla, I really felt that I had tasted the bitterness of death, as Mr. Allen said in his sermon last Sunday, when I saw Diana go out alone, and said sadly that night, I thought it would have been so splendid if Diana were studying for the entrance exam too. But things are not perfect in this imperfect world, as Mrs. Lynde says. Mrs. Lynde is not very comforting sometimes, but she does say many true things. And I think the Queen's class will be very interesting. Jane and Ruby are going to study to be teachers. That is what they want most. Ruby says she will only teach for 2 years after she finishes, and then she will marry. Jane says she will teach her whole life and never marry, because a teacher is paid a salary, but a husband does not give you money and will grumble if you ask for your share. I think Jane speaks from experience, for Mrs. Lynde says her father is a very mean old man. Josie Pye says she will go to college, because she will not have to earn her living. She says that orphans who live on charity must work hard. Moody Spurgeon is going to be a minister. Mrs. Lynde says he cannot be anything else with a name like that. I hope it is not wicked, Marilla, but the thought of Moody Spurgeon as a minister makes me laugh. He is such a funny-looking boy with a big, round face, little blue eyes, and ears that stick out. But perhaps he will look more grown-up when he is older. Charlie Sloane says he is going into politics and will be a member of Parliament, but Mrs. Lynde says he will never succeed because the Sloanes are all honest, and only rascals get into politics these days. "What is Gilbert Blythe going to be?" asked Marilla, as Anne opened her Caesar. "I do not know what Gilbert Blythe's dream is, if he even has one," said Anne with a little scorn. There was now open rivalry between Gilbert and Anne. Before, the rivalry was mostly one-sided, but now Gilbert was also very determined to be first in class, as much as Anne was. He wanted to be the best, and the other students did not try to compete with them. Since the day by the pond when Anne refused to listen to his apology, Gilbert, except for this rivalry, did not notice Anne. He talked and joked with the other girls, shared books and puzzles, and discussed lessons and plans. Sometimes he walked home with one of them from prayer meeting or debating club. But he simply ignored Anne. Anne found it very unpleasant to be ignored. She told herself with a toss of her head that she did not care. But deep in her heart she did care, and if she had the chance at the Lake of Shining Waters again, she would answer very differently. Suddenly, and to her secret dismay, she found that the old anger she had against him was gone just when she needed it to feel strong. She tried to remember every hurt and feel angry, but the memory faded. Anne realized that she had forgiven and forgotten without knowing it. But it was too late. And at least, neither Gilbert nor anyone else, not even Diana, should ever know how sorry she was and how much she wished she had not been so proud and mean. She decided to hide her feelings completely, and she did it so well that Gilbert, who was perhaps not as indifferent as he seemed, could not be sure that Anne felt his scorn. The only small comfort he had was that she always ignored Charlie Sloane, unmercifully and continuously. The rest of the winter passed with pleasant work and studies. For Anne, the days went by like golden beads on a necklace. She was happy and eager. There were lessons to learn, honor to win, delightful books to read, new songs to practice for the Sunday school choir, pleasant Saturday afternoons at the manse with Mrs. Allen, and then, almost before she knew it, spring came again to Green Gables and the whole world bloomed. Studies lost a little of their charm. The Queen's class, left behind in school while the others went out to green lanes and leafy wood cuts, looked sadly out of the windows. Even Anne and Gilbert became tired and less interested. Both teacher and students were happy when the term ended and a joyful vacation began. "Good work this past year," Miss Stacy told them on the last evening. "You deserve a very happy vacation. Have the best time outdoors and keep healthy, strong, and full of ambition for next year. It will be a tug of war, you know, the last year before the entrance exam." "Are you going to be back next year, Miss Stacy?" asked Josie Pye. Josie Pye never hesitated to ask questions. The rest of the class felt thankful for her asking, because no one else dared. There had been many rumors that Miss Stacy might not return next year, that she had been offered a job in her own district and planned to accept. The Queen's class listened in quiet suspense. "Yes, I think I will," said Miss Stacy. "I thought of taking another job, but I have decided to come back to Avonlea. I have grown so interested in you all that I cannot leave. I will stay and see you through." "Hurrah," said Moody Spurgeon. Moody Spurgeon had never felt so excited, and he blushed every time he thought about it. "Oh, I am so glad," said Anne with shining eyes. "Dear Miss Stacy, it would be very sad if you did not come back. I do not believe I could go on with my studies if another teacher came here." When Anne got home that night, she put all her textbooks into an old trunk in the attic, locked it, and threw the key into the blanket box. "I am not going to look at a school book during vacation," she told Marilla. "I studied very hard all term and learned every part of my geometry book by heart, even when the letters change. I feel tired of all the sensible work, and I want my imagination to run free this summer. Do not worry, Marilla. I will only let it run free in a proper way. I want to have a really fun summer, because maybe it is the last summer I will be a little girl. Mrs. Lynde says that if I keep growing like this, I will have to wear longer skirts next year. She says I am growing too fast. And when I wear longer skirts, I will have to be very proper. I might not even believe in fairies then. So I will believe in fairies with all my heart this summer. I think we will have a very happy vacation. Ruby Gillis will have a birthday party soon, and there will be a Sunday school picnic and a missionary concert next month. And Mr. Barry says that one evening he will take Diana and me to the White Sands Hotel for dinner. They have dinner there in the evening, you know. Jane Andrews was there last summer, and she said it was a dazzling sight to see the electric lights, the flowers, and the beautiful dresses. Jane said it was her first glimpse of high life, and she will never forget it. Mrs. Lynde came up the next afternoon to ask why Marilla did not go to the aid meeting on Thursday. When Marilla is not at the aid meeting, people know something is wrong at Green Gables. Matthew had a bad spell with his heart on Thursday, Marilla explained. I did not feel like leaving him. Oh yes, he is better now, but he gets these spells more often, and I am worried. The doctor says he must avoid excitement. That is easy, for Matthew does not look for excitement. He is not to do any heavy work either, and you might as well tell him not to breathe too hard. Come and put your things down, Rachel. Will you stay for tea? Well, since you ask so nicely, I will stay, said Mrs. Rachel, who did not plan to do anything else. Mrs. Rachel and Marilla sat in the parlor while Anne made tea and baked light, white biscuits that even Mrs. Rachel could not criticize. I must say Anne has become a very smart girl, admitted Mrs. Rachel as Marilla walked with her to the end of the lane at sunset. She must be a great help to you. She is, said Marilla. She is very steady and reliable now. I was once afraid she would never change, but now I trust her with anything. I never thought she would be so well behaved when I first saw her 3 years ago, said Mrs. Rachel. I will never forget her tantrum that day. When I went home that night, I said to Thomas, mark my words, Thomas, Marilla Cuthbert will regret the day she took her in. But I was wrong, and I am very glad. I am not one of those people who never admit their mistakes. I did make a mistake in judging Anne, but it was no wonder, for there is no child like her. She is wonderful. It is amazing how much she has improved these 3 years, especially in looks. She is very pretty now, though I do not care for that pale, big-eyed style. I like more snap and color, like Diana Barry or Ruby Gillis. Ruby's looks are very showy. But somehow, when Anne is with them, even if she is not as handsome, she makes them look common, like white June lilies next to big red peonies. Chapter 31. Where the Brook and River Meet. Anne had a very good summer and enjoyed it very much. She and Diana spent most of their time outdoors. They loved playing on Lover's Lane, at the Dryad's Bubble, at Willowmere, and on Victoria Island. Marilla did not stop Anne from wandering about. One afternoon early in the vacation, the doctor from Spencer Vale, who had come the night Minnie May had the croup, saw Anne at a patient's house. He looked at her very closely, shook his head, and sent a message to Marilla. The message said, "Keep your red-headed girl outside all summer, and do not let her read books until she has more spring in her step." This message scared Marilla very much. She felt that if she did not follow the doctor's advice, Anne might soon become very ill. Because of that, Anne had the best summer for freedom and fun. She walked, rode, picked berries, and dreamed a lot. When September came, she was bright and full of energy, with a happy step that would have pleased the doctor, and her heart was full of ambition again. "I feel like studying very hard," Anne said as she brought her books down from the attic. "Oh, my dear friends, I am glad to see you again, even you, geometry. I had a perfectly beautiful summer, Marilla, and now I feel strong, like a man ready to run a race, as Mr. Allen said last Sunday. Doesn't Mr. Allen preach wonderful sermons? Mrs. Lynde says he is getting better every day. Soon, some big city church will take him away, and then we will have to find a new preacher. But I think it is best to enjoy Mr. Allen while we have him. If I were a man, I think I would be a minister. Ministers can do much good if they have sound beliefs, and it must be exciting to preach and move people's hearts. Why can't women be ministers, Marilla?" I asked Mrs. Lynde, and she was shocked. She said it would be scandalous. She also said that there might be female ministers in the States, but we are lucky we do not have them here in Canada. I think women would make very good ministers. When there is a church tea or a social event to raise money, the women always work hard. I am sure Mrs. Lynde can pray very well, and I think she could even preach with a little practice. Marilla replied dryly, "Yes, I believe she could. She already does some unofficial preaching. In Avonlea, with Rachel watching over things, nothing goes wrong." Marilla, and said with new confidence, "I want to ask you something that worries me on Sunday afternoons. I really want to be good, and when I am with you, Mrs. Allen, or Miss Stacy, I try very hard to do what will please you. But when I am with Mrs. Lynde, I feel very wicked, as if I want to do all the things she says I should not do. I feel very tempted. Do you think it is because I am really bad?" Marilla looked for a moment, then laughed. "If you are bad, I guess I am too, Anne. Rachel often makes me feel that way. I sometimes think she would help people more if she did not always tell them what to do. There should be a commandment against nagging. But I should not talk so much. Rachel is a good Christian woman, and she means well. There is not a kinder soul in Avonlea, and she works very hard." "I am very glad you feel the same," said Anne. "That is very encouraging. I will not worry so much about that now. But I know many other things will worry me. New questions always come when you are growing up. One question is solved, and another comes along. There are so many things to think about and decide when you are growing up. It keeps me busy. Growing up is very serious, isn't it, Marilla? But when I have good friends like you, Matthew, Mrs. Allen, and Miss Stacy, I know I will grow up right. I feel I have only one chance. If I do not grow up well, I cannot start over. I grew 2 inches this summer, Marilla. Mr. Gillis measured me at Ruby's party. I am so glad you made my new dresses longer. That dark green dress is so pretty, and it was kind of you to add the flounce. I know it was not necessary, but flounces are very stylish this fall, and Josie Pye has flounces on all her dresses. I think I will be able to study better with it. I feel very happy about that flounce. It is good to have that, Marilla admitted. Soon, Miss Stacy came back to Avonlea School. All her pupils were eager to work again. The Queen's class was very ready for the challenge, for at the end of the coming year, the entrance exam would come, and it made everyone feel nervous. Sometimes I had bad dreams where I looked at the entrance exam lists and saw Gilbert Blythe's name at the top and mine was not there. But it was a happy, busy, and quick winter. Schoolwork was interesting and the rivalry in class was fun. New ideas and feelings opened up before my eyes. Hills appeared over hills and mountains over mountains, we read. This was mostly because of Miss Stacy's careful and kind teaching. She made us think, explore, and discover new things. She encouraged us to try new ideas, which surprised Mrs. Lynde and the school trustees, who did not like new methods. Besides my studies, I also grew socially. Marilla, who once stopped me from going out because of the doctor's orders, now allowed me to go sometimes. The debating club grew and gave several concerts. There were a few parties that felt almost grown up. There were many sleigh drives and skating parties. One day, I grew so fast that Marilla was surprised when we stood side by side and I was taller than her. "Why, Anne, how you have grown," she said in amazement. Marilla felt a strange sadness, because the little girl she loved had become a tall, serious girl of 15 with thoughtful brows and a proud head. Marilla still loved me very much, but she felt a little sorrow for the child who was gone. That night, after I went to prayer meeting with Diana, Marilla sat alone in the cool evening and cried quietly. When Matthew came in with a lantern, he saw her crying and looked very worried. Marilla laughed through her tears. "I was thinking about Anne," she explained. "She is such a big girl now, and soon she may be away from us next winter. I will miss her very much." "She will come home often," Matthew comforted. "Remember, I brought you home from Bright River on that June evening 4 years ago. The branch railroad will be built to Carmody by then. It will not be the same as having her here all the time," Marilla sighed, wishing to feel her grief alone. But men cannot understand these things. I also changed in other ways. I became much quieter. I still thought and dreamed a lot, but I talked less. Marilla said, "You do not chatter like you used to, Anne, nor use as many big words. What has happened to you?" I smiled a little and said, "I do not want to talk so much. I like to keep good, pretty thoughts in my heart like treasures. I do not want others to laugh at them. And I do not want to use big words anymore. It is a pity, now that I am almost grown up and could use them if I wanted to. It is fun to be almost grown up, but it is not the fun I expected. There is so much to learn and think about that there is no time for big words. Besides, Miss Stacy says short words are much stronger and better. At first, I liked to use many big words, but now I see it is much better to use simple words." "What happened to your story club?" "I have not heard about it for a long time," Marilla asked. "Our story club is no more," I said. "We did not have time for it, and we got tired of writing about love, murder, elopement, and mystery. Miss Stacy sometimes has us write a story to practice, but she only lets us write about things that happen in Avonlea. She criticizes our work very sharply and makes us look for our own mistakes. I never thought my stories had so many faults until I looked for them myself. I felt very ashamed and wanted to give up, but Miss Stacy said I could learn to write well if I was my own toughest critic. So I am trying." "You have only 2 months before the entrance," said Marilla. "Do you think you will pass?" I shivered. "I do not know. Sometimes I think I will do well, and then I get very afraid. We have studied hard and Miss Stacy has taught us very well, but we each have a stumbling block. Mine is geometry, Jane's is Latin, Ruby and Charlie's is algebra, and Josie's is arithmetic. Moody Spurgeon says he feels he will fail in English history. Miss Stacy will give us exams in June that are as hard as the entrance, and she will mark us very strictly, so we will know. I wish it were all over. It haunts me. Sometimes I wake up at night and wonder what I will do if I do not pass. Then go to school next year and try again, said Marilla calmly. Oh, I do not think I would have the heart to fail, especially if Gilbert or the others pass. I get very nervous in exams and might make a big mistake. I wish I had nerves like Jane Andrews. Nothing bothers her. I sighed and, taking my eyes away from the pretty spring outside, I buried myself in my book. There will be other springs, but if I do not pass the entrance, I feel I will never enjoy them again. Chapter 32. The pass list is out. Anne had a very good summer and enjoyed it with all her heart. She and Diana spent much of the time outdoors. They played on Lover's Lane, at the Dryad's Bubble, at Willowmere, and on Victoria Island. Marilla did not mind when Anne wandered about. One afternoon, early in vacation, the doctor from Spencer Vale, who had come the night Minnie May had the croup, met Anne at a patient's house. He looked at her very closely, shook his head, and sent a message to Marilla. The message said, "Keep your red-headed girl outside all summer, and do not let her read books until she has more spring in her step." This message scared Marilla very much. She thought that if she did not follow the doctor's advice, Anne might soon become very ill. Because of this, Anne had the best summer for fun and freedom. She walked, rode, picked berries, and dreamed happily. When September came, she was bright and awake. Her steps were light, and she had a heart full of hope and ambition again. "I feel ready to study very hard," Anne said as she brought her books down from the attic. "Oh, my dear friends, I am glad to see you again, even you, geometry. I had a beautiful summer, Marilla, and now I feel strong, like a man ready to run a race, as Mr. Allen said last Sunday. Doesn't Mr. Allen preach wonderful sermons? Mrs. Lynde says he is getting better every day, and soon a big city church might take him away. But I think it is best to enjoy Mr. Allen while we have him. If I were a man, I think I would be a minister. Ministers can do good if they have sound ideas. It must be exciting to preach and move people's hearts. Why can't women be ministers, Marilla?" I asked Mrs. Lynde, and she was very surprised. She said it would be scandalous. She said there might be female ministers in the States, but I am glad we do not have them here in Canada. I think women would be very good ministers. When there is a church tea or a social event, the women always work hard. I am sure Mrs. Lynde can pray, as well as Superintendent Bell, and I believe she could preach with a little practice. Marilla answered dryly, "Yes, I believe she could. She already does some preaching even without an official title. In Avonlea, with Rachel watching over everything, nothing goes wrong." Marilla, said Anne with confidence, "I want to tell you something that worries me on Sunday afternoons. I really want to be good. When I am with you, or with Mrs. Allen, or with Miss Stacy, I try very hard to do what will please you. But when I am with Mrs. Lynde, I feel very wicked, and I feel tempted to do the very things she tells me I should not do. Do you think I feel that because I am really bad?" Marilla looked for a moment, then she laughed. "If you are bad, then I suppose I am too, Anne, because Rachel makes me feel that way sometimes. I sometimes think she would help people more if she did not always tell them what to do. There should be a rule against nagging. But I should not talk so much. Rachel is a good Christian woman, and she means well. There is no kinder person in Avonlea, and she always does her work. I am very glad you feel that way," said Anne firmly. "That is very encouraging. I will not worry so much about it now. But I know many new questions will come when you are growing up, One question is solved and then another comes along. There are so many things to think about and decide. Growing up is very serious, isn't it, Marilla? But when I have good friends like you, Matthew, Mrs. Allen, and Miss Stacy, I know I will grow up right. I feel I have only one chance. If I do not grow up well, I cannot start over. I have grown 2 inches this summer, Marilla. Mr. Gillis measured me at Ruby's party. I am so glad you made my new dresses longer. That dark green dress is very pretty, and it was kind of you to add the flounce. I know it was not really needed, but flounces are very stylish this fall, and Josie Pye has flounces on all her dresses. I believe I will study better with mine. I feel very happy about that flounce. Marilla said, "It is good to have that." Later, Miss Stacy returned to Avonlea School, and all her pupils were eager to work again. The Queen's class prepared for the entrance exam. When we think of the entrance exam, our hearts feel heavy. Sometimes I have bad dreams where I see the exam results and my name is not there. I see Gilbert Blythe's name at the top. But the winter was happy and busy. Schoolwork was interesting and the class rivalry was fun. New ideas and dreams opened up for me. We read a poem, Hills Peeped O'er Hill and Alps on Alps Arose. Much of this came from Miss Stacy's kind teaching. She led us to think, explore, and discover new things. She even encouraged us to try new ideas, which surprised Mrs. Lynde and the school trustees. Besides studying, I also grew socially. Marilla, who once did not let me go out because of the doctor's advice, now allowed me to go sometimes. The debating club grew and gave concerts. There were a few parties that felt almost like grown-up affairs. There were many sleigh rides and skating parties. One day, I grew so fast that Marilla was surprised when we stood side by side, and I was taller than her. "Why, Anne, how you have grown," Marilla said, hardly believing it. Marilla felt a small sadness, because the little girl she loved had become a tall, serious girl of 15 with thoughtful brows and a proud little head. Marilla still loved me very much, but she felt a little sorrow for the child who was gone. That night, after I went to prayer meeting with Diana, Marilla sat alone in the cold evening and cried quietly. When Matthew came in with a lantern, he saw her crying, and he looked very worried. Marilla laughed through her tears. "I was thinking about Anne," Marilla explained. "She is such a big girl now, and she may soon be away from us next winter. I will miss her very much." "She will come home often," Matthew said kindly. "Remember, I brought you home from Bright River on that June evening 4 years ago. The new branch railroad will be built to Carmody by then. It will not be the same as having her here all the time," Marilla sighed sadly, wishing to be left alone with her grief. But men cannot understand these things. I also changed in other ways. I became much quieter. I still thought and dreamed a lot, but I talked less. Marilla said, "You do not chatter like you used to, Anne, and you do not use as many big words. What has come over you?" I smiled and said, "I do not want to talk so much. I like to keep pretty thoughts in my heart like treasures. I do not want people to laugh at them. And I do not want to use big words anymore. It is a pity now that I am almost grown up and could use them if I wanted to. It is fun to be almost grown up, but it is not the fun I expected. There is so much to learn and decide that there is no time for big words. Besides, Miss Stacy says that short words are much stronger and better. At first, I liked to use many big words, but now I see it is much better to use simple words." "What happened to your story club?" "I have not heard about it for a long time," Marilla asked. "Our story club is no more," I said. "We did not have time for it, and we got tired of writing about love, murder, elopements, and mysteries. Miss Stacy sometimes has us write a story for practice, but she only lets us write about things that happen in Avonlea. She criticizes our work very hard and makes us look for our own mistakes. I never thought my stories had so many faults until I started to check them myself. I felt very ashamed and wanted to give up, but Miss Stacy said I could learn to write well if I was my own toughest critic. So I am trying. You have only 2 more months before the entrance, said Marilla. Do you think you will pass? I shivered. I do not know. Sometimes I think I will be all right, and then I get very scared. We have studied hard and Miss Stacy has taught us very well, but we each have one hard subject. Mine is geometry, James is Latin, Ruby and Charlie's is algebra, and Josie's is arithmetic. Moody Spurgeon says he feels he will fail in English history. Miss Stacy will give us exams in June that are as hard as the entrance, and she will mark us very strictly. I wish it was all over. It haunts me. Sometimes I wake up at night and wonder what I will do if I do not pass. Then go to school next year and try again, Marilla said calmly. Oh, I do not think I would have the heart to fail, especially if Gilbert or the others pass. I get very nervous in exams and might make a big mistake. I wish I had nerves like Jane Andrews. Nothing bothers her. I sighed and, taking my eyes away from the pretty spring outside, I buried myself in my book. There will be other springs, but if I do not pass the entrance, I feel I will never enjoy them again. Chapter 33, The Hotel Concert. Put on your white organdy, please, Anne, said Diana in a clear voice. They were in the East Gable room. Outside, it was just twilight. The sky was a pretty yellow-green, and the blue sky had no clouds. A big, round moon was slowly changing from pale light to shiny silver. It hung over the haunted wood. The air had many nice summer sounds. Birds were singing softly, the wind blew gently, and faraway voices and laughter could be heard. But in Anne's room, the window shade was closed and the lamp was on. Anne was getting ready for an important event. The East Gable room was very different from the way it was 4 years ago. At that time, Anne felt cold and lonely there. Slowly, changes had come. Marilla had allowed these changes, and now the room was as sweet and cozy as a young girl could wish. Anne did not have a velvet carpet with pink roses or pink silk curtains like in her early dreams. But her dreams changed as she grew older, and she did not cry about it. The floor had a pretty mat, and the curtains were made of light green muslin. The walls were covered with paper printed with apple blossoms. There were a few nice pictures that Mrs. Allen had given Anne. Miss Stacy's photo was in a special place. Anne always put fresh flowers below it. Tonight, a vase of white lilies gave a soft perfume to the room. There was no mahogany furniture. Instead, there was a white bookcase with books, a soft wicker rocker, a toilet table with white muslin on it, a small mirror with painted cupids and purple grapes, and a low white bed. Anne was dressing for a concert at the White Sands Hotel. The concert was for the Charlottetown Hospital. Many local people who loved performing were invited. Bertha Sampson and Pearl Clay from the White Sands Baptist Choir would sing a duet. Milton Clark from Newbridge would play the violin. Winnie Adela Blair from Carmody would sing a Scotch ballad. Laura Spencer from Spencer Vale and Anne herself from Avonlea would recite. Anne said it was an important time in my life. She felt very excited. Matthew was very proud of his Anne. Marilla was proud too, even if she did not show it. Marilla also worried that many young people were going to the hotel without a responsible adult. Anne and Diana would ride with Jane Andrews and her brother Billy in their buggy. Other Avonlea children were also going. Some visitors from town were expected. After the concert, a supper was given to the performers. Do you really think the organdy is the best? Anne asked, worried. I do not think it is as pretty as my blue muslin. It is not very fashionable. But it looks much better on you, said Diana. It is soft, frilly, and sticks to you. The muslin is stiff and makes you look too dressed up. The organdy looks like it grows on you. Anne sighed and agreed. Diana was known for her good taste in clothes, and many people listened to her. Diana looked very pretty in a wild rose pink dress. But she was not going to perform at the concert. All the attention was on Anne. Diana promised that Anne must look perfect for Avonlea. Let me pull out your frill a little more. Here, I will tie your sash. Now, let me put on your slippers. I will braid your hair into 2 thick braids and tie them with big white bows. Do not pull a curl over your forehead. Keep the soft hair. Your hair does not look very nice the way you part it. Mrs. Allen says you look like a Madonna when you do it. I will put a little white house rose behind your ear. I saved it just for you. Should I put on my pearl beads? Anne asked. Matthew gave me a string last week. I know he will like to see them. Diana looked at Anne and then said, yes, put the beads on. Soon, the beads were tied around Anne's thin, white neck. You look very stylish, Anne, said Diana. You hold your head so nicely. I think it is because of your figure. I feel small next to you. I have always been afraid of my figure. I suppose I must learn to live with it. But you have lovely dimples, said Anne, smiling at Diana's pretty, lively face. Your dimples are like small dents in cream. I have given up hope of having dimples. My dimple dream will never come true. I have many dreams, so I must not complain. Am I ready now? Yes, you are, said Diana. At that moment, Marilla came in. She was thin with grey hair and many wrinkles, but her face was soft. Come here, Marilla. Look at our elocutionist, Anne. Does she not look lovely? Marilla made a sound like a sniff or a small grunt. She looks neat and proper. I like the way you fixed her hair. But I think she will ruin that dress when she rides in the dust and dew. The dress is too thin for these damp nights. Organdy is not a good fabric, and I told Matthew so. But now Matthew buys what he likes for Anne. The shopkeepers tell him that things are pretty and fashionable, and he pays for them. Anne, keep your skirt away from the wheel and put on your warm jacket. Then Marilla left for the downstairs room. She felt proud because Anne looked as if she had one moonbeam from her forehead to the crown. Marilla was sad that she could not go to the concert to hear her daughter recite. I wonder if it is too damp for my dress, Anne said, worried. Not at all, said Diana as she closed the window shade. It is a perfect night. There will be no dew. Look at the moonlight. I am so glad my window faces east so I can see the sun rising, said Anne. It is beautiful to see the morning come over the long hills and bright fir trees. Every morning is new. I feel as if I wash my soul in the early sunshine. Oh, Diana, I love this little room. I do not know how I will live without it when I go to town next month. Please do not speak of leaving tonight, said Diana. I do not want to think of it. I want to have a good time. What will you recite, Anne? Are you nervous? Not at all, said Anne. I have recited in public many times. I will recite the Maiden's Vow. It is very sad. Laura Spencer will do something funny, but I want to make people cry instead of laugh. What will you recite if they ask you to come back? They will not ask me to come back, said Anne. Deep inside, she secretly hoped they would. She imagined telling Matthew all about it at breakfast the next morning. Now, listen. I hear Billy and Jane. I hear the wheels. Let us go. Billy Andrews wanted Anne to ride in the front seat with him. She did not want to, but she climbed up. She wished she could sit with the girls, laughing and talking. Billy did not laugh or talk much. He was a big, quiet man of 20 with a round, plain face. But he admired Anne very much and was proud to drive with her. Even though Anne talked to the girls and smiled at Billy, she still enjoyed the ride. It was a night for fun. Many buggies were on the road, all going to the hotel. Laughter and happy voices filled the road. When they reached the hotel, the building was very bright. The ladies of the concert committee met them. One of the ladies took Anne to the dressing room. There, many people from the Charlottetown Symphony Club were getting ready. Suddenly, Anne felt shy and scared. Her dress, which looked so pretty in the East Gable room, now looked simple and plain among the bright silks and laces around her. Her pearl beads looked small next to the big, pretty diamonds on another lady. And her little white rose looked poor compared to the many flowers the others wore. Anne put her hat and jacket away and hid in a corner. She wished she was back in the quiet white room at Green Gables. The situation was even worse on the stage of the big concert hall. The bright electric lights hurt her eyes. The strong perfume and loud sounds confused her. She wished she could sit quietly with Diana and Jane at the back of the room. Instead, she sat between a stout lady in a pink silk dress and a tall girl in a white lace dress. The stout lady sometimes looked at him through her glasses. Anne felt very nervous under this attention and wished to scream. The white lace girl talked to her friend about country bumpkins and rustic bells in the audience. They laughed and looked forward to the local talent. Anne felt very upset with the white lace girl. Then, a professional reciter came on stage. She was a slim, dark-eyed woman in a beautiful grey gown that shone like moonlight. She had gems on her neck and in her dark hair. Her voice was very flexible and full of power. The audience loved her performance. Anne forgot her own problems and listened with wide, happy eyes. When the recitation ended, Anne covered her face. She felt she could never recite again. She wondered if she could ever recite well. Oh, how she missed Green Gables. At that moment, someone called Anne's name. Anne felt a small surprise. She stood up and walked to the front. She was so pale that Diana and Jane in the audience held each other's hands in worry. Anne felt very scared on the stage. Even though she had recited before, this audience was very different. There were many ladies in evening dresses and their faces looked very serious. It was not like the friendly faces of her neighbors at the debating club. These people might not be kind. Anne felt ashamed and miserable. Her knees shook, her heart beat fast, and she felt faint. She could not say a word. She wanted to run away, but she felt she must stay. Then Anne saw Gilbert Blythe in the back of the room. He was smiling at her. To Anne, his smile seemed both strong and teasing. But really, Gilbert was just smiling kindly. He liked the way Anne looked on the stage. Josie Pye, who had ridden with him, sat beside him. Anne did not see Josie. She took a deep breath and lifted her head. She felt courage. She promised herself that she would not fail. She did not want Gilbert to laugh at her. Her fear went away. She began her recitation with a clear, sweet voice that reached every corner of the room. She felt calm and strong. When she finished, the audience clapped loudly. Anne went back to her seat. She blushed with shyness and joy. A stout lady in pink silk took her hand and shook it hard. "My dear, you did very well," said the pink lady. "I even cried a little. They want you to come back." "Oh, I cannot go back," said Anne, confused. "But I must, or Matthew will be disappointed. He said they would call you back." "Then do not disappoint Matthew. said the pink lady with a laugh. Anne smiled, blushed, and gave a short, funny recitation that made the audience even happier. The rest of the evening was a small victory for her. After the concert, the stout pink lady, who was married to an American millionaire, introduced Anne to many people. Everyone was very kind. The professional reciter, Mrs. Evans, came to talk with her. She said Anne had a charming voice and that she recited beautifully. Even the white lace girl gave Anne a quiet compliment. Later, they had supper in a big, nicely decorated dining room. Diana and Jane were invited to supper, too. Billy did not go because he was very shy. He waited with the team when the show was over. When the three girls came out into the calm, white moonlight, and took a deep breath and looked at the clear sky behind the dark fir trees. It was very good to be outside in the quiet, pure night. Everything was still and beautiful. The sound of the sea could be heard, and the dark cliffs looked like silent giants protecting a magical shore. "Wasn't it a wonderful time?" said Jane as they rode away. "I wish I were a rich American. I could spend my summer in a hotel, wear jewels and pretty dresses, and eat ice cream and chicken salad every day. I think it would be more fun than teaching school." "Anne, your recitation was great. At first, I thought you would not start. I think it was even better than Mrs. Evans's." "Oh, please do not say that," Jane said Anne quickly. "It sounds silly. It cannot be better than Mrs. Evans's because she is a professional and I am just a schoolgirl who likes reciting. I am happy if people like mine." "I have a compliment for you, Anne," said Diana. "I heard an American man behind Jane and me say, 'Who is that girl on the stage with the beautiful red hair? I want to paint her face.' What does beautiful red hair mean?" "I think it means plain red," laughed Anne. "Titian was a famous painter who liked red-haired women." "Did you see the diamonds that the other ladies wore?" said Jane. "They were dazzling. Wouldn't you love to be rich?" "We are rich," said Anne firmly. "We are 16 years old and happy like queens. We have our imaginations. Look at the sea, silver and shadow. We would not enjoy its beauty more if we had millions of dollars and diamonds. You would not change into any of those women. Would you want to be that white lace girl with a sad look, or the pink lady who is kind but short, or even Mrs. Evans, who looks very sad? You know you would not, Jane." "I do not know," said Jane. "I think diamonds can make a person feel better." "Well, I do not want to be anyone but myself, even if I never feel the comfort of diamonds," said Anne. "I am happy to be Anne of Green Gables with my pearl beads. I know Matthew loves me just as much as he loves the pink lady's jewels." Chapter 34. A Queen's Girl. The next 3 weeks were very busy at Green Gables. Anne was getting ready to go to Queen's College. There was much sewing to do and many things to plan. Anne's clothes were nice and pretty because Matthew made sure of it. Marilla did not say anything bad about what Matthew bought or said. One evening, Marilla even went up to the east gable with her arms full of a light, pale green fabric. "Anne, here is something for a nice, light dress," said Marilla. "You may not really need it because you have many pretty skirts. But I thought you might like a very dressy one for an evening party in town. I hear that Jane, Ruby, and Josie have evening dresses. I did not mean you should be behind them. I got Mrs. Allen to help me choose the fabric in town last week. We will have Emily Gillis make it for you. Emily has good taste and makes very nice dresses." "Oh, Marilla, it is just lovely," said Anne. "Thank you so much. I feel it is hard for me to go away when you are so kind." The green dress had many tucks, frills, and gathers, just as Emily liked. One evening, Anne wore the dress for Matthew and Marilla. She recited the Maiden's Vow for them in the kitchen. Marilla watched Anne's bright, lively face and graceful movements. Then Marilla remembered the evening Anne first came to Green Gables. She remembered the little, frightened child in a silly yellowish-brown dress, with sad tears in her eyes. That memory made Marilla cry. "I see my recitation made you cry, Marilla," Anne said happily. She leaned over Marilla's chair and gave her a soft butterfly kiss on the cheek. "I call that a success." "No, I was not crying because of your poem," said Marilla. "I was thinking about the little girl you used to be, Anne. I wished you could stay a little girl with all your funny ways. You have grown up now and you are going away. You look so tall and stylish and different in that dress. It is as if you do not belong in Avonlea at all. I feel very lonely thinking of it. Marilla." Anne sat on Marilla's lap. She took Marilla's wrinkled face in her hands and looked into her eyes. "I have not changed very much. I am only a little grown up. The real me is still here. It does not matter where I go or how I change on the outside. In my heart, I will always be your little Anne. I will love you, Matthew, and dear Green Gables every day of my life." Anne rested her soft cheek on Marilla's face. She reached out and patted Matthew's shoulder. Marilla wished she could always speak her feelings as well as Anne did. Instead, she hugged Anne close. She wished she could keep her girl with her forever. Matthew, with a little tear in his eyes, got up and went outside. Under the stars on a blue summer night, he walked quickly across the yard to the gate under the poplar trees. "Well, she has not been spoiled," he said quietly with pride. "I sometimes help, and that did no harm. She is smart, pretty, and loving. She is a blessing to us. There is no luckier mistake than what Mrs. Spencer made, if it was luck at all. I believe it was Providence, because God knew we needed her." Finally, the day came for Anne to go to town. One fine September morning, Anne and Matthew drove away. They said a tearful goodbye to Diana and a practical goodbye to Marilla. After Anne left, Diana wiped her tears and went to a beach picnic at White Sands with some of her Carmody cousins. Diana tried to enjoy herself. Marilla, on the other hand, worked very hard all day. She felt a deep, bitter heartache. That night, when Marilla went to bed, she thought of the empty little gable room at the end of the hall. Without Anne's lively presence, Marilla felt very sad. She buried her face in her pillow and wept hard. Later, when she was calm, she thought it was very wrong to miss her girl so much. Anne and the other Avonlea students reached town just in time to go to the academy. The first day was fun and exciting. They met many new students and saw the professors for the first time. They were put into classes. Anne planned to do the second-year work, as Miss Stacy advised. Gilbert Blythe also planned to do the same. This meant they would try to get a first-class teacher's license in 1 year instead of 2. It also meant much harder work. Jane, Ruby, Josie, Charlie, and Moody Spurgeon did not try for more. They were happy with second-class work. Anne felt a little lonely when she sat in a room with 50 students. She did not know any of them except the tall, brown-haired boy across the room. She thought sadly. Yet she was glad he was in the class. Their old rivalry could continue. Anne did not know what she would do without it. "I would not feel comfortable without it," she thought. "Gilbert looks very determined. I think he is trying to win the medal. What a splendid chin he has. I never noticed it before. I wish Jane and Ruby had tried for first class too. Then I would not feel so alone. I wonder which girls will be my friends. I promised Diana that no Queen's girl will be as dear to me as she is. But I have many other affections to give. I like the girl with brown eyes and a red ribbon. She looks very pretty. And there is the pale girl looking out the window. She has lovely hair and looks like she knows a lot about dreams. I wish to know both of them well. But now, they do not know me and may not want to know me. Oh, I feel so lonesome. That night, Anne was alone in her small hall bedroom. She did not board with the other girls. They had relatives in town. Miss Josephine Barry had liked to board her, but Beechwood is far from the academy. So Miss Barry found a boarding house. She told Matthew and Marilla that it was a very good place for Anne. The lady who keeps it is a gentlewoman with little money now, explained Miss Barry. Her husband was a British officer. She is very careful about who she takes in. Anne will not meet any bad people there. The food is good and the house is near the academy in a quiet place. All this was true. But it did not help Anne when she felt very homesick. She looked around her small room. The walls were dull and had no pictures. The bed was a small iron frame and the bookcase was empty. Anne felt a tight pain in her throat as she thought of her white room at Green Gables. There she would see a big green garden, sweet peas, moonlight on the orchard, a little brook, and spruce trees dancing in the night wind. There was a vast starry sky and Diana's window shining through the trees. Here, outside her window, was a hard street with telephone wires, many unknown footsteps, and many strange faces. Anne knew she was going to cry. She tried hard not to cry. "I will not cry. It is silly and weak," she said. A tear fell by her nose. More tears are coming. I must think of something funny. But nothing is funny except Avonlea, and that makes me sad. I am going home next Friday, but that feels like 100 years away. Oh, Matthew is almost home now. Marilla is at the gate waiting for him. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it is too many to count. They will come like a flood soon. I cannot cheer up. I do not want to cheer up. It is better to be sad. Just then, Josie Pye appeared. Anne was happy to see a familiar face, even though she and Josie were not very close. In Avonlea, even a Pye was welcome. "I am so glad you came up," said Anne. "You have been crying," said Josie with a little pity. "I think you are homesick. Some people do not have much control over their tears. I will not be homesick. Town is too fun after that small Avonlea. I do not know how I lived there so long. You should not cry, Anne. It does not look good. Your nose and eyes become red and you look all red. I had a very nice day at the academy. Our French professor is very funny. His moustache is great. Do you have any food, Anne? I am very hungry. I guess Marilla made you a lot of cake. That is why I came. Otherwise, I would have gone to the park to listen to the band with Frank Stockley. He lives in the same boarding house as I do. He is very friendly. He saw you in class today and asked me who the red-haired girl was. I told him you were an orphan that the Cuthberts adopted. Not many people know about your past. Anne wondered if she liked being alone and crying more than being with Josie Pye. Then Jane and Ruby came. They both wore a little Queen's colour ribbon on their coats, purple and scarlet. Josie was not talking to Jane at that moment, so she stayed quiet. "Well," said Jane with a sigh, "I feel as if I have lived many days since the morning. I should be home studying my Virgil. That old professor gave us 20 lines for tomorrow. But I could not study tonight. Anne, I see your tears. If you have been crying, please tell us. It will help me, because I was crying before Ruby came. I do not mind being silly if someone else is too. Cake. You will give me a small piece, won't you? Thank you. It tastes just like Avonlea." Ruby saw the Queen's calendar on the table and asked if Anne wanted to try for the gold medal. Anne blushed and said she was thinking of it. "Oh, that reminds me," said Josie. "Queen's College will give one Avery scholarship after all. I heard it today from Frank Stockley. His uncle is on the board of governors. They will announce it at the academy tomorrow. An Avery scholarship." Anne's heart beat faster. Suddenly, her dreams grew bigger. Before, her highest goal was to get a first-class teacher's license and maybe the medal. But now, Anne saw herself winning the Avery scholarship, studying arts at Redmond College, and graduating in a gown with a mortarboard. Anne felt very excited because the Avery scholarship was for English. It felt like her home. A rich manufacturer from New Brunswick had died and left part of his money to pay many scholarships in the maritime provinces. There was doubt if Queen's College would have won, but now it was decided. At the end of the year, the graduate with the highest marks in English and English literature would win the scholarship. It was $250 a year for 4 years at Redmond College. No wonder Anne went to bed that night with her cheeks tingling. "I will win that scholarship if hard work can do it," she promised herself. "Wouldn't Matthew be proud if I got a Bachelor of Arts? Oh, it is wonderful to have dreams. I am so glad I have many dreams. It seems there is never an end to them. As soon as you reach one dream, you see another one shining even higher. That makes life very interesting." Chapter 35. The Winter at Queen's. Anne's homesickness got much better. She felt happy when she visited home on the weekends. When the weather was good, all the Avonlea students went to Carmody by the new train every Friday night. Diana and some other Avonlea friends met them, and they all walked happily back to Avonlea together. Anne thought that walking over the autumn hills in the cool, golden air, with the lights of Avonlea twinkling in the distance, were the best hours of the week. Gilbert Blythe almost always walked with Ruby Gillis. He even carried her satchel for her. Ruby was a very pretty young lady. She thought of herself as grown up. She wore long skirts and did her hair up in town, though she took it down when she went home. Ruby had large, bright blue eyes, a clear face, and a nice figure. She laughed a lot, was cheerful, and liked the good things in life. "But I don't think she is the sort of girl Gilbert would like," whispered Jane to Anne. Anne did not think so either, but she did not say it because of the Avery scholarship. Anne also thought it would be very nice to have Gilbert as a friend. They could joke together and talk about books, studies, and dreams. Gilbert had his own ideas, and Ruby did not seem the best person to talk about them with. Anne did not have any silly ideas about Gilbert. To her, boys were possible good friends. If she and Gilbert became friends, she would not mind if he had other friends. Anne had many girl friends. But she also felt that a friendship with a boy could be good. She thought that if Gilbert ever walked home with her from the train over the cool fields and ferny paths, they would have many happy and interesting talks about the new world around them and their dreams. Gilbert was a clever boy who wanted the best in life. Ruby told Jane that she did not understand half of what Gilbert said. He talked just like Anne did when she was thinking hard. Anne did not like to talk about books when it was not needed. Frank Stockley was very lively, but he was not as good-looking as Gilbert. Jane could not decide which one she liked best. At the academy, Anne made a small circle of friends. They were thoughtful, imaginative, and full of dreams like she was. With the rose-red girl, Stella Maynard, and the dream girl, Priscilla Grant, Anne soon became close to them. Priscilla was a quiet, pale girl who loved fun and mischief, while Stella, with big black eyes, had many gentle dreams like Anne's. After the Christmas holidays, the Avonlea students stopped going home on Fridays. They worked hard in their studies. By this time, all the Queen's students had found their places in class. Everyone had their own special ways. It was said that the medal competitors were almost 3, Gilbert Blythe, Anne Shirley, and Lewis Wilson. The Avery Scholarship was not clear yet. Any one of about 6 students might win it. The bronze medal for mathematics was thought to be almost won by a funny little boy from the country with a bumpy forehead and a patched coat. Ruby Gillis was the most handsome girl of the year at the academy. In the second-year classes, Stella Maynard was the prettiest, although some thought Anne Shirley was the prettiest. Ethelmar was said to have the best hair, and Jane Andrews, plain, steady Jane, was the best in domestic science. Even Josie Pye was known as the sharpest-tongued young lady at Queen's. So, Miss Stacy's old pupils did very well in the academy. Anne worked hard and steadily. Her friendly rivalry with Gilbert was as strong as it had been at Avonlea School. Although no one in class knew about it, the bitterness was gone. Anne no longer wanted to win only to beat Gilbert. She wanted to win for the proud feeling of victory over a good opponent. Winning was important, but she did not think life would be unbearable if she did not win. Even with lessons, the students found time for fun. Anne spent many of her free hours at Beechwood. She usually ate her Sunday dinners there and went to church with Miss Barry. Miss Barry was getting older, but her eyes were still bright and her tongue still sharp. She never scolded Anne. In fact, Anne was one of Miss Barry's favorite students. "Anne, you improve all the time," Miss Barry said. "I get tired of other girls. They are always the same. Anne has many colors like a rainbow. Every color is the prettiest when it lasts. I do not know if she is as funny as when she was a child, but she makes me love her. I like people who make me love them. It saves me trouble in learning to love them." Soon, spring came. In Avonlea, the Mayflowers started to peek out on the dry, cold ground where snow still lay, and green mists filled the woods and valleys. But at Queen's, the students only thought about exams. "It is hard to believe the term is nearly over," said Anne. "Last fall, I looked forward to a whole winter of classes. Now the exams are next week. Sometimes I think the exams mean everything, but when I look at the big chestnut buds on the trees and the blue mist in the streets, they do not seem so important." Jane, Ruby, and Josie, who came in to talk, did not think the exams were unimportant. To them, the exams were very important, more important than chestnut buds or spring haze. It was easy for Anne, who was sure she would pass, to say this. But for them, their future depended on the exams. "I have lost 7 pounds in the last 2 weeks, sighed Jane. "It is no use saying don't worry. I will worry. Worrying makes me feel like I am doing something. It would be terrible if I failed to get my license after spending all winter at Queen's and so much money." "I do not care," said Josie Pye. "If I do not pass this year, I will come back next year. My father can send me." "Anne, Frank Stockley says that Professor Tremaine said Gilbert Blythe is sure to win the medal, and that Emily Clay will probably win the Avery Scholarship." "That may make me feel bad tomorrow," Josie laughed Anne, "but right now I feel happy knowing that the violets are blooming purple in the hollow below Green Gables and little ferns are growing in Lover's Lane. It does not matter much to me if I win the Avery or not. I have done my best. I am beginning to understand the joy of the strife. Next to trying and winning, the best thing is trying and failing. Girls, don't talk about exams. Look at the pale green sky over those houses and imagine what it looks like over the dark beech woods behind Avonlea." "What will you wear for the graduation ceremony?" Jane asked Ruby. Jane and Josie answered at the same time, and soon the talk turned to fashions. But Anne, with her elbows on the window sill, her soft cheek in her hands, and her eyes full of dreams, looked out over the city roofs and spires to the beautiful sunset sky. She wove her dreams of the future from the golden light of youth. Everything beyond was full of promise, and each year was a new rose to add to her beautiful crown. Chapter 36. The Glory and the Dream. On the morning when all the final exam results were to be posted at Queen's, Anne and Jane walked down the street together. Jane was smiling and happy because the exams were over and she was sure she had passed. Jane did not worry much about the future because she had no high ambitions. Anne, however, was pale and quiet. In 10 more minutes, she would know who won the medal and who won the Avery scholarship. Those 10 minutes felt very long to her. "Of course you will win one of them," said Jane. She could not understand why the teachers would be unfair. "I have no hope for the Avery," said Anne. "Everyone says Emily Clay will win it. I am not brave enough to go to the board before everyone else. I am going straight to the girls' dressing room. Please read the announcements and tell me, Jane. And please, do not comfort me if I have failed. Promise me this, Jane." Jane promised solemnly. But they soon found they did not need that promise. When they went up the steps to Queen's, they saw the hall full of boys. They carried Gilbert Blythe on their shoulders and shouted, "Hurrah for Blythe, medalist." For a moment, Anne felt a strong pain of defeat. She thought, "I have failed and Gilbert has won. Matthew will be so sorry. I was sure I would win." Then someone shouted, "3 cheers for Miss Shirley, winner of the Avery." "Oh, Anne," gasped Jane, as they ran to the girls' dressing room amid loud cheers. "Oh, Anne, I am so proud. Isn't it wonderful?" Soon the girls gathered around her. They laughed and congratulated her. They patted her shoulders, shook her hands, pushed and hugged her. In the middle of it all, Anne whispered to Jane, "Oh, won't Matthew and Marilla be pleased? I must write the news home right away." The next important event was the commencement. The ceremony was held in the big assembly hall at the academy. People gave speeches, read essays, sang songs, and diplomas, prizes, and medals were given out. Matthew and Marilla were there. They looked only at one student on the stage, a tall girl in pale green, with softly flushed cheeks and bright, starry eyes. She read the best essay and was named the Avery winner. "Are you glad we kept her, Marilla?" whispered Matthew, speaking for the first time since and finished her essay. "It is not the first time I have been glad," said Marilla. "You do like to rub things in, Matthew Cuthbert." Miss Barry, who was sitting behind them, leaned forward and touched Marilla's back with her parasol. "Aren't you proud of that Anne girl?" "I am," she said. That evening, Anne went home to Avonlea with Matthew and Marilla. She had not been home since April, and she felt she could not wait another day. The apple blossoms were in bloom, and the world was fresh and young. Diana was at Green Gables to meet her. In her own white room, where Marilla had placed a small flowering rose on the window sill, and looked around and took a long, happy breath. "Oh, Diana, it is so good to be back. It is so good to see those tall fir trees against the pink sky, and that white orchard and the old Snow Queen. Isn't the smell of mint so fresh? And that tea rose, it is like a song, a hope, and a prayer all at once. And it is good to see you again, Diana." "I thought you liked Stella Maynard better than me," said Diana sadly. "Josie Pye told me you did. Josie said you were in love with her." Anne laughed and playfully threw some faded June lilies from her bouquet at Diana. "Stella Maynard is the dearest girl in the world except one. And you are that one, Diana. I love you more than ever, and I have so many things to tell you. But right now, I feel so happy just to sit here and look at you. I am tired. I think I am tired of being so serious and ambitious. I plan to spend at least 2 hours tomorrow lying in the orchard grass and thinking of nothing. You have done splendidly, Anne. I suppose you will not be teaching now that you have won the Avery." "No. I am going to Redmond in September. Doesn't that sound wonderful?" I will have new ambitions after 3 glorious, golden months of vacation. Jane and Ruby are going to teach too. Isn't it wonderful that we all made it, even Moody Spurgeon and Josie Pye? The Newbridge trustees have already offered Jane their school, said Diana. Gilbert Blythe is also going to teach. His father cannot send him to college next year, so he must earn his way. I think he will get a school here if Miss Ames leaves. Anne felt a little surprised. She had not known this. She had expected that Gilbert would also go to Redmond. What would she do without their friendly rivalry? Would life be dull without her friend and her rival? The next morning at breakfast, Anne noticed that Matthew did not look well. He seemed much grayer than he had a year before. Marilla, she said quietly after he went out, is Matthew all right? No, he is not, said Marilla in a worried voice. He has had some very bad spells with his heart this spring, and he does not rest much. I have been very worried about him, but he is a little better now and we have a good hired man. I hope he will rest and get better. Maybe he will now that you are home. You always make him happy. Anne leaned across the table and took Marilla's face in her hands. You do not look as well as I would like, Marilla. You look tired. I am afraid you have been working too hard. You must take a rest now that I am home. I will take 1 day off to visit our old places and find my old dreams, and then it will be your turn to relax while I do the work. Marilla smiled warmly at her. It is not the work, it is my head. I often have a pain behind my eyes. Dr. Spencer has been trying to help with glasses, but they do not help much. A famous eye doctor will come to the island at the end of June, and I must see him. I cannot read or sew comfortably now. Well, Anne, you have done very well at Queen's. To get a first-class license in 1 year and win the Avery Scholarship, well. Mrs. Lynde says that pride comes before a fall, and she does not believe in higher education for women at all. She says it is not proper for a woman's true place. I do not believe her. By the way, did you hear anything about the Abbey Bank lately, Anne? I heard it is shaky, said Anne. Why? That is what Rachel said. She was here 1 day last week and said there was talk about it. Matthew felt very worried. All our savings are in that bank, every penny. I wanted Matthew to put it in the savings bank, but old Mr. Abbey was a great friend of my father, and he always banked with him. Matthew said any bank with him as its head was good enough. I think he has only been its name head for many years, said Anne. He is very old. His nephews really run the bank. Well, when Rachel told us that, I wanted Matthew to take our money out, but he said he would think about it. Then Mr. Russell told him yesterday that the bank was all right. Anne had a very good day with the outdoors. She never forgot that day. It was so bright, golden and fair, full of blossoms and free from shadows. Anne spent many happy hours in the orchard. She went to Dryad's Bubble, to Willowmere, and to Violet Vale. She visited the manse and had a nice talk with Mrs. Allen. Finally, in the evening she went with Matthew to see the cows. They walked through Lover's Lane to the back pasture. The woods were full of sunset, and warm light streamed down through the hills in the west. Matthew walked slowly with his head bowed. Anne, tall and straight, walked with a light step beside him. You have worked too hard today, Matthew, she said kindly. Why won't you take it easier? Well now, I cannot seem to do that, said Matthew as he opened the gate for the cows. I am getting old, Anne, and I keep forgetting that. I have always worked hard and would rather work until I drop. If I had been the boy you sent for, said Anne sadly, I could help you so much and save you in many ways. I sometimes wish I had been, just for that. Well now, I would rather have you than a dozen boys, Anne, said Matthew, patting her hand. Remember, rather than a dozen boys. I suppose it was not a boy who won the Avery Scholarship, was it? It was a girl, my girl, that I am proud of. He smiled his shy smile at her as he went out into the yard. Anne kept that memory with her when she went to her room that night. She sat by her open window for a long time, thinking of the past and dreaming of the future. Outside, the Snow Queen looked misty white in the moonlight. Frogs sang in the marsh beyond Orchard Slope. Anne always remembered the silvery, peaceful beauty and calm fragrance of that night. It was the last night before sorrow touched her life, and no life is ever quite the same again after that cold, sacred touch has come. Chapter 37. The Reaper Whose Name is Death. Matthew, Matthew, what is the matter? Matthew, are you sick? Marilla said these words with alarm. Anne came into the hall holding a bunch of white narcissus. It would be a long time before Anne could like white narcissus again. She arrived just in time to see Marilla talking and Matthew standing in the porch doorway. He held a folded paper in his hand, and his face looked drawn and grey. Anne dropped her flowers and ran with Marilla toward him. But they were too late. Before they could reach him, Matthew had fallen over the doorway. He has fainted, gasped Marilla. Anne, run for Martin, quick, quick. He is at the barn. Martin, the hired man, had just come from the post office. He ran off to get the doctor, stopping at Orchard Slope to call Mr. and Mrs. Barry. Mrs. Lynde, who was nearby on an errand, also came. They found Anne and Marilla trying hard to wake Matthew. Mrs. Lynde gently pushed them aside, checked his pulse, and then put her ear on his heart. She looked at their worried faces with sorrow, and tears filled her eyes. "Oh, Marilla," she said in a serious tone, "I don't think we can do anything for him." "Mrs. Lynde, you don't think," Anne could not finish. She turned pale from fear. "Child, yes, I am afraid. Look at his face. When you see that look many times, you will know what it means." Anne looked at his still face. She saw something like a mark of the great presence there. When the doctor came, he said that death had come suddenly and was probably painless. The shock that caused his death was found in the paper Matthew had held. Martin had brought that paper from the office that morning. It told of the failure of the Abbey Bank. The news spread quickly in Avonlea. All day, friends and neighbors came to Green Gables. They came to help both the dead and the living. For the first time, quiet Matthew Cuthbert was very important. The solemn beauty of death had touched him and made him seem crowned. That night, when calm came over Green Gables, the old house was quiet. In the parlor, Matthew Cuthbert lay in his coffin. His long grey hair fell around his calm face, which held a small kind smile, as if he were only sleeping and dreaming nice dreams. Flowers were placed around him, old-fashioned flowers that his mother had planted in the garden when she was young. Matthew had always loved these flowers in secret. Anne had gathered them and brought them to him. Her face was pale and full of pain, and though she did not cry, it was the last thing she could do for him. The Barrys and Mrs. Lynde stayed with them that night. Later, Diana came to the east gable, where Anne was standing at her window, and said softly, "Anne dear, would you like me to sleep with you tonight?" "Thank you, Diana," Anne answered. Then she looked into her friend's face and said, "I want to be alone. I am not afraid. I have not been alone even 1 minute since it happened, and now I want to be alone. I want silence and quiet so I can try to understand my sorrow. Sometimes it seems to me that Matthew is not dead, and other times it seems he has been dead for a long time, and I have a horrible dull ache." Diana did not quite understand. She understood Marilla's strong grief better than Anne's quiet pain. But she left kindly, leaving Anne alone with her sorrow. Anne hoped that when she was alone, the tears would come. It was terrible to think that she could not cry for Matthew, whom she had loved so much and who had been so kind to her. Matthew had walked with her at sunset the last evening, and now he lay in a dark room with an awful peace on his face. At first, no tears came. Even when she knelt by her window in the dark and prayed while looking up at the stars, no tears came, only a horrible dull ache that stayed until she fell asleep, tired from the day's pain and excitement. That night, Anne woke up in the still darkness. The memory of the day came over her like a wave of sorrow. She could see Matthew's smiling face as he had smiled when they said goodbye at the gate. She could almost hear his soft voice saying, my girl that I'm proud of." Then the tears came, and Anne wept her heart out. Marilla heard her and came to comfort her. There, don't cry so, dear," Marilla said softly. "It cannot bring him back. It isn't right to cry so much. I felt the same today, but I could not help it then. He was always such a good, kind brother to me, but God knows best." "Oh, just let me cry, Marilla," sobbed Anne. "The tears do not hurt me like that dull ache did. Stay here with me a little while and hold me. I could not have Diana stay. She is kind and sweet, but her sorrow is not deep like ours. It is our sorrow, yours and mine. Oh, Marilla, what will we do without him? We have each other, Anne. I don't know what I would do if you were not here, if you had never come. Oh, Anne, I know I have sometimes been strict with you, but you must not think that I did not love you as much as Matthew did. I want you to know that now. It is not easy for me to say these things, but at times like this I must. I love you as if you were my own child. You have been my joy and comfort since you came to Green Gables." 2 days later, they carried Matthew Cuthbert over the doorstep of his homestead, taking him away from the fields he had worked, the orchards he had loved, and the trees he had planted. Then Avonlea became quiet again, and at Green Gables life went on as before. Work was done and duties were met, though everyone felt the loss of Matthew in all the familiar things. Anne, new to grief, thought it was almost sad that they could go on in the old way without him. Sometimes she felt ashamed when she discovered that the sunrise behind the fir trees and the pale pink buds in the garden still made her happy, that Diana's visits were still a pleasure, and that her friends' kind words still made her laugh and smile. In short, the beautiful world of flowers, love, and friendship still pleased her, and life still called to her with many soft voices. It feels almost like disloyalty to Matthew to enjoy these things now that he is gone, and said one evening to Mrs. Allen in the garden, "I miss him so much all the time, and yet, Mrs. Allen, the world and life seem very beautiful and interesting." Today, Diana said something funny and I laughed. I thought that when it happened I could never laugh again. And now it feels as if I should not laugh. When Matthew was here, he liked to hear you laugh and to know you enjoyed the pleasant things around you, Mrs. Allen said gently. He is away now, but I am sure he would still want that. We should not close our hearts to the healing power of nature. I understand your feelings. I think we all feel the same way. We feel guilty when we are happy after losing someone we love, as if we are unfaithful to our sorrow. I went to the graveyard today to plant a rosebush on Matthew's grave and said dreamily, I took a small cutting from the little white Scotch rosebush that his mother brought from Scotland long ago. Matthew always loved those roses best. They were so small and sweet on their thorny stems. Planting it by his grave made me feel glad, as if I were doing something that would please him by keeping him near. I hope he has roses like these in heaven. Perhaps the souls of all those little white roses he loved in many summers are there to greet him. I must go home now. Marilla is all alone and gets lonely at twilight. She will be even lonelier when you go away to college again, said Mrs. Allen. Anne did not reply. She said good night and slowly went back to Green Gables. Marilla was sitting on the front steps, Anne and sat down beside her. The door was open behind them, held back by a big pink conch shell that shone with hints of a sea sunset in its smooth curves. Anne gathered some pale yellow honeysuckle and put it in her hair. She loved the light, sweet smell, like a gentle blessing every time she moved. Dr. Spencer was here while you were away, Marilla said. He says that an eye specialist will come to town tomorrow. He insists I must have my eyes checked. I suppose I must go and get new glasses if they can help me. You will not mind staying here alone while I am away, will you? Martin will drive me, and I have ironing and baking to do. I will be all right. Diana will come by to keep me company. I promise to do the ironing and baking well. I won't starch the handkerchiefs or put strange flavors in the cake. Marilla laughed. You were such a naughty girl in those days, Anne. You were always getting into trouble. I even thought you were possessed sometimes. Do you remember when you dyed your hair? Yes, I remember, smiled Anne, touching the heavy braid of hair on her head. I sometimes laugh when I think of how worried I was about my hair, but I do not laugh much because it was a real problem then. I suffered a lot about my hair and my freckles. My freckles are gone now, and people say my hair is auburn, except Josie Pye. She told me yesterday that she thought my hair looked redder than ever, or that my black dress made it look redder. She even asked if people with red hair ever get used to it. Marilla, I have almost decided to stop trying to like Josie Pye. I tried very hard once, but Josie Pye just cannot be liked. Josie is a pie, said Marilla sharply. She cannot help being disagreeable. I suppose people like her have some purpose in society, but I do not know what it is, just as I do not know the use of thistles. Is Josie going to teach? No, she is going back to Queen's next year. So are Moody Spurgeon and Charlie Sloane. Jane and Ruby are going to teach too, and they have both been given schools, Jane at Newbridge and Ruby at a school up west. Gilbert Blythe is going to teach too, isn't he? Yes, said Anne briefly. What a nice-looking fellow he is, said Marilla absently. I saw him in church last Sunday. He looked so tall and manly. He looks a lot like his father did when he was young. John Blythe was a nice boy. We used to be very good friends. People even called him my beau. Anne looked up with quick interest. Oh, Marilla, what happened? Why didn't you? We had a quarrel. I would not forgive him when he asked me. I meant to forgive him later, but I was angry and wanted to punish him first. He never came back. The Blythes are very independent. But I always felt a little sorry. I wish I had forgiven him when I had the chance. So you had a little romance in your life too, said Anne softly. Yes, I suppose you could call it that. You would not think so from the way I look, would you? But you never know about people from the outside. Everyone has forgotten about me and John. I had forgotten who I was. But it all came back when I saw Gilbert last Sunday. Chapter 38. The Bend in the Road. Marilla went to town the next day and came home in the evening. Earlier, Anne had gone to Orchard Slope with Diana. When Anne returned, she found Marilla sitting in the kitchen by the table. Marilla rested her head on her hand. Anne felt very sad. She had never seen Marilla look so weak. Are you very tired, Marilla? Anne asked. Yes, no, I don't know, Marilla said, looking up wearily. I think I am tired, but I have not thought much about it. It is not only that. Did you see the eye doctor? What did he say? Anne asked with worry. Yes, I saw him. He looked at my eyes. He said that if I stop reading, sewing, or any work that strains my eyes, if I do not cry, and if I wear the new glasses, my eyes may not get worse and my headaches may go away. But if I do not, I will be blind in 6 months. Blind. Anne, just think of it. For a minute, Anne was silent. Then she spoke bravely, though her voice trembled. Marilla, don't think about it. You know he has given you hope. If you are careful, you will not lose your sight completely. And if his glasses cure your headaches, that will be very good. I do not call it much hope, Marilla said sadly. What will I live for if I cannot read or sew? I might as well be blind or even dead. And when I feel lonely, I cannot help crying. But it is no good to talk about it now. Please get me a cup of tea. I am very tired. Do not tell anyone about this for a while. I cannot bear questions and sympathy. After Marilla ate her lunch, Anne persuaded her to go to bed. Then Anne went to the east gable and sat by her window in the dark. She wept quietly, thinking about how things had changed since the night after she came home. Back then, she was full of hope and joy, and the future looked bright. Now, her heart was heavy. But before she went to sleep, a small smile came to her lips. She had faced her duty with courage and found a little peace. A few days later, Marilla slowly came in from the front yard. She had been talking with a man named Mr. Sadler from Carmody. Anne wondered what he had said to make Marilla look so sad. What did Mr. Sadler want, Marilla? Anne asked. Marilla sat by the window and looked at Anne. Tears filled her eyes and her voice broke as she said, "He heard that I was going to sell Green Gables, and he wants to buy it." Buy it. Sell Green Gables. Anne asked in surprise. "Oh, Marilla, you cannot sell Green Gables." "Anne, I do not know what else to do. I have thought about it long and hard. If my eyes were strong, I could stay here and manage with a good hired man. But I cannot. I may lose my sight completely. I will not be able to run things. I never thought I would have to sell my home. But things are getting worse. All our money is in that bank, and there are some bills from last fall. Mrs. Lynde tells me to sell the farm and move in with her. It is small and old, but it might be enough for me to live on. I am sorry you will not have a home to come to on your vacations, but I suppose you will manage." Marilla began to cry bitterly. "You must not sell Green Gables," Anne said very firmly. "Oh, Anne, I wish I did not have to. But you can see for yourself. I cannot stay here alone. I would go crazy with worry and loneliness. And I know my sight will go," Marilla said sadly. "You will not be alone, Marilla. I will be with you. I am not going to Redmond." "Not going to Redmond." Marilla lifted her tired face from her hands and asked, "What do you mean?" "Just what I say. I am not going to take the scholarship. I decided that the night after you came home from town. You do not think I could leave you alone in your trouble after all you have done for me. I have been thinking and planning. Listen to my plans. Mr. Barry wants to rent the farm next year. Then you will not have any trouble over it. And I will teach. I applied for the school here, but I do not expect to get it because the trustees promised it to Gilbert Blythe. However, I can teach at the Carmody School. Mr. Blair told me this last night at the store. It will not be as nice as the Avonlea School, but I can drive myself there and back in good weather. In winter, I can come home on Fridays. We can even keep a horse for the trips. I have planned everything, Marilla. I will read to you and cheer you up. You will not be lonely. We will be very cozy and happy here together." Marilla listened as if in a dream. "Oh, Anne, I know I could be happy if you were here. But I cannot let you sacrifice yourself for me. It would be terrible." "Nonsense." Anne laughed cheerfully. There is no sacrifice. Nothing is worse than giving up Green Gables. Nothing can hurt me more. We must keep our dear home. I have made up my mind, Marilla. I am not going to Redmond. I am going to stay here and teach. Do not worry about me. But your ambitions, Anne, Marilla began. I am as ambitious as ever. I have only changed my plans. I want to be a good teacher and save your eyesight. I also plan to study at home and take a small college course by myself. I have so many plans, Marilla. I have thought about them for a week. I will give my best to life here, and I believe life will give me its best in return. When I left Queens, my future looked like a long straight road. Now, there is a bend in the road. I do not know what is around the bend, but I believe the best is ahead. That bend is very special, Marilla. I wonder what new beauty lies beyond new landscapes, new hills, valleys, and curves. I do not think I should let you give up the scholarship, Marilla said. But you cannot stop me. I am 16 and a half, stubborn as a mule, as Mrs. Lynde once told me, and laughed. Oh, Marilla, do not pity me. I do not like pity, and I do not need it. I am very happy at the thought of staying at dear Green Gables. No one can love it as you and I do, so we must keep it. You blessed girl, Marilla said, finally giving in. I feel as if you have given me new life. I suppose I should try to make you go to college, but I know I cannot, so I will not try. I will make it up to you, Anne. Soon, word spread in Avonlea that Anne Shirley had given up on going to college and would stay home to teach. Many good people thought Marilla was foolish, not knowing about her weak eyes. Mrs. Allen did not think so. She spoke kindly to Anne, and her words made Anne cry with joy. Mrs. Lynde also approved. One evening, she found Anne and Marilla sitting at the front door in the warm, sweet-smelling summer dusk. They liked to sit there when twilight came, when white moths flew in the garden and the smell of mint filled the cool air. Mrs. Rachel sat on the stone bench by the door. Behind her, tall pink and yellow hollyhocks grew. With a long sigh of tiredness and relief, she said, I am glad to sit down. I have been on my feet all day. 200 pounds is a lot for 2 feet to carry. It is a blessing not to be fat, Marilla. I hope you understand. Well, Anne, I hear you have given up your idea of going to college. I was very glad to hear that. You have as much education as a woman needs. I do not believe in girls going to college with men and filling their heads with Latin and Greek and all that nonsense. But I am going to study Latin and Greek too, Mrs. Lynde, and said laughing. I will take my arts course right here at Green Gables and study all the things I would at college. Mrs. Lynde lifted her hands in surprise. Anne Shirley, you will kill yourself. Not at all. I will do well. I will not do too much at once. As Josiah Allen's wife says, I will be medium calm. I will have plenty of free time in the long winter evenings, and I do not need to do very fancy work. I will teach at Carmody, you know. I do not know, said Mrs. Lynde. I think you will teach right here in Avonlea. The trustees have decided to give you the school. Mrs. Lynde, cried Anne, standing up quickly. I thought they had promised it to Gilbert Blythe. They did promise it to him, but when he heard you applied, he went to them at a meeting last night. He said he would withdraw his application and suggested they give it to you instead. He said he was going to teach at White Sands. He knew how much you wanted to stay with Marilla. I think it was very kind and self-sacrificing of him. Now, the trustees have given the school to you. I was very happy when Thomas told me. I do not feel I should take it, and said softly, I do not think I should let Gilbert make such a sacrifice for me. You cannot stop him now. He has signed papers with the White Sands trustees. It would not help him if you refused. Of course, you will take the school. You will do well, now that no pies are in the school. Josie was the last of them, and it is a good thing she is not here. There have been pies at Avonlea School for 20 years. Their life seems to be to remind teachers that Earth is not their home. Bless my heart. What does all that winking at the Barry gable mean? Diana is calling me over and laughed. You know we keep the old custom. Excuse me while I run to see what she wants. Anne ran down the clover slope like a deer and disappeared into the shadows of the haunted wood. Mrs. Lynde watched her with a kind smile. There is still much of the child in her, Mrs. Lynde said. There is also much of the woman in her, Marilla replied, and for a moment she felt a bit crisp and strong again. But Marilla was no longer known for her crispness. That night, Mrs. Lynde told Thomas, Marilla Cuthbert has gotten mellow. That is what. The next evening, Anne went to the little Avonlea graveyard. She put fresh flowers on Matthew's grave and watered the Scotch rose bush. She stayed there until dusk, enjoying the quiet peace of the place. The poplar trees whispered like soft, friendly voices, and the grasses swayed around the graves. When she left the graveyard, she walked down the long hill to the Lake of Shining Waters. It was past sunset, and Avonlea lay before her in a dreamy light, a place of ancient peace. The air was fresh, like a wind from honey-sweet clover fields. Lights twinkled among the trees. Beyond, the sea lay misty and purple with a soft, unending murmur. The west shone with soft colours, and the pond reflected them in gentle shades. The beauty of it all filled Anne's heart with joy. She opened her soul to the world and whispered, Dear old world, you are very lovely, and I am glad to be alive in you. Halfway down the hill, a tall young man came whistling out of a gate near the Blythe house. It was Gilbert. He stopped his whistle when he saw Anne. He lifted his cap politely. He would have passed by quietly if Anne had not stopped and held out her hand. Gilbert, she said with rosy cheeks, I want to thank you for giving up the school for me. That was very kind of you. I appreciate it. Gilbert took her hand warmly. It was nothing special, Anne. I was happy to do a small service for you. Will we be friends after all this? Have you really forgiven me for my old fault? Anne laughed and tried to pull her hand back. I forgave you that day by the pond, even though I did not know it at the time. I was a stubborn little goose. I have been sorry ever since. We are going to be the best of friends, Gilbert said happily. We were born to be good friends, Anne. We can help each other. You will continue your studies, won't you? So will I. Come, let us walk home together. Later, when Anne entered the kitchen, Marilla asked curiously, Who came with you up the lane, Anne? Gilbert Blythe, Anne said, blushing a little. I met him on Barry's Hill. I did not think you and Gilbert were such good friends that you would stand for half an hour talking at the gate, Marilla said with a dry smile. We were not always friends, we were good enemies. But now we have decided that it is much better to be friends. Did we really talk for half an hour? It felt like only a few minutes. But we have 5 years of lost conversation to catch up on, Marilla. That night, Anne sat by her window, feeling happy and content. The wind whispered softly in the cherry branches, and she smelled fresh mint. The stars twinkled over the tall fir trees, and Diana's light shone through an old gap. Anne felt that her world had become smaller since the night she sat there after coming home from Queen's. But even if the road ahead is narrow, she knew that small flowers of quiet happiness would grow along it. The joy of good work, strong ambitions, and kind friendship was hers. Nothing could take away her dreams. And there was always a bend in the road. God's in his heaven, all is right with the world, and whispered softly,